Hey, what's up, guys? Hello. Good morning. I'm waking up. Wake up. Wake up. Rooted. Happy morning. Happy morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hello, Leah. Thank you. Good to see you. A morning live. Love it. Yes, I know. So much light. I should honestly put some sunglasses on. Well, hello. What's up, Laura? What's up, Sherry? Amanda. Hello. What's going on, guys? Let's go. What's up, Yogi? Hello, hello, Bridget. Bridget. What's up, daughter of the Most High? Man, yeah, just getting started. So come on in, find a seat, fill in some of these areas over here. This is so different. Yeah. Oh, man. You aren't joking. What a treat. Oh. Well, we're going to be diving into some pretty heavy waters today, so hopefully you guys are ready, at least for a opinion on it. Wow, during waking hours, I know what is going on. We have light. Blink 3 times. I can't. There's no, my eyeballs are dried up. I just can't. Man, it's gonna be a fun time. Coffee instead of Jocko. I know this is a morning situation. Depending on how long this goes, you might see me go grab a Jocko. And if you guys want one, just let me know and I'll get you guys one too. And then we can all have one. I'm here for it. I have a 5-hour drive ahead. Let's go, Cat Corner. Where are you driving? Holy smokes. We are too funny. There's a situation here. Good morning, Nancy. Hello. Oh. Man, it's good to see you guys. We will be getting started here in just a little bit. Kind of nervous about this one, honestly. Hey, thank you, Yogi. Hello, what's up, Alex? How you doing, man? Christina! I am, I want you guys to know, this chapter has probably been the chapter where I have spent the most time in, just because I'm telling you, there is probably, just within the last, and I'm just saying just within the last couple days trying to get ready for this. Thank you, Sherry. Probably about just under 9 hours or so just on this chapter. So gonna be it's a lot. It's a lot. Listening and reading and then diving in and then having conversations. Like when you factor all that in, it adds up real quick. What's up, Amber? I was just doing my BSF homework and Bible, and I saw the notification. Thought I was tripping. Nah, don't get nervous. Well, it's just it is what it is. What's happening with this? Good to see you, Christina. A daytime live. I know, it's crazy. Don't get used to it. Oh, back to Phoenix. Okay, cool. We are too funny. It's good to see you guys. Would you like $500? Yeah, Amber, go ahead and just send it to me. I feel like I gotta give that back to you. Just remind me next time I see you and I'll be like, I'm so sorry. What's up, Jackie? Did the hurricane hit your area? A little bit. Nothing, we didn't get, we just got, when I say a little bit, we got the after effects. In waves, bro. Man, too funny. Yeah, no, we just got some rain and some wind, but nothing. We didn't get any flooding in my neck of the woods. Hopefully you guys didn't get too bad either. But man, that was wild. Hold on one sec. You got hit? Oh no. Roof damage? Oh my goodness. Yes. we gonna have some fun time. It's gonna be a fun time. Ah, you guys ready? Okay, hold on. Just so you guys, if you guys are new here, I'm normally not up at this time, but I wanted to do this, and so now that means I am up. And I figured it'd be kind of fun to do it during the daytime because maybe we can reach some people that we normally don't talk to, and figured this would be a fun one to do it on a live. And it actually just worked out that way because my wife is working and my kids are at school, so I got some alone time in the house. It's just me and my dog, which he's just doing his thing right there, looking at me with his beady little eyes. He never does anything around here. He just, come here, bud. Come here. Hello. Say hello. Okay. This is Mozzie. Okay, down. From, I don't know if you guys have seen White Collar or not, but that's where we got the name from, which was a good TV show. I have to watch YouTube because you're usually on too late for me. Yeah, I know. Oh, hey, thank you, Sherry. Thank you so much. All right. So I am just waking up. We are going to be diving into the book of Matthew 24. And as per usual, we always start out with a recap. But how about... Oh man, I don't know. We'll be talking about Israel tonight or today. I'm gonna have to stop saying tonight because it's not tonight, it's today. So it's gonna take me a second to get used to. How's your guys' morning going? You guys doing okay? We're gonna be okay. Hold on. What's up, Yari? Packing for Copenhagen again. I'm starting to panic. No panicking. All right. My coffee is basically done, which was kind of what I was wanting to do because it's like at that perfect temperature. You guys know what I'm talking about, where it's just like, I could just... Oh, it's so good. Black coffee. Okay. So if you get, my day is good so far. I had a birthday cake and I had ice cream for breakfast. You saved me from my workout. Yeah. Is it Black Rifle? It's just a Black Rifle coffee cup. It's my favorite coffee cup because it's so big. And so then, like, when I have one cup of coffee, it's probably more like two. So, I get to lie to myself a little bit and be like, I've only had one cup. Hello. What's up, Savannah? Good to see you. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get started. Let's do this thing. Matthew 24 is going to be the topic today. And we'll just go ahead and dive on in because it is just now 12 o'clock, which is perfect timing. Perfect. We are on pace. And so we're going to be done by about 3:45, 4 o'clock. That's the goal, which hopefully we can do because that's when my kids are going to walk through that door from the school bus. So they go to a Christian school, a local Christian school, which is kind of cool. We thought about homeschooling. We still might be doing that in the future. That is something I would like to do, but who knows? Who knows what the future's like? We'll figure that out when the time comes. But anyways, if you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. We are going to be diving into Matthew chapter 24, and it's going to be a big one. It's going to be we're going to be in that chapter for so long, but let's go ahead and do a recap of chapters 1 all the way to 23 to kind of set the scene in a roundabout way. The one thing I want you guys to understand before we dive into this is what is the primary issue? The primary issue, as per usual, is how to know for sure you can get to heaven. And there's only one way, and you need to understand that there's only one way. It is not by going to church. It is not by, giving money to your church. It's not getting dunked underwater. It is for by grace you have been saved through faith, and that not of yourselves. It is the gift of God, not of works, but lest any man should boast. So you need to understand that you are a sinner. And then when you understand that you're a sinner, then you'll look for a Savior. That Savior is Jesus Christ. He is God's Son. He led a sinless life. He died on the cross for our sins. He was buried, and he rose again on the third day. And the Bible says, for whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. Your faith in his completed work is what we need to focus on. And that is the primary issue. That is the gospel according to Paul in 1 Corinthians 15, verse 3, where he says that Jesus died according to the scriptures, he was buried, and that he rose again on the third day according to the scriptures. Now, when he says scriptures there, it's referring to the Old Testament, which is important to understand. So Paul was giving them the gospel using the Old Testament only. So it's kind of a fun thing to try to figure out if you can share the gospel with somebody just using the Old Testament. It's a really good training tool to try to do that, implement that in your own walk. But anyways, that's a primary issue. All of these studies will be uploaded to YouTube if you're interested. There's a YouTube link up in my TikTok profile. Not a big deal. It's just there if you're interested. But let's go ahead and dive into this recap starting at Matthew chapter 1. The thing to really remember here, hey, thank you so much. Me, I'm not. Thank you. The thing to remember here is that there are 4 empires in the world from God's point of view. You have Babylon, and this goes all the way back to Daniel chapter 2. Yes, that is my YouTube, if you guys were wondering, ITZ_sheesh. But the thing to remember is that there are 4 empires according to God's point of view. And you can read about this in Daniel chapter 2, and if you do, you'll see that there is Babylon, there is the Medo-Persian Empire, the Greek Empire, in the Roman Empire. And so the Babylonian Empire was the first empire. That fell to the Medo-Persian Empire. The Medo-Persian Empire was then ruling the world, essentially. And then that fell to the Greek Empire, which was Alexander the Great. And then Alexander the Great, and he died. He gave his empire to his 4 generals. And then those 4 generals ended up falling one by one to the Roman Empire. And then the Roman Empire has now surfaced. And so when you dive into the book of Matthew, it's important to understand that we are currently in the Roman Empire in the book of Matthew. So that's very, very important to remember, because it'll help you kind of gauge the situation, and you'll be able to kind of feel out what's going on in the area. But diving into Matthew chapter 1, you got a lot of things to really talk about there. We spent a lot of time there, so I won't spend too much time in Matthew 1. But I do think it's important to understand that there are 2 genealogies in the Bible that are basically focusing on Jesus. And Matthew 1 is one of them. Matthew 1 focuses on Joseph's genealogy. Luke chapter 3 focuses on Mary's genealogy. And so it would be beneficial for you to unpack both of them to see how they go down the line, and then you see where they one takes a left turn, one takes a right turn, and to see why it divided there. One goes through Solomon, one goes through Nathan. Why did they branch off at that point? And the reason why it branched off at that point is because of the blood curse that God put on Jeconiah way back in Jeremiah chapter 22. And so that is Matthew chapter 1, and that's where we get introduced to Jesus, because in verse 21 it says, "And she will bring forth a son, and ye shall call his name Jesus, for he will save his people from their sins." What a beautiful verse that is. Moving on to Matthew chapter 2, we're just doing this recap right now. Moving on to Matthew chapter 2, we learn about the Magi. The Magi show up, these wise men, these Magi, they weren't 3 Magi. There was a whole caravan, like there was a whole convoy of Magi coming into Jerusalem in search for the king of the Jews, in search for the king that was born king of the Jews. And so it's really important to understand that they show up during a very high intensity period between the Roman Empire and the Parthian Empire. So the Magi and the Parthian Empire and the Roman Empire were battling each other so many times, and so then out of nowhere, the Magi start wandering into enemy territory looking for the one who was born king of the Jews, and then they go to the one who is appointed king of the Jews. So can you imagine sitting on the throne and then somebody coming up and being like, "Hey, we're looking for the legit king. Where's he at?" And so that would be a high tense situation. And that's why it says in verse 4 or in verse 3, Matthew chapter 2, verse 3, it says, when Herod the king heard this, he was troubled and all Jerusalem with him. There's a lot of tension going on here. So the Magi show up looking for Jesus, and it's really fun to dive into their story. And it basically forces you to go back and learn about Daniel. Hey, thank you, Charlie. Because in Daniel chapter 4 and 5, what we learn about there is that Daniel was promoted to be the chief of the Magi, which was unheard of, because the Magi was it was a hereditary role, meaning that you couldn't go into that, you couldn't be a Magi unless you were literally born into it. It's similar to the Levitical priesthood. The Levitical priesthood, you could not become a Levitical priest unless you were born as one. And so the same is true with the Magi, but this is why Daniel is so unique, because Daniel found favor in all the leadership at that time. So they placed Daniel on as the head of the Magi, which is bananas. But that's what basically spirals into the history of the Magi. And that is why in Matthew chapter 2, when you see these Magi show up out of nowhere, you're like, you have a whole bunch of questions. You're like, how did they know where to go? Like, who told them? Like, where did they hear about this? It all goes back to Daniel. Daniel probably had a Bible study with these guys, kind of told them how to think. And it's really cool to see this. But what's interesting about this in Matthew chapter 2 is that they show up and they start worshiping Jesus, who's about 2 years old at this point. And the Magi had 3 gifts: gold, frankincense, and myrrh. What's up, Monica? Good to see you. And so you have gold, frankincense, and myrrh here. And the gold speaks to his kingship, his deity. The frankincense speaks to his priestly role, and the myrrh speaks to his death, because myrrh is used as kind of like a type of their embalming situation that they would use back then during their time. Whenever anybody would die. So they understood the Magi before Jesus could even basically do anything on his own around 2 years old. They understood he was God, king. They understood he was priest, and they understood that he would die. That is what those gifts represents. It's unbelievable. What's up, Vino? Good to see you guys. So then when you move into Matthew chapter 3, we talk a lot about John the Baptist. John the Baptist is somebody you need to be familiar with because of how significant he is. Now, what's so amazing about John the Baptist is that we're not told much about him. And I think that's really interesting when you start viewing that, because, well, why should we know? We shouldn't really know. It's not like we need to know a lot about him, but I just think it's very provocative, because in Matthew 11, Jesus tells us that there has not been one born greater than John the Baptist. That is crazy. So for somebody who, we barely know anything about, he must have done so much. This dude must have been I can't wait to find out all about this guy. Anyways, he was the voice of the one crying in the wilderness, prepare the way of the Lord, make his path straight. So basically, John the Baptist was the guy who was the herald. He was the one sent forth, where we learn about him in Isaiah chapter 40, verse 3. And so in Isaiah chapter 40, verse 3, what you find is the prophecy that is foretelling of the arrival of John the Baptist. And so John the Baptist shows up, he's out in the wilderness, he's baptizing people, and then these Pharisees and Sadducees come up out of nowhere, and they start confronting John the Baptist. We talk a lot about that. Pharisees are very legalistic. The Sadducees, they don't believe in the supernatural. They don't believe in the resurrection. And so it's really important to understand the differences between the Pharisees, the Sadducees, because they end up teaming up with one another, which is bananas, because the enemy of my enemy is my friend, essentially. And so the Pharisees and Sadducees and the Herodians and all the different religious sects back there were basically joining forces and going straight up against Jesus. And so that's what you're seeing all throughout the book of Matthew, in a sense. They're kind of gathering the troops. Anyways, John the Baptist is introduced to us in Matthew chapter 3. Then in Matthew chapter 4, we see Jesus being led into the wilderness by the Spirit for the sole purpose to be tested. That is unbelievable. It is unreal. It does not happen. It's just crazy. You see Jesus being led into the wilderness by the Spirit just so he could be tempted by Lucifer. And I'm just like, man, that's so crazy. That is unbelievable. But that's what happened. And so in Matthew chapter 4, what you find here is it's basically a sword fight. You see one person wielding the word, which is a sword, and he attacks Jesus with a verse. And then Jesus defends. And then Lucifer attacks again, and then Jesus defends, and then Lucifer attacks again, and then Jesus defends. It's a sword fight that's going on here, and it's really cool to see what's going on here, but you need to understand that Lucifer knows the verses. He will quote the verses, and then he'll tweak them a little bit, just a little bit. And if you aren't on your A game, then you'll fall right in for it. And you'll be like, oh, okay, maybe that verse is what it means. And this is why you need to test all things. You need to hold fast what is good. That you need to receive the word with all readiness. And then you need to search the scriptures to find out whether it's so. That's what Jesus did essentially, even though he knew it he knew it because it's his word. But it's very interesting to just, we need to put on the full armor of God, as Paul tells us in Ephesians chapter 6. Anyways, moving on in Matthew chapter 4, Lucifer offered him the kingdom. And so you need to understand what the implications there is actually referring to, because he's offering Jesus the kingdom. Now, why is that significant? That was the big offer. That was the final grand finale offer. Be like, hey, Jesus, I know you want a kingdom, because you made a Davidic covenant way back in 2 Samuel chapter 7 where God makes an everlasting covenant with David. And so Satan is like, I know you want a kingdom. I know in Daniel chapter 2, it talks about how your everlasting kingdom will rise up. He's like, hey, I know you want a kingdom. Here's a kingdom. Take this kingdom. All you got to do is just bow down to me. Then you can have the kingdom. There is going to be a kingdom that is yet future. Obviously, Jesus rejected that proposal, and it's just remarkable, just that whole chapter. Anyways, moving on to Matthew chapter 5. Matthew chapter 5 is going to be talking a lot about the Sermon on the Mount. Matthew 5, 6, and 7 is a package deal. This chapter 5, 6, and 7 is one long sermon. It's really interesting, because if you read your Bible and you read a chapter a day, if you just read Matthew chapter 5, you might lose it. You might lose that whole concept if you only read one chapter at a time. But if you read chapter 5, 6, and 7, and you understand that it is a total package, then you'll be like, oh, okay, I understand what's going on here. What's up, David? How you doing, man? Shelba? Hey, thank you, Courtney. Thank you guys so much. So when you dive into Matthew chapter 5, you are introduced to the Sermon on the Mount. What's important here is to understand who he's talking to. He is talking to his disciples. Now, you need to understand there's multitudes all over the place, but who is he talking to? He's talking to his people. And so what he's saying here is addressed to his people. And so he says, you are the salt of the earth, but if the salt loses its flavor, how shall it be seasoned? And it goes on and it says, let your light so shine before men that they may see your good works, right? He's not telling that to the lost people. He's telling that to the found people. And so that's important to understand. But Matthew chapter 5 is basically, he's basically combating their Pharisaical way of teaching, because the Pharisees were teaching a works-based salvation, essentially, or they believed that if you were a born Jew, if you were born back then, they were teaching that if you just were born into a Jewish family, that you were automatically going to heaven. That was incorrect. So Jesus shows up and he's like basically pushing back against that entire doctrine. And so it's really interesting, because the Pharisees, they had a stranglehold on the people. Now, you need to understand, the Pharisees were the religious professionals back then. They were telling everybody about, like, hey, we're the best people, and you got to listen to what we're doing. And they had their noses up in the air looking around and all this kind of stuff. And so you need to understand that that's what Jesus was coming to combat. And so when the Pharisees saw Jesus, they wanted Jesus to become a Pharisee, but Jesus was like, I'm not going to join your club. He's like, I'm not here to join your club. I'm not here to join your religion. You're here, or I'm here so that you will follow me. And so the Pharisees didn't want to lose their power, because there's a lot of power within religion. There's a lot of influence and all that stuff that's, all the fancy, shiny stuff. And so that's what you need to be mindful of in our world today as well. Hey, thank you, Jeffrey. But what's fascinating is what he says in Matthew chapter 5, which is really shines a lot of light on what's going on. In Matthew chapter 5, it says, verse 20, it says, for I say to you that unless your righteousness exceeds the righteousness of the scribes and Pharisees, you will by no means enter the kingdom of heaven. And so what he's saying here is he is saying that you need to be better than the professional law keepers. And so from a common person's point of view, they would hear that and they'd be like, what do you mean I needed to be better? I can't be better than those guys. Those guys are the top of the line. Like, they're the ones who are setting the standard. How can I be better than them? And so that's what the point of Matthew 5, 6, and 7 is talking about. He's saying, what's up, Mac? Thank you so much. He's saying you can't do it by yourself. That's the whole point. He's like, I'm trying to get you to understand you can't be better than them. So why? You need to find out the answer why. The only answer is why, and that's what he was here to do. He's like, I'm here to tell you why. I am that answer. I am the way. I am the truth. I am the life. That's what he was saying. Anyways, moving on to Matthew chapter 6, he starts telling his disciples a way to pray. And he starts going down the line. He says, you need to, our Father in heaven, hallowed be your name. So it's addressing our Father. And then he says, your kingdom come. And so that's really interesting because there's the kingdom again, the kingdom, the kingdom, the kingdom. When Jesus showed up, when he was boots on the ground here in the first half of the book of Matthew, what Jesus was doing was essentially presenting the kingdom to the people. He's like, here's the kingdom. You need to accept me as your king. If you accept me as your king, then the kingdom will appear. But he knew that they would reject him and they would essentially reject the kingdom. And so here he says, your kingdom come. So he's instructing his disciples to pray for the kingdom program. We need to understand that's what we're doing. You and I, if you are a born again believer, you're a part of that kingdom because you are a citizen of that kingdom. We are here on earth. We are just passing through. We are pilgrims passing through, but this is not our home. We are a part of a kingdom. It's just like if you live in America, but you go to China. If you get stuck in China, then the American ambassador, the embassy should be able to look out for you and try to bring you back and help you out and all that kind of stuff. But now, I'm just in a perfect world. That's what they would do. But and we all know, nope, not doing it. But anyways, it says, your kingdom come, your will be done. Now, that's something that's vital, important piece of information right there. Your will be done. You need to understand when you pray, it's not all about you. Now, he wants us to talk to him and whatnot, but we should be trying to look for ways to enlist us in his program. That's what prayer should be doing, enlisting us in how we can benefit him. Why? Because it's not about me. It's about his glory. And so when you remember that when you pray, you need to be trying to find a way to operate in his will, then it changes the way you pray. You're like, well, wait a second. Now, obviously, we understand that he cares for you deeply, so tell him all those things. But the whole main point of it all is to glorify God and operate in his will. Your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. So anyways, that's Matthew chapter 6. Moving on to Matthew chapter 7. When you move into Matthew 7, this is the last chapter of the Sermon on the Mount. The Sermon on the Mount is basically where he is concluding here, and it just is really, it's just bone chilling what he says in verse 22. In Matthew 7, verse 22, Jesus, remember, he's got all the multitudes around him, and he's got hey, thank you, Monica. He's got all the multitudes all around him, and he's talking to his disciples. So the multitudes are listening, but he's talking to his disciples, and he's looking at his disciples, and he says, many will say to me, many are going to say to me in that day, Lord, Lord, have we not prophesied in your name? Have we not cast out demons in your name? Have we not done many signs and wonders in your name? That's crazy because there's a lot of people who are saying Jesus, 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 and he's going to say, I never knew you. And that is so crazy to understand. Like, this is serious stuff right here. There's a lot of people who have the form of godliness, but they're denying its power. And so you need to understand the time that you're living in right now, which makes you understand how important it is to get that shield up and to basically combat everything that you can, because you're under a spiritual attack on every single level. It is unreal, the day that we are living in right now. But it's bananas because he says, many will say to me in that day, Lord, Lord. And so you have prophecy, you have casting out demons. These are all what the world loves getting drawn to. They're like, oh, somebody's doing something wonderful over here. Like, I'm going to go check it out, right? And then they just get over there and they get all lost and all this stuff. And it's just like, they're not even talking about Jesus. They're not talking about the gospel. They're not telling you how to be born again. And so when you go to a place like that and they're not talking about that and they're doing churchianity, then you need to run. You need to get out of there because you need to stay close to the word of God. And so that's the error that is in our world today, because Jesus said time and time again, have you not read? Do you not know? He is holding you accountable. He's holding me accountable to know the word of God. Why? Because he gave it to us. And so that's why Romans chapter 1, verse 20, he says, we are all without excuse. They are without excuse. So if you think you're going to stand before the Lord and you're going to be like, you know what? I didn't, nobody told me. It's like you had it all right in front of your face. Anyways, moving on to Matthew chapter 8. In Matthew chapter 8, you dive into Matthew chapter 8. We talked a lot about the leper. This leper was it was unbelievable. This is like one of my favorite miracles because this leper is he was a Jewish man, and this Jewish man he he had leprosy, obviously, and we understand that leprosy is an idiom for sin. Now, leaven is also an idiom for sin as well. So you have leaven being an idiom for sin, which basically is representing pride because it puffs up. Leaven puffs up. Leprosy is an idiom for sin too, because it starts on the inside and then it works its way out. And that is what this man was covered with. This man was just completely lost. He shows up to Jesus and he says, Lord, if you are willing, you can heal me. And so that's what he ends up doing. He ends up healing this man. And it's so neat to see this because of what transpired after that. After he healed this man, we know he was a Jew because of Matthew chapter 8, verse 4. In Matthew chapter 8, verse 4, after this leper was healed, Jesus tells this man to go to the priest. You don't tell a non-Jewish person to go to the priest. That doesn't make sense. No, he was here for the lost sheep of the house of Israel, and that is who he was dealing with for the most part. Now, he healed some Gentiles here and there and whatnot, but his sole purpose was to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. And so you need to understand here that this leper gets healed, and after this leper gets healed, he goes to the priest. And then the priests, they have all the records because the priests were the ones who basically cast that guy outside the city wall. He's like, get that guy out of here. He is unclean. So that when that guy comes back inside, they recognize that to be a messianic healing. It is unbelievable. They see this guy walk through their doors. They're like, you were the leper? Oh my goodness, you got healed? Oh my goodness, what in the world? And so then that man was a testimony to them. So then the priest would be asking all kinds of questions, be like, how did this happen? Who did it? What's his name? Where is he at? Where can I find him? And then that man who was cleansed had the opportunity to share with them Jesus. And it's so neat to see this taking place because that's the picture of what you should be doing. That's the picture of what I should be doing. When we get born again, do you understand that you have the opportunity to tell people about Jesus? I can't, it's just the neatest thing ever. Moving on to Matthew chapter, all the way throughout Matthew chapter 8, there's all kinds of miracles going on here. This is Jesus basically building his resume. He's doing miracle, 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 miracle. All these things were messianic. This was a messianic miracle. This leper being healed was sent shockwaves throughout the Jewish culture. And when people heard about this, they were just blown away because they understood that no Jewish leper had ever been healed of leprosy before. So when they heard this, they were like, what? That's a miracle that only the Messiah can do. And so when they heard that a leper was healed, you had to have, that just had to have gotten that news traveled by word of mouth rapidly. Anyways, moving on, Matthew chapter 9, there's more healing. There's more miracles. Again, Jesus is authenticating who he is. He is authenticating who he is. Actually, I brought this up the other night and I forgot what chapter it was in, but in John, I want to say a couple, let me see if I can find it real fast, because there's multiple, in John chapter 5, we see that there are multiple witnesses of who Jesus is. Now, you need to remember that the nation of Israel ultimately rejected Jesus. They rejected him as the Messiah. They rejected him as the king. And Jesus, if you read the Bible, there's a minimum of 2 witnesses, 2 or 3 witnesses is basically what it says. But in John chapter 5, you see that Jesus has 4 witnesses. He's like, yeah, I told you a minimum of 2 or 3. But here in John chapter 5, verse 33, you see how many witnesses Jesus actually had. He had more than what he actually needed. Thank you, Laura. He had the witness of John the Baptist. John the Baptist was a witness. He had the witness of Jesus's works. All of the things that he did authenticated who he was. Then he had the witness of the Father. This is my beloved Son in whom I'm well pleased. Then he had the witness of the Scripture. Jesus fulfilled so many things. He was a witness to so many. Hey, thank you, Josh. All of these things happening is the witness of who he was. And so these people had no excuse for rejecting him, which is crazy, but they did, and he knew that they would. Anyways, going back to Matthew chapter 9, this is more miracles being fulfilled. Then when we dive into Matthew chapter 10, in Matthew chapter 10, in Matthew chapter 10, you have Jesus chooses his 12 disciples. They're called disciples in chapter 10, verse 1, and then they are called apostles in chapter 10, verse 2. So in verse 1, they're disciples, and verse 2, they're apostles. What are the difference between disciples and apostles? Well, a disciple is just a follower of Christ. You and I are disciples of Christ. We are followers, we are students, we are learners. But an apostle was given the authority of the sender. So the sender here is Jesus himself. So the king, essentially. So during this time, like if a messenger of the king showed up, it was as if that messenger held the authority of the king himself. So when the messenger spoke and did things, it was as if the king himself was speaking. So in Matthew chapter 10, he gives these apostles all of these, hey, thank you, Josh. He gives the apostles the signs to basically to cleanse the leper, to heal the dead, to cast out demons, the power over the sickness, to heal the sick, all of those things. He gave them that power and authority because they were representing him. And so Jesus has the 12. He takes the 12 and he's like, all right, go out here. He's like, you go there, you go there, you go there. You guys just go all over the place, preaching that the kingdom of heaven is at hand. Now, what is the kingdom of heaven at hand? What is that talking about? The kingdom of heaven at hand is referencing that the kingdom of heaven was within arm's reach. Meaning if you were right there, I could just give you a big old hug. Like it's that close. That's how close it was. They just needed to accept it, but they were going to reject it. And that's the whole, like he knew this. This is nothing surprising, but that's what's going on in Matthew chapter 10. Matthew chapter 11, just doing a flyby on all of these chapters. Matthew chapter 11, John the Baptist is in prison. He sends his disciples to Jesus to find out if Jesus was the Messiah. John the Baptist was in prison. We'll talk about that here in a couple chapters. But what you learn about John the Baptist is in Matthew chapter 11, verse 11. Matthew chapter 11, verse 11, like this verse just makes my brain itch because it says, assuredly I say to you, among those born of women, there has not risen one greater than John the Baptist. Now, this just blows me away because there's some amazing characters in the Bible. There is amazing characters. You have Abraham, you have Isaac, you have Jacob, you have David, you have Daniel. You have all of these cool dudes with a whole bunch of information that we have about them. And then here he says John the Baptist was the greatest. And I'm just like, we don't know that much about John the Baptist. Like, I want to know, so like, what? And the point is that it's not about him. It's not about him. He did so many more cool things than I will ever do, but it's not about him. And that's what's so cool. John the Baptist in the Gospel of John tells us that he must increase and I must decrease. And that's exactly what he did. John the Baptist was basically rallying the troops. Everybody acknowledged and was identifying with John the Baptist when they got baptized into John the Baptist. And they were like, hey, John, we acknowledge that you are the voice of the one crying in the wilderness. Basically saying that when you point to the Messiah, thank you, Monica. Basically, when you point to the Messiah, we're all going to go follow that guy. And so basically, John, if you read John chapter 1, that's what actually happens, because in John chapter 1, you have John looking out into the distance as he's baptizing people, and he says, behold, the Lamb of God, which takes away the sin of the world. Now, at that point, John had a lot of followers. Can you imagine how many likes he had on his videos and how many followers on his Instagram? Because all of those followers unfollowed John and began to follow Jesus. And that's the whole point of the entire thing. And that's what was going on during this gospel period. Hey, thank you, Sandy. And so anyways, moving on to Matthew chapter 12, you have this really, Matthew chapter 12, these Pharisees are following Jesus around. They're trying to get him trapped up and all these things, and they're accusing him. They're accusing his disciples. They bring up the Sabbath. The Sabbath is a big deal. If you struggle with like following the Sabbath, like, hey, you should follow the Sabbath because it's part of the 10 Commandments. It's like, well, okay. Colossians 2, verse 16 and 17 says, let no man judge you in food or in drink or in new moons or in Sabbath. Why? Because we are not under law. We are under grace. And praise God for that. You are here for such a time as this. This is a unique period of time to be alive, and you are privileged enough to be a part of that. So am I, and it's unbelievable. So anyways, the Sabbath is important, but there's the two extremes of it all. There's the people who are like, you got to do the Sabbath, and you got to keep that, and you got to do the thing, and then there's people who are like, the Sabbath is not important. Both sides, I think, are unhealthy. You need to be right in the middle, because the Sabbath is still important, because when you read about the millennial kingdom, you see that the Sabbath is still implemented. It is still a big deal, and so you need to understand that. Anyways, moving on to Matthew chapter 12. Matthew chapter 12 is where everything changes. Matthew 12 is a linchpin. It is a choking point. It is a pivotal. It is where everything pivots. Makes you think of the TV show Friends. Pivot. You know, like when they're carrying like that couch up the staircase, like pivot. But in Matthew chapter 12, you have this crazy situation. Okay, so what led up to this point is basically when like in the previous chapters leading up to Matthew chapter 12, Jesus was authenticating who he was as much as humanly possible. And so he's telling everybody who he was. And then while that was happening, you finally get to Matthew chapter 12. And in Matthew chapter 12, the religious leaders of this time were looking at Jesus and they had a decision to make. It was either, hey, we follow him or we reject him. And so in Matthew chapter 12, just to, put it very plainly, they rejected him. Not only did they reject him, they called him satanic. They say you cast out demons by the power of Beelzebub, the ruler of demons, which is crazy. They called God Almighty satanic. And so that is where everything changes. Everything changes in Matthew chapter 12. And you need to understand that when you get down to Matthew 12, verse 31, you have this unpardonable sin. Now, the unpardonable sin is really provocative. There's a lot more that goes behind it, I think, because everybody and they're not wrong. The unpardonable sin is if you reject Jesus as your Lord and Savior, you will be cast into the lake of fire. That is what the Bible says. Yes, that is unpardonable. But there's more behind it, because I think that this is what, this leads into Matthew 21, because in Matthew 21, when Jesus showed up, he prophesied over the nation saying that they would be destroyed. That was unpardonable. That was the unpardonable sin. Why? Because they missed the time of their visitation. Anyways, that's a conversation for another time, I suppose. But they essentially called Jesus satanic here. And then this is where everything changes. In Matthew 12, verse 34, he says, brood of vipers. That is what Jesus called the Pharisees. He called them a brood of vipers, which was basically calling them satanic. He says, you are sons of Satan. So get the picture here. The Pharisees look at Jesus and they're like, you're satanic. And then Jesus looks at them and he says, you are sons of Satan. That is crazy. Like, you got like this crazy spiritual war going on here. And these Pharisees, these religious rulers, the ones who influenced the majority of the people during that time, rejected Jesus. And so then the flock, the sheep, the people who are looking at the Pharisees like, what do we do, Dad? And they're like looking at him like, do we follow Jesus? And then the Pharisees were like, no, stay away from him. He's satanic. That's essentially what's going on in our world today. That is what is going on. That's what's happening. We're seeing it happen. We saw it happen back then. We're seeing it happening right now. Now there's a YouTube link up here. Have a good, see ya, Tamara. Thanks for being here for a little bit. It's just fascinating seeing all these things. But Matthew chapter, that's what's going on in Matthew chapter 12. Moving on to Matthew chapter 13, we get into the 7 kingdom parables. And we're just doing a flyby right now, just for those who are joining. We're going to be focusing on Matthew 24 here in a little bit, but like we always do a review leading up to whatever chapter we are going to cover that day. But in Matthew 13, we have the 7 kingdom parables, which is very provocative, because in Revelation 2 and 3, you have the 7 letters to the 7 churches. So the 7 letters to the 7 churches seem to overlay on top of the 7 kingdom parables, because the 7 kingdom parables represent the church. It's a picture of the church. And it's really crazy. We went through all of these really cool things that are going on in Matthew chapter 13. But what's interesting about Matthew 13 is what he says in Matthew 13, verse 34. In Matthew 13, verse 34, it says this: all of these things Jesus spoke to the multitudes in parables, and without a parable he did not speak to them. Now, the question is, why was Jesus speaking in parables? What is a parable? A lot of people think that a parable is something that you would use for a child so that they can understand it and it's very clear and it's so simple. No, it's the opposite. A parable was something that he was telling them a story so they would not understand. This is tough stuff. Like, parables are not easy. And so the reason why he's talking in parables here was because of what just took place in Matthew chapter 12. In Matthew chapter 12, they rejected him. They called him satanic. From that point on, everything turned over this way. And he's like, now I'm going to talk to you differently, because before I was talking to you plainly, but you rejected that. Now I'm going to talk to you differently. And so you start to see everything being morphed in, like, he came to the lost sheep of the house of Israel, but like, since they just rejected him, now it's opening up and you're seeing the Gentiles being talked about. It's really cool. Anyways, that's what's going on in Matthew 13. Moving on to Matthew chapter 14, John the Baptist is in prison. He's in prison, and he's in prison because he said the correct things. You need to understand there that he was thrown in prison because he was right. He was right. You need to swallow that pill. Like, just get that through your mind. Like, he was in prison and he was right. He did nothing wrong. He was right. That's the world that we were living in. That's the world he was living in. John was a threat back then, and that's what's going on in our world today. Being a Christian is not a popular thing if you are true. Like if you are legit, because the world's going to hate you. Why? Because you're not of this world, right? And that just makes sense. That we don't need to expound on that. But what's going on in Matthew chapter 14, John the Baptist is thrown into prison because he called out Herod and he called out Herodias. They were family members that were married, which is gross, right? All bad news bears. But that was what he called them out on. Then he got thrown in prison for it. And after that, obviously we know John got unalived. He was beheaded. Crazy. Moving on to Matthew chapter 14. In Matthew chapter 14, this was a huge training lesson. You know when you take your kid out to like the pond or the lake and you like try to teach them how to fish, and then you put the worm on there and you like cast it out there for them, and then you like give them the little fishing pole, and then you just like hold on and you're just like watching, waiting to see what happens, like to watch their reaction. Well, they like next thing you know, the fish takes the bait, and like next thing you know, you see that it's going down. You're like watching what's going on. You're like, oh my goodness, and the kid's just freaking out. They're like, ah! They're like, don't know what to do. And you're just like sitting there like watching them because you're not going to help them. Why? Because you want them to learn. You want them to learn. And so you're watching your kid. You're like, go ahead, reel it in there, reel it in there, reel it in there. You're allowing them to work. Why? Because they need to learn how to think. And so that's what he uses here in Matthew chapter 14. In Matthew chapter 14, he has the multitudes. He goes out to be by himself. The multitudes follow him because they're like, hey, you can do some really neat stuff. We want to see what else you can do. They're hungry. Jesus uses that as a training example, and he says, hey guys, you feed them. And so the disciples are like, wait a second, we can't feed them. We got like 3 pennies. Like, what am I going to do with that? Like, I can't even get a gumball. Do you know inflation is crazy nowadays, Jesus? And so they're looking at like, how do we feed them, Jesus? And so this was the whole point of the training. The training was for them to understand that they could not do it. That was the first thing they needed to understand. The second thing was that they needed Jesus to do it. That was the second thing that they needed to understand. They can't do it. You need to find the end of your rope, and then you'll find that you can't do it. And then when you come to that rope, you'll be like, okay, Jesus. And that is what he was trying to teach them. So that's what's going on in Matthew chapter 14. This is also when Jesus walked on the water. Peter got out of the boat, walked on the water there. A lot of cool things going on in there. In Matthew 15, you have God's commandments versus man's traditions. And so you have this clashing of ideology in a sense. And so the Pharisees come up to Jesus and they're like, hey, what are we going to do? Like, how come you're not listening to man's traditions? And then Jesus is like, what about God's traditions? And so like you see this in the Jewish world, they started out with the Mosaic law. This was the Mosaic law. This was their foundation. But then as time progressed, they got so far away from it. They had the Pharisaical law. They had the Talmudic law. They had the Kabbalah. The more time went by, the further they got away from God's law. So then as centuries and centuries and centuries got passed, they got so far away from God's law that they didn't even see it anymore. They were so all about man-made tradition and man's laws and man's rules. Tragic. That's what Matthew 15 is talking about. In Matthew 16, you have this interesting passage in Matthew 16, verse 18. Matthew 16:18, it says, Jesus says, and I also say to you that you are Peter, and on this rock I will build my church. You need to understand that the church was not built on Peter. That's the common misconception. If you talk to a Catholic person, many of them, not all of them, but many of them believe that Peter was the first pope. He was not the first pope, and they use this verse as an example. He was not the first pope. No, this church was not built on Peter. There's a play on words here using the Greek words. The Greek word for Peter is Petros. The Greek word for rock is Petra. So he says, on this Petros, I will build, you are Petros, and on this Petra, I will build my church. So Petros is a very small rock. It's a very small pebble. And so you have a very small pebble, which represents Peter. And then he says, on this rock, I will build my church. Now, if you chase down 1 Corinthians chapter 10, verse 4, you learn that the rock that followed them in the wilderness was Christ. The rock is Christ. He is that foundation. And so the church is not built on Peter. The church is built on Jesus. That is important to understand. But in Matthew chapter 16, verse 19, he says to Peter, he says, whatever you bind on earth will be bound in heaven. Whatever you loose on earth will be loose in heaven. This is a picture of him. This was given to Peter first, And then a couple chapters later, it was also given to the rest of the apostles. Now, what this is talking about is basically has the idea of legislative authority and the judicial authority, meaning that the apostles had the ability to unlock doors for law and to lock doors as according to law, because the Pharisees, they could undo the law that they did, or they could close the door on laws that they made. And so basically that's what that idea has. And then judicial wise, in Acts chapter 5, we see Ananias and Sapphira. They basically sell all their stuff that they had, but then they only gave a little bit of it to Peter. And then Peter basically they die, they gone, like that. You can read about that in Acts chapter 5. That's a picture of a judicial sentence that what the apostles had, but that was strictly given to the apostles, and that's important to understand. Moving on to Matthew chapter 17. In Matthew chapter 17, I'm on in the day. Hello, Debbie. What's up, love for all? Good to see you guys. In Matthew chapter 17, you see this remarkable. Matthew 17 is crazy. You have Peter, James, and John. Hey, thank you, Chowder. You have Peter, James, and John being taken up on a high mountain. Now, this whole situation is bananas, because this is where Peter, James, and John. Now, Peter, James, and John were the inner circle. They were the inner circle. So you have all of these disciples following Jesus. Then you had the 70, and then within the 70 you had the 12, and then within the 12 you had the 3. So that they had their little inner circle, and Peter, James, and John was a part of that inner circle. They were allowed to experience things that the other disciples did not have the ability or privilege to. So this was one of those situations, this Mount of Transfiguration. Thank you, Jackie. And so here in Matthew 17, what you see is Peter, James, and John, they see Jesus getting transfigured before their face. So what they see is Jesus in his glorified form. It's remarkable. Jesus, his face shone like the sun, his clothes were white. That is a picture of his glorified image. And so it's so interesting to see that, because then they see Moses and Elijah. So they see Moses and Elijah in their glorified bodies. Why Moses? Why Elijah? Well, Moses seems to represent the law. Elijah seems to represent the prophets. And so what's so fascinating about Moses and Elijah is that Moses died and Elijah was taken up. He never died. So one died, the other one never died. But what's so interesting about that is that Moses seems to represent the redeemed who have passed away, the ones who have fallen asleep or who have died. So Moses seems to represent those, because those who have died will receive their glorified bodies. Then Elijah, who never died, he just went straight to heaven. He seems to represent a picture of the church in a sense. And so you see this model that's going on in Matthew chapter 17. What you see in Matthew 17 is it's a picture of the kingdom. So Peter thought that this was the kingdom that was showing up, because they were constantly waiting for this kingdom. Thank you, Olivia. Thank you so much, Given Grace. So they thought that this was the kingdom that was going to be arriving, because they were they were so mindful of this kingdom. They thought it was just going to appear. And so when Peter sees this, he's like, "Oh man, this is it, boys!" And so he gets so excited, and he's like, "This is the kingdom!" And he's like, and so basically that was only momentary. But it's so interesting, because in Matthew chapter 17, verse 4, Peter says, "Lord, it is good for us to be here. If you wish, let us make here 3 tabernacles. One for you, one for Moses, one for Elijah." So this makes it seem like that this was occurring around the Feast of Tabernacles, which is important because of what we're going to be talking about here when we get to Matthew 21. Anyways, moving on to Matthew chapter 18. In Matthew chapter 18, the disciples are like, "Hey, Jesus, who's going to be the greatest in the kingdom?" Which is very relatable, right? Because we all want to be like if you're in a bridal party, or if you're like, one of the groomsmen, but you're not the best man, you're like, well, wait, where am I going to be positioned? Am I going to be like am I going to be the first one right behind the best man? Or am I going to be like the second one? Or man, am I going to be the last one? Oh man, I'm the worst friend, right? And everybody's just like, where am I going to be in the kingdom? Am I going to be the greatest? And so that's what's going on in Matthew chapter 18. They want to know what's going on. They're like, hey, who's going to be the greatest in the kingdom? So the greatest in the kingdom is the reason why this was probably brought up was because the other disciples just saw that Peter, James, and John got to go up on the mountain, and none of the other disciples did. So they're all just like, well, how come we didn't get to go? And so now they're wondering hey, what's the pecking order here? Where am I at? Am I at the bottom of the totem pole? Oh no. But that's what's going on. And then Jesus gets this little child, and he says, "And surely I say to you, unless Whoever humbles himself as this little child is the greatest of the kingdom of heaven. We talked about humility and how important it is into a Christian life. You need to clothe. It's just like when it's snowing outside and you're like, I'm going to go make some snow angels. You're not just going to go out there like with some shorts on. Well, maybe, but you want to clothe yourself with that big old snowsuit like that. What's that? Just like that little boy. Man, I'm blanking on that movie. Old movie. You guys know what I'm talking about. And he can't even move his arms. But basically, you need to clothe yourself with humility. Everything you're doing, clothe yourself with humility. And so it's really cool to see what's going on here in Matthew chapter 18. There's a lot of examples here. Matthew 18, verse 22, he says, I do not say to you up to seven times, but up to 70 times 7. There's a whole bunch of implications that's going on with 70 times 7. Yes, Christmas story. Thank you so much. I knew you guys would know. Hey, thank you, Kiwi. Thank you so much. And so the 70 times 7 thing is really important because of the implications that it has all throughout Scripture. You have 7. The number 7 is very prominent. You have 70, which you have the 70 disciples. It's 70 times 7. 70 times 7 is 490. In Daniel 9:24, we are told about 70 weeks of years, which equal 490 years. Jesus didn't just randomly say 70 times 7. He didn't just randomly pull numbers out. He didn't just say 13 times 4. Like, it's just like, you know I'm bad at math. Like, I can't do this. Like, I'm not smart. Like, and so there's a lot more to it. We won't unpack that right here. But what's going on in Matthew chapter 18 is basically he was, so that's Matthew 18. Moving to Matthew chapter 19 is this chapter of divorce. This chapter of Matthew chapter 19, verse 1 through 12 at least, is talking a lot about divorce. Divorce is such a hard topic to talk on because of how many hurt people there are in the world. And my heart breaks for people because like there's so much pain, there's so much brokenness in our time, and people are just, the reason, this is one of the reasons why the Bible says to not be unequally yoked. We need to be equally yoked. If you're unequally yoked, it's the idea of an ox being yoked to a little donkey. Like, who's going to be pulling the weight there? It's going to be the ox. And so you need to be equally yoked so that you're on the same page with your spouse, because when hard times come, and they are going to come, you both will fall down on the foundation. What is that foundation? That foundation should be Christ. That is the picture of what's going on here. So in Matthew chapter 19, the Pharisees come up to Jesus and they're trying to trap him up again. And so they try to trap him, and because during this time there's two major ways of thinking as far as divorce came. And so since there was two major divisions on this topic of divorce, they're like, oh, we know what we're going to do. We're going to go up to Jesus and we're going to challenge him. And so they go up to Jesus and they're like, this is a lose-lose situation for you, Jesus. How are you going to get out of this one? And so they're like, what do you say about divorce? And so you need to understand the two ways of thinking back then was that one teacher was thinking that you could get divorced from your wife for any reason. You could just do it for any reason. But the other way of teaching back then was that it was only due to sexual immorality. So there was this divide among the people. And so they present this question to Jesus, and Jesus is like, he handles it beautifully, because in verse 7, they say, why then did Moses command to give a certificate of divorce and to put her away? You need to underline that word command, because Moses did not command them to. He permitted them. He permitted them, because that's what Jesus says in verse 8. He said, Moses, because of the hardness of your hearts, permitted you to divorce your wives. So there was the permitting of it. And so Jesus expounds on that, but he says, so basically, we talked a lot about divorce. We were in 1 Corinthians chapter 7. We were all the way back in Malachi. We obviously understand that God hates divorce. And so what he desires is restoration. And that's what he wants. Why? Because when you remember how much you have been forgiven in whatever you're going through, and you can forgive, and it is possible. And so sometimes every situation is different, which is why talking about divorce is so tough. It's not a one size fits all kind of answer. But there's basically three ways that we talked about and examples of when God allows remarriage. There's 3 times that in the Bible, according to what I have found, of when God allows somebody to remarry. Number 1 is if your spouse dies. Number 2 is if there is sexual immorality. If there is sexual immorality and there cannot be, restoration within the relationship, that person who got cheated on is allowed to divorce their spouse and then go out and remarry. That is what's going on there. But the person who was the adulterer, if they are going out and they're still doing their stuff, they are still living in an adultery. And it is, you don't want to, just think about that. That's a big deal. It's a very significant situation here. Our world has watered down adultery so much. It is mind-blowing. It's not even a big deal. I mean, we have websites now that we're like, hey, have an affair. Yeah, sign up here. Give us all your information. We'll have an affair. And it's real secretive. Nobody will ever find out. That's what they're doing right now. That's how crazy, out of control we are. So if your spouse dies, if there's adultery, you are allowed to divorce that person if that's the what you decide. And then the other one is if you are both lost, if you guys are not Christians and you both get born, or if you guys are both, if you are not Christians and you both get married while you're in your walk, and then one of you becomes a Christian and the other one just is like, I've had enough of you, and they just leave, then for the Christian, they can divorce and then go marry, because that's the situation there. A lot of times people are like, well, I got married to somebody, I'm a Christian and I got married to somebody who was not a Christian. But then that rule doesn't really seem to apply during that situation. So it's a very dynamic approach. Divorce is tragic and it's unbelievable. Anyways, Matthew chapter 19 talks a lot about divorce. You have this rich young ruler coming to Jesus and saying, Jesus, I've done all these things. And then Jesus is basically, you got to let go of everything you had and follow me. He asked him to follow him. What's crazy? He's like, follow me. And then he couldn't do it. Jesus literally said to him, follow me. That's wild. How staggering is that? Anyways, moving on to Matthew chapter 20, we talked about the laborers and we talked about their rewards. Basically, don't worry about it. Keep living for the Lord. Do what you do and let him figure that part out, because we should not be worried about that situation. That's on him. That's his role. That is not our role. He's the one who's going to give out the rewards when we get there. That brings us all the way back to 1 Corinthians 3, where we have gold, silver, precious stones right next to wood, hay, and stubble. And so all the things that we have done, good or bad, according to 2 Corinthians chapter 5, verse 10, are going to be right in front of us, and then they are going to be lit on fire, and the things that go away are going to be the wood, hay, and stubble. Those things are going to get burned up. So all the things that you're not doing for the Lord right now are going away. The things that you are doing for the Lord are going to remain, and that's going to be your reward. The question is, what are you doing for the Lord? It's so important to understand. If you're born again, awesome. The next question is, what are you doing with it? And so that's what we need to really come down and really underline that one. Matthew 21. In Matthew 21, this is where everything gets so interesting. So in Matthew 21, this is what Matthew's account of the triumphal entry. What's so interesting about this, you need to understand Matthew 21 and Luke 19 are connected very tightly here. This is Matthew's account. So what you see here in Matthew 21 is Jesus shows up on a donkey. He presents himself, and that's kind of like the misconception. People think that he's presenting himself one last time. He's not presenting himself. He already did that. He's showing up, and you need to understand he is not presenting himself. Why? Because he was already rejected. He was already rejected back in Matthew 12. And so now he's showing up. And even though people are like, Hosanna, Hosanna, and they're like throwing palm trees down and stuff like this, he's not. He's not presenting himself. Because if he was presenting himself, then everybody would seem to be like, there's multitudes, except like crying out to him. The multitudes made a mistake. They thought he was there to fulfill the Feast of Tabernacles. Because if you go back to Leviticus chapter 23 and you read about those feasts, the only feast that has palm trees implemented in it, or the palm branches implemented in it, is the Feast of Tabernacles. The Feast of Tabernacles is all about the millennial kingdom. So when Jesus rode into town on a donkey, they didn't understand that they thought he was there to bring in the kingdom. That's what they thought he was going to be doing. They thought he was ushering in the kingdom. And so that's why they were all excited. They made the same mistake that Peter did in Matthew chapter 17, when Peter was like, Lord, it is good for us to be here. Let us build for you 3 tabernacles, one for you, Moses, and Elijah. And that was wrong. Peter thought that the kingdom was being ushered in because he sees all this glorification going on and he's like, woo, right? And so then he's wrong. And so the people were having the same situation here and they're like, oh man, this is it. They're throwing their palm branches down, and it is crazy to see what's going on here, because when Jesus opens his mouth and he starts talking, it is nothing but judgment. And then he weeps over Jerusalem. And he's like, oh, Jerusalem, Jerusalem, if you had known even this your day, the day that made for your peace, but now it has been hidden from your eyes. What day is he talking about? It goes all the way back to Daniel chapter 9. And Daniel 9, verse 25, it talks about how there's going to be 483 years. And Jesus showed up on time, fulfilling those 483 years. He showed up. The clock started when the command was given to sent forth to rebuild the city of Jerusalem. The clock stops when Jesus rides into town on a donkey. He was there. He was there on time. And then they missed the time of their visitation. And so that fulfills 483 years, which is there. We understand there's 490 years. So there is 7 years that we're going to be talking about here when we talk about Matthew chapter 24 here in a little bit. So interesting here, but you need to understand this was not him presenting himself to the people. He already did that. He was already rejected. He just showed up because he was fulfilling everything. Now, the other thing you need to understand is he was on a donkey. He fulfilled Zechariah chapter 9:9, but he was on a donkey. What does a donkey speak of? A donkey speaks of peace. A donkey speaks of peace. That's the way he came the first time. He came as lowly as a servant. The second time he comes up, he is going to be on a horse, a white horse, which speaks of war. He's going to be coming back in authority. It's going to be wonderful. And that's obviously in Revelation chapter 19. It's really cool to see these things. Sheesh. What's up, legit? Hello, Lori. Julie, hello. How you guys doing? Okay, so that's what's going on in Matthew chapter 21. So that's Matthew 21. Moving on to Matthew 22, this is the parable of this king who is going to have a wedding for his son, and he sends out invitations to these people, and some people just ignore it. Some people just are like, it's not for me, and they go back to what they were doing. And then some other people take the servants and they just start beating them and unaliving them. And so that made the king in this parable really mad. So he sends out his armies, he destroys all of those people, and then he tells his servants to go out and invite everybody in the highways and byways. That's where you and I are. We're in that picture. We were invited because of their rejection. Israel rejected Jesus. You and I have now been grafted in, and it's awesome. We have not replaced Israel. We are here to provoke Israel to jealousy. And that's important to understand. There's this whole idea of replacement theology that is broken. It is completely wrong. It is unbelievable. I'm like, how do you not we obviously know that Israel is still essential, and it's very instrumental in the millennial kingdom. You got 12 apostles, you got the 12 gates, the pillars. They are very, very, still very important. So let's go ahead and dive into Matthew chapter 20. Matthew chapter 22. In Matthew chapter 22, verse 15, you see the Pharisees and the Herodians. Now, you need to understand the difference between the Pharisees and the Herodians. The Pharisees were very legalistic. They didn't like the Herodians. The Herodians were Jewish people as well, and they were supporters of the Roman Empire. So you have these two religious sects, and they didn't like each other. They didn't see eye to eye, but they join forces here, and they go against Jesus. They're going against Jesus, and they are trying to trip Jesus up. And so they come up with this whole idea of this tax, and they're like, hey, what do you think about the taxing situation? And basically it was a lose-lose situation, kind of like the divorce one, but Jesus found a way out of that one. So he does the same thing here. So they talk about tax, and they're like, hey, what do you say, Jesus? And if Jesus said this, he would have offended the Jewish people, but if Jesus was opposed to the tax, then he would have offended the Roman authority. So it was a lose-lose situation. And basically Jesus answers it masterfully, and he says, render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and to God the things that are God's. You need to understand, he held a coin. That coin had an image on it, and he's like, whose image is it? He's like, that's Caesar's image. He's like, okay, whatever is in the image of Caesar, give to Caesar's. Whatever is in the image of God, give to God. You and I are made in the image of God. We need to give ourselves to God. That is essentially the idea of what he was saying here, and that's why they marveled when he answered that question. But then in Matthew 22, verse 23, you have the Sadducees entering the chat. And so you have the Pharisees, you have the Herodians, and you have the Sadducees. And the Sadducees are like, we're here. And so they're just like, hey, guys, can we have a swing at Jesus? And so they're like, hey, Jesus, and you understand that the Sadducees, they say that there is no resurrection. And so since they believe that there is no resurrection, guess what their whole hypothetical situation was geared towards. It was geared towards the resurrection. And so in Matthew 22, verse 23, you see that they don't believe in the resurrection. So this hypothetical scenario that they're like, hey, Jesus, let's just go ahead and just assume that this woman had a husband, then that husband died, and then the husband's brother married that woman, and so on and so forth, and this happened 7 times. Who's going to have her in the resurrection? And Jesus was like, first off, you don't even believe in the resurrection. He says, you are mistaken, not knowing the scriptures nor the power of God, for in the resurrection they neither marry nor are given in marriage, but are like angels of God in heaven. And you need to understand that we're not going to be married when we get to heaven. That's basically what he's saying. The angels are not married in heaven, and neither are we going to be married in heaven. And that was the whole point. They don't marry because they don't need to marry. You don't need to procreate in a perfect system. And so that is basically what he is saying here. Now, the heaven is different than the millennial kingdom. The millennial kingdom, people will be repopulating. We'll talk about that later. But okay, moving on to Matthew chapter 23. Matthew chapter 23. What do we talk about here? Oh, in Matthew chapter 23, we talked about the Pharisees. We talked about how there were 8 woes. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees. There was 8 of them, 8 woes. And so what's interesting is if you compare these things that he says in Matthew 23 and you overlay them to Matthew chapter 5, the first 10 verses or so, you'll see the Beatitudes. And so the Beatitudes in Matthew 5 are basically the inverse of what you see in Matthew 23. They're the opposite. And so it's really cool to see what's going on there. And we don't need to get into that because we really tackled that one pretty heavily last time. That is all up on YouTube. There's a YouTube link up here if you guys are interested. All of these videos that we do, these Bible studies, I'm normally not on during the daytime. You guys don't get to see me with sunlight on my face, which is, for good reason. I feel like I should turn the lights off and get into a closet and be like, hello. But it's just, we had the situation, we had the ability to have a daytime Bible study. And so I'm here for it. But it's really interesting diving into Matthew chapter 23, verse 33. He calls them brood of vipers again. This is not the first time he called them that. They're being called sons of Satan multiple times. So you need to get this through your mind a little bit, because when John the Baptist, he called them the brood of vipers. He called them brood of vipers. John the Baptist called the Pharisees and the Sadducees sons of Satan. You need to understand, they called that to the religious people. The religious people back then were referred to as sons of Satan. So using that and bringing it over here in 2024, look out into the world. Are there those sons of Satan that are still in existence, that are wearing clothes of religion and have a cross on their chest and all this kind of stuff? And some of them carry a Bible. Many of them are in church. Those are sons of Satan. That is crazy. You need to be able to discern who is legit and who is not. And I'm not talking about legit, the one that's in here. Hello, legit, shout out. But it's just you need to be mindful of it. But we talked about in Matthew 23, verse 14. In Matthew 23, verse 14, it says, woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for you devour widows' houses and for a pretense make long prayers. Therefore, you will receive greater condemnation. Now, the greater condemnation is so provocative because greater condemnation implies that you can receive a lesser condemnation, right? If these really, really bad people who are leading many astray, if Jesus is the one who says you're going to receive a greater condemnation, then that implies that the possibility of having a lesser condemnation. Is that the way it works? Yes, it is. If you are lost, if you die and you never give your life to the Lord, you go to a place called Hades. That is not hell. That is not the lake of fire. Hades is different than the lake of fire. The lake of fire is so much different than Hades. Now, the people who died in the Old Testament and the people who died today who don't know Jesus, they go to Hades. That is a temporary waiting place. But after the millennial kingdom, they will be raised up, and then they will stand before the great white throne, and then the books will be opened, the book of works, and then each individual they'll be looking into books. They'll be like, okay, what's going on here? And they'll be like, okay, you did all of these things in your life. You're going to receive this condemnation. Boop. And then they go like, and then the next person will come up, and then they'll read them their works. And they'll be like, oh, you were really, really wicked. You're going to receive this condemnation. And so that's the way that it's going to go. And it's crazy because it implies this level of greater condemnation and lesser condemnation. Does that mean that the lesser condemnation is kind of not that bad? No. It's all tragic. It's all terrifying. You don't want to take any part of it, but it's very thought-provoking. Anyways, when you go into Matthew 23, what you need to understand, and this is important for what we're about to dive into right now, we're going to start winding things down, and I'm going to stop talking as fast as I have been talking. I talk that fast because, we're just doing the recap. I want you to understand when we dive into Matthew 23, you need to understand that this was Jesus's last public message. His last public message. He's talking to everybody in Matthew 23, and he's talking to everybody, not just his own. He's talking to the Pharisees, the Sadducees, everybody's there. He's talking to everybody, and it's important to understand because this last public message that he addresses to everybody, he says what the conditions will be in order, or the circumstances will be in order for them to petition his return. You need, it is so important for you to understand that. In Matthew 23, verse 37 through 39, Jesus tells them the tragedy. He's like, the tragedy is that I wanted to gather you together as hens, or as a hen gathers her chicks. And then he says that was the purpose. Then he tells them the tragedy. The tragedy is that they were not willing. That's the tragedy. So the purpose was he wanted to gather them together. The tragedy was that they were not willing. But then verse 39, Matthew 23, verse 39, he ends his public ministry. He's talking to the people. And he says, you will not see me again until you say, blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. That's going to be the circumstances that are needed in order to petition his return. You need to understand that. Hey, thank you, Stephen. Thank you so much. You need to understand that because there is a requirement in order for the second coming to occur. There is nothing needed for the rapture to occur. We're going to actually talk about that today. And so that is what I got for you guys. Hey, we did well. That only took an hour. So now if you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. My name is Ryan. We're going to be diving into Matthew chapter 24. We're going to be talking about the tribulation. It's going to be wild, and I hope you guys are here for it. This is going to take a little bit. I will upload this to YouTube. There's going to be there's a YouTube link up in my TikTok profile if you are interested. It is going to be all the other Bible studies that we have done are up on YouTube as well if you want to go check those out as well. We've done Revelation, Daniel, Ruth, Hebrews, James, John, Acts, Romans, 1st and 2nd Corinthians, Galatians. We've done all the Pauline epistles. We've done Isaiah and we've done Zechariah. And now we are in the book of Matthew. And we finally have arrived at Matthew 24, which is going to be fun. That was amazing. Please don't go. I'm not going. We're going to be doing. Thank you, Bridget. We are just getting started now. That was just a warm up to kind of set the scene for you for what we're getting into. I need you to understand. Yes, thank you, Amber. Yes, this is the YouTube right here. It's ITZ_sheesh. Okay, so Matthew 24, just before we dive into it, you need to understand, thank you, Sherry, you need to understand that Jesus ended Matthew 23 with his last public message. He's like, listen, everybody, listen up. You will not see me again until you say, blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. What's interesting about that is that they already said that when he rode into town on a donkey. They said that, but they were mistaken. The conditions were wrong. They had already rejected him. So they were quoting Psalm 118, verse 25 and 26, which was crying out, Hosanna, which was basically saying, save us. It was a plea for salvation, but they had already rejected him. And so when Jesus rode into town on a donkey, he's like, you guys already missed it. He's like, what are you guys talking about? And so you need to understand that they thought that he was there to fulfill the Feast of Tabernacles. He's like, I'm not here for that. That's a fall feast. He's like, I'm here for the Feast of Passover. I am here to die, which is what the Feast of Passover was talking about. Okay, I have to go to sleep for work tonight. All right, Michelle, go get some sleep. Okay, so we're going to be talking about some stuff here tonight. If you guys were here for the other night, we had a guy named Paul Bach up. His name is Paul Bach, B-O-C-K. He's a great dude. Love that guy. And so we kind of, you guys probably have a decent feel for it because of, that was, we did it Matthew 24, Paul's style, but this video is going to be just us. And so, I just kind of wanted to feel you guys out to see if you guys like that kind of interaction, or if you would prefer this mano y mano type of dialogue. Okay, so let's go ahead and dive on into Matthew chapter 24. Actually, before we do, for those of you who are unaware of what I believe, we're going to be talking about some secondary issues here, and you need to understand secondary issues. Well, let's focus on the primary issue real fast. The primary issue is to how to know for sure you can get to heaven. That is so important. It is unbelievable. You need to know how to know for sure you can get to heaven. You need to understand that you're a sinner, for all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. That's the bad news. Romans 6:23 says, for the wages of sin is death. That's terrible. That means we are under a death penalty. But the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord. That is so cool. That means that's talking about Jesus is God's son. He led a sinless life. He died on the cross for my sins. He was buried, and then he rose again on the third day. And the Bible says, for whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. That is the important thing to really understand here. Okay, so you are saved by grace through faith, and that not of yourselves. It is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. There's people in here like, oh, you need water baptism on top of that. And I'm like, no, you don't. It is for by grace you have been saved through faith. It's through faith. Anyways, that is what I want you to understand more than anything. That is the primary issue. Now we're going to be diving into some secondary issues. So the secondary issues of what we're going to be talking about tonight or today. And I want you to know I'm giving you my opinion. This is my take. And you can test it. I want you to test all things. Receive the scriptures with all readiness, but search the scriptures daily to find out whether they are so. That's what it says in Acts 17, verse 11. You also need to test all things and to hold fast for what is good. That's what you need to do. You need to test all things, hold fast to what is good. That's your challenge. That is my challenge as well. What's up, Tim? Good to see you. Hey, thank you, Smudge. Okay, so that is what you need to understand. I'm going to be giving you my way of thinking here in Matthew 24. I also want you guys to understand, this is a very tough chapter. There's a lot of people who are going to come in here and probably say, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. And you know what? I might be. But also what's interesting is that they might be. And so that's really interesting. I think it's going to be quite an event when we get to heaven, and we're going to find out how wrong we all were. Because we're all trying to do the best that we can. And that is what I want you to understand. Like, I'm going to tell you my opinion, and it is subject to change. Like it is. I'm pretty firm on the majority of what I feel on these secondary issues. Thank you, Bridget. But there's some things here that where I'm just like, you know what? This is what I was taught. And now I might see it differently because I'm actually diving in for myself. So there's a lot of things, a lot of questions. But it's important to be a good student and to show thyself approved is what the goal is here. And I want you guys just to kind of paint you guys a little bit of a picture. There's like so many hours that are just, I've invested just in this chapter. Like it is great. We've been in Matthew 24 a million times, but I haven't studied it. And so now you're going to get the result of the study. I'm going to try to explain everything the best that I can. We're going to uncover and roll over every stone as much as we possibly can. It's going to be really challenging. So just hang on and just, have some grace and just, try not to be like, yeah, you're so wrong. I can't believe it. Right? Like, yeah, this is tough stuff. Talking about the Bible, man, it's very challenging when you go through it in an expositional manner. Like it really forces you to get in there. Just so you guys know, So there was a couple weeks ago where Paul, I was talking to Paul on the phone, and he was running some ideas through his head, and he was basically thinking out loud at me, and he was trying to work through some stuff, and then I just threw in a verse, and he's like, oh, yeah, I haven't thought about that. And I was like, so I was able to help his mind. What's so funny about that is that the verse that I brought to his attention was the same thing I needed last night, because I literally had my head down on this table. I was sitting right over here, and my head was touching this table because I felt so overwhelmed, because I was just like, this is I had so many thoughts running through my head, and I was just like, what is the thing that's connecting everything? Like I needed a tether. And so it's funny because I called my dad, and I was like, hey dad, you up? And it was around midnight. He's like, yep. He sent me a thumb emoji. So I call him and I talked to him for 20 minutes, and he just gave me the verse And it was the same verse that I gave Paul, and it was talking about it was the same situation, and I just was like, that helped so much. I was like, because sometimes when you're reading the words and you're like, it says this and this and this, it's you tend to get lost. You tend to lose your way. You tend to lose the bigger picture. And so when you stand back from it and you look at it from a 30,000 foot view and you look at it, then you're like, oh, okay, that makes so much more sense. But when you see a word, you're just like, that word's really throwing me. And so it was kind of funny because I started laughing. I was like, Dad, that's the same thing I told Paul like 3 weeks ago. It's just so funny how it just happened. Anyways, we'll talk about that. So I'll try to be giving you that 30,000 foot view. So let's go ahead and dive into Matthew 24. Okay, Matthew chapter 24. Okay. All right, Matthew chapter 24, verse 21. Before we dive into this, you need to understand Matthew 24. You have Matthew 24, you have Mark 13, and you have Luke 21. Now, if you talk to people and they're students of prophecy, many of those students of prophecy will say Matthew 24, Mark 13, and Luke 21 are all the same thing. That's what they'll say, because Matthew, Mark, and Luke give their own account, and so they look similar. But when you actually dive into it, you'll find some very, very significant differences. And so you need to understand that they are not the same. They're not the same. I will tell you, though, that Matthew and Mark are very similar. Matthew and Mark are very similar. They're the closest. There's a little difference, but they're the closest. Matthew and Mark are very close. Luke, however, addresses something that Matthew and Mark don't even touch on. So Luke talks about the destruction of the temple, and that is what we're going to dive into. So let's go ahead and start. I just want you to understand Matthew 24, Mark 13, and Luke 21 are not the same. Matthew 24, Mark 13, Luke 21. Matthew 24, Mark 13, Luke 21. They are similar, but they're different. And so that's where you need to dive in and really be like, well, how are they different? Find the answer for those. We're going to talk about some of those things today. Matthew 24, verse 1. Let's do this thing. Matthew 24, verse 1. So Jesus ends his public ministry. He just ended it in Matthew 23. That was his last public message. He ended it by telling everybody what was going to be the circumstances in order for his return. Okay, he's like, you're not going to see me again until you petition my return, until you, Jewish people, call for me to return and say, blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. So in Matthew 24, verse 1, it says, then Jesus went out and departed from the temple, and his disciples came up to show him the buildings of the temple. Okay, so this is what you need to understand in here in verse 20, chapter 24, verse 1. It is his disciples. Notice before it was the multitudes, the Pharisees, the scribes, all those dudes. Here it specifically tells us that it's his disciples. Let's go to Mark 13 real fast. Go to Mark 13, and we're going to see who all was there. We're going to see who was there. Who are the disciples? Mark gives you a little bit more light as far as who the disciples are that Jesus is actually talking to. In Mark 13, verse 3, it says this. Now, as he sat on the Mount of Olives opposite the temple, Peter, James, John, and Andrew asked him privately. So Jesus is directing this conversation to his disciples, but Mark gives you more detail. He tells you who the disciples are that he was talking to. He says Peter, James, John, and Andrew. Now, it's interesting. I am so curious as why Andrew was grafted in here, but James and John are brothers, and Peter and Andrew are brothers. So we have two sets of brothers that are a part of this conversation between Jesus and the disciples. So he's talking to four disciples here. So going back to Matthew chapter 24, verse 1, in Matthew chapter 24, verse 1, it says, then Jesus went out and departed from the temple, and his disciples came up to show him the buildings of the temple. So they were all excited to show Jesus the temple. They're basically bragging about it. Let's go to Luke 21, verse 5. Go to Luke chapter 21, verse 5. Because this temple was being They were working on the temple, and they were basically showing him the temple. So get the visual, like they're just pointing at things. They're like, look at these things. And in Luke chapter 21, verse 5, it says this: "Then as some spoke of the temple, how it was adorned with beautiful stones and donations." So you get an interesting picture. They're looking at the stones. Like that's interesting. They are looking at the stones here. And the stones that they were pointing at were called Herodian blocks. These Herodian blocks, they weighed 8 to 10 tons. These were massive blocks. And so some of them weighed so much more than 8 to 10 tons. And those were what they were pointing at. So they were like, look at this, look at this, look at this. And so that's the picture of what's actually happening here. So in Matthew 24, verse 1, it says, "Then Jesus went out and departed from the temple, and his disciples came up to show him the buildings of the temple." They were just all excited about this temple. So that's the picture. It's like somebody got like a birthday, balloon, and they're like so excited about the balloon. And then Jesus is going to pop that balloon. And then it's going to be terrifying for the little child, where the balloon that just popped. Because in verse 2, Matthew 24, verse 2, it says this: "And Jesus said to them, do you not see all these things? Assuredly, I say to you, not one stone shall be left here upon another that shall not be thrown down." Now, remember that picture of the little balloon? Like, that's what Jesus just did. You have the disciples like looking at the temple, and they're like, man, this temple is really cool. Now, what's interesting about the temple situation is going way back. Let's go way back. So way back when in the Old Testament, they had the first temple. The first temple, Solomon's temple, was unbelievable. It was unparalleled. And then that one got destroyed, and they were taken into the Babylonian captivity. So when they went into Babylonian captivity, there was no temple. And so when you look back in time and you compare the temple that they're looking at here to that one back then, what's interesting if you read the book of Ezra is that you find that the people were weeping and wailing and mourning when the foundation of the second temple was laid. The reason why they were crying when they saw the foundation of the second temple was because the second temple couldn't hold a candle to the first temple. The second temple was much smaller than the first temple. It wasn't as grand or magnificent. And so that's what they didn't understand, that like the second temple actually was so much better. Why? Even though it was smaller and more humble, that's the one that actually had God himself walking into it. And that is why the second temple was so much more magnificent than the actual outward appearance of the first one. So in Matthew 24, verse 2, he says, "And Jesus said to them, do you not see all these things? Assuredly, I say to you, not one stone shall be left here upon another that shall not be thrown down." This must have shocked them so much because to these disciples, the temple was everything. You need to think like a first century Jew, because the first century Jew, what they would do is everything revolved around the temple. The temple. It was always about the temple because that's where they did the sacrifices. That's where they had the covering for their sins, all these things. But we finished the book of Zechariah not too long ago. So go to Zechariah chapter 11, verse 1. Because in Zechariah chapter 11, verse 1, it says this. Zechariah chapter 11, verse 1, it says, "Open your doors, O Lebanon, that fire may devour your cedars. Wail, O cypress, for the cedar has fallen, because the mighty trees are ruined. Wail, O oaks of Bashan, for the thick forest has come down. There is the sound of wailing shepherds, for their glory is in ruins. There is the sound of roaring lions, for the pride of the Jordan is in ruins." Then if you continue reading, what you find out in Zechariah chapter 11 is that Jesus says that he paints you a picture of Jesus holding a rod and a staff. And so in Zechariah chapter 11, what you find is that Jesus breaks the rod and then he breaks the staff. And so what that is a picture of is Jesus all throughout child of God, all throughout the history of the Jewish people, Jesus was protecting them. He was covering them with his hand. He had the rod and the staff. And so him breaking the rod and breaking the staff was basically him pulling his hands back and letting the wolves go in. Thank you, Pima. And so when you go back to Matthew chapter 24, verse 2, and it said, and Jesus is talking about, he's like, "Do you not see all these things? Not one stone shall be left upon another." Jesus is prophesying of a future destruction on Jerusalem, and specifically on the temple. And so that is important to understand because it all goes back, like it was prophesied way back before Jesus was even born. And now here that Jesus is here, Jesus himself is underlining the fact that it is going to be destroyed. What's interesting about this is that the disciples were shocked. They were like, what? And so what's interesting about that is that that means that the disciples did not understand Zechariah chapter 11. Even though they had Zechariah 11, they didn't understand what it was going to. How many times have you read something and you're like, I read the words, I see the words, but I have no idea what it's talking about. Very relatable, these disciples. Okay, so going back to Matthew chapter 24, verse 2, it says, and Jesus said to them, do you not see all these things? Assuredly, I say to you, not one stone shall be left here upon another that shall not be thrown down. Verse 3, we're going to stay here in verse 3 for a little bit because it's important to understand. In verse 3, it says, now as he sat on the Mount of Olives, the disciples came to him privately saying, tell us when will these things be? And what will be the sign of your coming and the end of the age? So here in verse 3, the thing that you need to understand, there's many things. The first thing is that what position is Jesus? Is he standing or is he sitting? It says specifically, now as he sat. So we know from, if you guys have been here, you understand that if he is sitting down, he is in the teaching position. That's the rabbinic way of teaching. Whenever they would be teaching, they would be sitting down. So Jesus was sitting down. He is teaching his disciples. So in verse 3, it says, now as he sat on the Mount of Olives. This is why it's referred to as the Olivet Discourse, because they are literally on the Mount of Olives. So it's called the Olivet Discourse because they were literally on the Mount of Olives. But as he sat on the Mount of Olives, the disciples came to him privately. You need to understand the privately part. He is talking to 4 disciples. He ended his public ministry, which is what we just got done talking about in Matthew chapter 23. So he's talking to them privately. We get the inside scoop. This is pretty cool. It says the disciples came to him privately saying, tell us. And now what he's going to say here in verse 3, they are going to ask 3 questions. There's going to be 3 questions here that you need to pay attention to. The first question is, when will the temple be destroyed? Or when will the temple fall? The next question is, what is the sign of your second coming? What's the sign of your second coming? That's the second one. And then the third question is, what is the sign of the end of the age? So he asks, when will the temple fall? What's the sign of your second coming? And what's the sign of the end of the age? Now, what's so interesting about this is that Jesus kind of goes out of order in a roundabout way to answer these questions. He answers the third question first. He doesn't answer the first question first. He answers the third question first. He answers the first question second, and he answers the second question last. So what's interesting about the 3 questions that they asked Jesus is that 2 of the answers are found in the Gospel of Matthew. Two of the answers are found in the Gospel of Matthew. The one that is not found in the Gospel of Matthew is, when will the temple fall? When will the temple fall? That's the first question that they ask. So let's dive into that one. We're going to answer the question, when will the temple fall? So this requires us to go to Luke 21. So go to Luke chapter 21. Go to Luke chapter 21, and we're going to answer this first question because he gives you the answer. And Luke chapter 21, verse 20, let's go to Luke 21, verse 12. In Luke chapter 21, verse 12, there's a key phrase here that you need to understand, because in Luke chapter 21, verse 12, Luke records the word before. He says, but before all these things. So up to Luke chapter 21, verse 12, Jesus gives a whole bunch of information. And so the disciples are hearing all this. And then Jesus says, but before all that happens, this is what's going to happen. And so that is what we're going to be diving into. In Matthew 21, verse 12, he says, before all of these things, before all the things that, like all the before all what he described was the wars and nation against nation and kingdom against kingdom. He described all that. Here in Matthew 21, verse 12, he says, before all of that, the temple's going to fall. And that is what he's going to describe here. So in Matthew 21, verse 12, it says, but before all these things, they will lay their hands on you and persecute you, delivering you up to the synagogues and prisons. You will be brought before kings and rulers before my name's sake. Now, what's important to understand here is that Jesus was talking to his disciples. He's looking at his disciples and he says, you are going to be persecuted. Before the tribulation, you are going to be persecuted. That is, he's talking to his disciples here. He's talking to Peter, James, John, and Andrew. He's like, you guys, you 12, 11. You guys are going to be persecuted. You're going to be delivered up to the synagogues and prisons. You will be brought before kings. Now, what's interesting about the king portion here in in Luke 21, verse 12, where it says you will be brought before kings. The kings were Gentiles. There was no king of Israel. The last king, if you're interested, go to 2 Chronicles 36 real fast. I don't know what verse, but go to 2 Chronicles 36. We'll find it. Okay, in 2 Chronicles chapter 36, verse 10. In 2 Chronicles chapter 36, verse 10, speaking of kings, this is a side note. In 2 Chronicles chapter 36, verse 10, it says, at the turn of the year, King Nebuchadnezzar summoned him and took him to Babylon with the costly articles from the house of the Lord, and made Zedekiah, Jehoiakim's brother, king over Judah and Jerusalem. So what you need to understand here is that what 2 Chronicles chapter 36, verse 10 is telling you is that the last Davidic king of Israel was Zedekiah. Zedekiah was the last Davidic king of Israel. And Zedekiah, his name means Jehovah is righteous, which is, kind of just cool just to know. But Zedekiah was the last Davidic king of Israel. He was the last one. Important to understand that because there are no more Jewish kings. There are no more Davidic kings. Zedekiah was the last one. Important to understand in general sense, but not necessarily for here. Let's go back to Luke 21, verse 12. Because in Luke 21, verse 12, it says, but before all these things, they will lay their hands on you and persecute you, delivering you up to the synagogues and prisons. You will be brought before kings. These are Gentile kings and rulers for my name's sake. But it will turn out for you as an occasion for testimony. Therefore, settle it in your hearts not to meditate beforehand on what you will answer, for I will give you a mouth and wisdom which all your adversaries will not be able to contradict or resist. So what he's saying, it's so interesting because so many people will take that passage right there and they'll be like, oh, I don't need to prepare. No, this was instructions for these disciples. He's like, he's telling them what is going to happen to them. He says, for I will give you a mouth and wisdom in verse 15, which all your adversaries will not be able to contradict or resist. You will be betrayed even by parents and brothers, relatives and friends, and they will put some of you to death. And you will be hated by all for my name's sake. But not a hair on your head shall be lost. By your patience, possess your souls. It's so interesting here because there's so many questions that naturally arise, and we could talk about this. But basically, 10 out of the 11 apostles actually ended up dying. They died before these birth pangs actually began. So get the picture here. Jesus is talking to his disciples. We haven't got there yet, but he's going to talk about these wars, these rumors of wars. He's going to talk about kingdoms against kingdoms, nations against nations. And then he says, but before all of that, you guys, you're going to be persecuted and you're going to be killed. That's basically what he's telling them. And so here in Luke 21, he says that some of you will be put to death. Now, what's interesting about that is that 10 out of the 11, because we don't talk about Judas was not a part of this, obviously, but 10 out of the original or 11 out of the original 12 actually or 10 out of the 11 actually died, like were put to death. John, the apostle, was the only one who pretty much died of old age, it seems, which is really interesting, really, really interesting. So the majority of the apostles actually were put to death. But it says, and you will be hated by all for my name's sake in verse 17, but not a hair of your head will be lost. This is spiritually speaking, obviously. This is not physically. People take this out of context a lot. But it says, by your patience possess your souls. So verse 19 is kind of challenging because what this is essentially saying is meaning regardless of the trials ahead, the apostles will still win or acquire or possess the souls that they won during their testimony. They are going to possess those souls. They are still going to achieve what they were supposed to be doing. So that's what verse 19 is talking about. Let's dive into the destruction of the temple. This, in Luke 21, verse 20, and Luke 21, verse 20 is where Jesus is going to answer the first question. He is going to tell them when the temple is going to be destroyed. Because remember, the disciples were like, they were just showing Jesus about the temple. They're like, hey, look at how cool this temple is. Isn't it wonderful? And Jesus is like, this is going to be destroyed. And they're like, when? That's what he answers here in Luke 21, verse 20. And Luke 21, verse 20, it says, but when you see Jerusalem surrounded by armies, then know its desolation is near. Now, desolation is near, has the idea of in arm's reach, meaning it's tangible. It's about to occur. Then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. Let those who are in the midst of her depart, and let those who are not in the country enter her. This Luke 21, verse 21 is so interesting because this was prophesying about the diaspora. Because when these Christian Jews, when the Jews that were Messianic, the Jews that were in Jerusalem or in Judea, when they saw all of these things happening, they understood that they needed to get out. And so they did. So over 20,000 Christian Jews fled to a place called Pella. And this is all documented. You could go check it out. It's really remarkable. They fled. They saw them being surrounded. They're like, we got to get out now. So they got out when the getting was good. And then they fled to Pella, which is in Jordan, which is in the area of Decapolis. It's a very Gentile place, which is provocative because in Isaiah 63, where they flee to is Basra or Edom, which is in Jordan. And that connects all the way back to Daniel 11:41. It's remarkable. Like just seeing all these things, like you just like, like I was trying to go to bed last night and I was just like thinking about all this stuff and I was just like, oh. Next thing you know, I'm like been laying there for like 2 hours. I'm like, couldn't sleep. But it's remarkable seeing all these things happen. But in Luke 21, verse 21, and he says, then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. Let those who are in the midst of her depart, and let not those who are in the country enter her. For these are the days of vengeance, that all things which are written may be fulfilled. This was prophesied all the way back in Zechariah chapter 11. He's telling you, he's like, this stuff was already foretold. We've told you about it. You just didn't understand. I'm telling you what's going to happen. And so that is what's going on. And so in verse 23, he says, but woe to those who are pregnant and to those who are nursing babies in those days. For there will be great distress in the land and wrath upon this people, and they will fall by the edge of the sword and be led away captive into all nations, and Jerusalem will be trampled by Gentiles until the times of the Gentiles are fulfilled. It is so cool to see how perfect. Hey, thank you, Andrew. It is so cool to see how amazing and accurate and awesome everything took place. You need to, somebody came up here the other day and was like, you can't prove the Bible to be true. And I was just like, I don't know if you're pulling my leg or anything like that. But the Bible, 66 books, it's all history. It's all confirming itself over and over again, not to talk about the archaeology that you can just add on to it and all the non-biblical books, the history books that basically expound on many of these events that are being documented here. It's just like, anyways, it doesn't matter, but it says until the times of the Gentiles are fulfilled. We need to understand here, it's very important for us. Thank you, Bridget. It's very important what's up, Brandon? Very important for us to understand that there is a difference between the times of the Gentiles and the fullness of the Gentiles. There's something called the times of the Gentiles, and there's something called the fullness of the Gentiles. The fullness of Gentiles is found in Romans 11:25. Paul talks about the fullness of the Gentiles. So let's talk about the difference between the times of the Gentiles and the fullness of the Gentiles. The times of the Gentiles began way back when Israel was taken into captivity when Nebuchadnezzar destroyed Jerusalem. So Nebuchadnezzar, he goes, he takes all the Jewish people, he brings them to Babylon. That starts the times of the Gentiles, because who has dominion over the Jewish people? Gentiles did. So that's the time of the Gentiles. There's something called the fullness of Gentiles. The fullness of Gentiles is something different, because in Romans 11:25, he says the Jewish people are blind in part until the fullness of the Gentiles comes in. So, it gives you this picture that the fullness of the Gentiles is a picture of the rapture. There's something called the rapture. We hopefully you guys understand what that's talking about. But basically, the visual that you are painted in your mind is, imagine like there's a countdown in heaven, and every time somebody gets saved, it's one less. So like 100, 99. Somebody else gets saved, 98. Somebody else gets saved, 97, 96, 95, all the way down to 10, 9, 8. And so there's a time where the Father is going to look over and say to the Son and say, go get him. And that is the time. That's the picture that we are seeing. There is this fullness of the Gentiles that is like right when the cup, you fill up a cup and the cup starts, kind of getting round at the top because it's so full of liquid, but it's not overflowing yet. It's just like one more drop, one more drop, one more drop, one more drop. When is it going to go over? That is the time of the Gentiles. When that moment comes in, that is a picture of the rapture. And so here in Luke 21, he's talking about the times of the Gentiles, which is speaking about this Gentile dominion, and it's in contrast to the fullness of the Gentiles, which is found in Romans 11:25. Okay, so let's get back to Matthew 24. So going back to Matthew 24, just to kind of covering what we just talked about, in Matthew 24, verse 3, there are 3 questions that they asked. They asked, when will the temple fall? We just answered that question in Luke 21. All of that was talking about Luke 21. Those verses that we just read in Luke 21 was the answer to when that would fall. Jesus just answered them. Now, the next question is, what is the sign of your second coming? What is the sign of your second coming? Because that's what it says in Matthew 24, verse 3. It says, tell us, when will these things be? And what will be the sign of your coming and the end of the age? Okay, so let's keep reading here. Now that we have one of those questions answered, now let's keep on reading. In Matthew 24, verse 4. Now we're going to get in some interesting waters. Matthew 24, verse 4, it says, and Jesus answered and said to them, take heed that no one deceives you. Now, what is so interesting about this is that deception is basically, it's talked about many times in this passage. And you need to understand, Paul tells us, let's go to 2 Thessalonians real fast. Let's go check out 2 Thessalonians chapter 2. Because in 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 3, in 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 3, Paul says, and he expounds on this deception. 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 3, Paul says, let no one deceive you. Hey, thanks, Brandon. He says, let no one deceive you. So wait a second. If I come up to you and I'm like, hey guys, make sure nobody deceives you, and then I just walk away and I'm just like, okay, good luck. Like, you're going to be like, well, I have questions. Like, how do I make sure that I'm not deceived? The answer is to know the word of God for yourself. Don't rely on somebody else to do it for you. You need to know it for yourself. Why? Because then you'll have up your little force field. You'll have on the full armor of God. You'll got the helmet, you got the shield, you got the sword, you got the breastplate, you got all these things, and you are just armed to the teeth. And you're like, you know what? I can see. Thy word is a lamp unto my feet and a light unto my path. If I don't have his word, then I don't have a lamp. If I don't have a lamp, then I can't see where I'm walking on the path. If I can't see where I'm walking on the path, I'm going to fall down into something. And I'm going to just get it all over me. I'm going to be like, and it's just going to be this whole thing. You need to know the word of God for yourself. Matthew chapter 24, verse 4, it says, and Jesus answered and said to them, take heed that no one deceives you. For many will come in my name, saying, I am the Christ, and will deceive many. Fascinating. Verse 6, it says, and you will hear of wars and rumors of wars. See that you are not troubled, for all these things must come to pass, but the end is not yet. Now, Paul talked about this. I'm just going to expound on it a little bit, just to try to make it a little bit more clear in case you didn't understand then. But the verse 4 through 6, Matthew chapter 24, verse 4 through 6, these are not signs. He's saying, many will come in my name. They'll say, I am the Christ, and deceive many. You will hear of wars and rumors of wars. Those things are going to happen. Since the church age began, back in Acts chapter 2, when the church began, there were wars and rumors of wars and all this kind of stuff happening. Those are not signs. He's like, those are going to happen. So you will hear of wars and rumors of wars. See that you are not deceived or not troubled, for all these things must come to pass, but the end is not yet. So these, in verse 4 through 6, these are not signs. So what are the signs? He's like, well, what is the sign of your coming? So let's talk about some of these signs. So those wars and rumors of wars are not signs, but verse 7 changes. Verse 7 changes into a completely, he shifts it. In verse 7, in verse 6 where it says wars and rumors of wars, that's speaking of like more local, like a local war, something that they all know. Verse 7 is different. In verse 7 it says, for nation will rise against nation and kingdom against kingdom. A rabbinic idiom. This is a rabbinic idiom for a world war. That's so fascinating. I didn't know that before. This is a rabbinic idiom for a world war. He's like, yeah, you're going to have these like little skirmishes. It's going to be like a thing over here, like these people and these people. You're going to hear about that kind of stuff. But when you hear about a nation rising against a nation and a kingdom against the kingdom, these are idioms, a rabbinic idiom of a world war, which is fascinating because when you go back to 1913, roughly somewhere around there, that's when the First World War took place. You had a literal, we labeled it World War. And then when you fast forward a couple of decades, you have the Second World War. And you know what's so fascinating about these world wars is that the Jewish people were they were like a key player, like in not a good way. They were the focus, like Germany going against Israel, like they were trying to wipe them out. That was their goal. Like they had like all of these goals that they wanted to achieve, and they wanted to eliminate the Jewish people. Why? Like what? Okay, so you need so when you understand the reason why the world hates the Jewish people, you need to understand it. It's not just a random, like, how come all these other civilizations and all these other ones went away and they're no longer here in our world today in 2024? But why are the Jews still around? They were dispersed, they were scattered all over the place, and somehow they're still here. That is an impossibility, but they're still here. And so when you understand that they're still here and you still see that they're under attack right now, you need to understand it's a spiritual warfare, and Satan is trying everything he can to eliminate them. Because if he can eliminate them, then God ceases to be God, because in Isaiah and all other places, he says that there will be a remnant. They're not going away. But Satan is in overtime trying to make it happen so that God will cease to be God. It's not going to happen, but Satan's going to keep on trying. So here in verse 7, he says, for nation will rise against nation and kingdom against kingdom, and there will be famines, pestilences, and earthquakes in various places. So here in verse 7, these are the signs. These are the signs. Verse 4 through 6, those are not signs. Verse 7, those are the signs. So what's so interesting, go hold your place there in Matthew 24, and let's go to Revelation chapter 6. Hey, thank you, Erica. Go to Revelation chapter 6, because we're gonna do some comparisons, kind of like what we did with Matthew 5 and Matthew 23. Did you guys hear that? That was my hip. I'm sitting down and I'm breaking. But let's go ahead. Let's compare some of these things, okay? So we're going to look at Revelation chapter 6. For those of you who are unfamiliar with the book of Revelation, chapter 6 is going to be really focusing on the seals. Not like, like the special forces or anything like that, but these seals that are going to be unsealed during the tribulation. So in Revelation chapter 1, you have basically the introduction. John sees Jesus. Revelation 2 and 3, you have the church age, where Jesus writes the letters to the 7 churches. Revelation 4 and 5, you have John having this just crazy vision. He's before the Lord. He sees the 24 elders, the 4 creatures, all these things. But in Revelation chapter 5, what you find is that Jesus goes up to the Father and he takes the scroll from the Father's hand. Nobody, in Revelation chapter 5, we're told that nobody could open the scroll. So you're like, okay, well, what's the point of the scroll? Well, you need to understand that the scroll is a picture of the title deed to the earth. Meaning that going way back before sin, when Adam had dominion, because Adam and Eve, they had dominion over the creatures of the world. That's why they had the name. They named all the creatures. Like, that shows that they had dominion. God named Adam. God named Eve. God created everything. He named it those things, which shows that he has dominion over those things. Adam, he gave dominion over the beast of the creatures, everything in the sea. He's like, you name them. And so by Adam naming them, meaning that Adam had dominion over them. But then when sin came, he lost the title deed to the earth. And so that's what Jesus did when he showed up. He regained the ability he basically seized that title deed to the earth. So this scroll that opens up in Revelation chapter 6 was only openable by Jesus himself because he fulfilled everything. He's like, I gave it to you, Adam. You messed it up. The last Adam, or Jesus, is going to be able to take that back. And so Jesus shows up and he opens the scroll. And there are 7 seals here. So what I want you to, so that's a little bit of a backstory. So you have the picture of these, in Matthew 24, you have nation will rise against nation, you have kingdom against kingdom, you have famines, you have pestilences, you have earthquakes in various places. And then in Matthew 24, verse 8, it says, all these are the beginning of sorrow. Now what's interesting is let's compare what we just read in Matthew 24, verse 7, and let's look at the signs that are found in Revelation chapter 6. So let's just focus on these world wars, for example. So let's just focus on wars, just in general. Look at Revelation chapter 6, verse 3 and 4. Revelation chapter 6, verse 3 and 4. We're just focusing on war. Revelation chapter 6, verse 3, it says, and he opened the second seal, and I heard the second living creature saying, come and see. Another horse, fiery red, went out, and it was granted to the one who sat on it to take peace from the earth, and that people should kill one another, and there was given to him a great sword. This is a picture of war. Now that's interesting because that's paralleling what Jesus was talking about in Matthew 24, verse 7. But it doesn't stop there. Now the next one in Matthew 24, verse 7, after the wars, is famine. Now let's look at Revelation chapter 6, verse 5. In Revelation chapter 6, verse 5, we're going to be talking about famine because that's what Jesus says in Matthew 24. In Revelation chapter 6, verse 5, it says, when he opened the third seal, I heard the living creature say, come and see. So I looked, and behold, a black horse, and he who sat on it had a pair of scales in his hand. And I heard a voice in the midst of the 4 living creatures saying, a quart of wheat for a denarius and 3 quarts of barley for a denarius, and do not harm the oil and the wine. Now, this is speaking of a famine. There's all kinds of things that are, speculation there. Like, it seems to be a man-made famine because if there's oil and wine, it implies that they are in existence, that they were told not to harm those things, meaning that they're there. In an actual famine, you don't have oil and wine. Those things are gone. So it seems like this is going to be a man-made, and this is just projection on my part. I don't know. You can be the judge of that. But it's fascinating because you have the famine being introduced here in Revelation chapter 6, verse 5 and 6, and it's being talked about. Jesus talks about that in Matthew chapter 24, verse 7. Now the next one is pestilences or a plague. Now let's talk about the next one because in Matthew 24, verse 7, the next one after famine is pestilences or a plague. Now let's go to Revelation chapter 6, verse 7 and 8. And let's talk about plagues because plagues seem to be introduced in here. In Revelation chapter 6, verse 7, it says, and when he opened the 4th seal, I heard the voice of the 4th living creature saying, come and see. So I looked, and behold, a pale horse, and the name of him who sat on it was Death, and Hades followed with him. And power was given to them over a fourth of the earth to kill with the sword, with hunger, with death, and by the beasts of the earth. What's remarkable about this entire verse right there is that the beasts of the earth are going to be somehow unleashed upon the humanity. So there's some people who are like, oh, I'm a prepper and I'm going to go live out in the mountains and it's going to be completely fine. Dude, like if you're alive during this time, like look out for them chipmunks, man. They're going to be dive bombing on you. Like you're just going to be sleeping. Next thing you know, but it's like these animals during this time are going to be going again. Like right now, currently, they're fearful of us. That's God allowing that to be. There's coming a time where they're not going to be fearful of us. Then birds coming out of the air and all these things. Like you are, like it's going to be unlike the world that we know right now during this tribulation. It's going to be unlike anything that the world has ever experienced before. And so you need to understand that. Okay, so that is Matthew 24, verse 7. We talked about the wars. We talked about the famines. We talked about the pestilences. Now let's talk about the earthquakes. Let's talk about the earthquakes. So in Matthew 24, verse 7, you have the earthquakes being introduced. But let's go to Revelation chapter 6, verse 12. Revelation chapter 6, verse 12. In Revelation chapter 6, verse 12, it says this, I looked when he opened the sixth seal, and behold, there was a great earthquake. And the sun became black as sackcloth of hair, and the moon became like blood. And the stars of heaven fell to the earth as fig trees drop in its late figs when it's shaken by a mighty wind. Then the sky receded as a scroll when it is rolled up, and every mountain and island was moved out of its place. And the kings of the earth, the great men, the rich men, the commanders, the mighty men, every slave and every free man hid themselves in the caves and in the rocks of the mountains, and said to the mountains and rocks, fall on us and hide us from the face of him who sits on the throne and from the wrath of the Lamb. For the great day of his wrath has come, and who is able to stand? You know, it's so interesting. So what you're seeing here, going back to Matthew 24, is Jesus gives you the signs. He's like, this is what it's going to be like. This is what it's going to be like. This is what it's going to be like. But what's so interesting is, let's go back to Matthew 24, is in Matthew 24, what we just read in verse 7, you see nation rise against nation, you see kingdom against kingdom, you see famines, you see pestilences and earthquakes in various places. That is all what we just read in Revelation chapter 6. What's so fascinating about that is that Jesus said that in Matthew 24 when he was boots on the ground. He was alive. This was before his crucifixion. What's equally fascinating is that after Jesus ascends into heaven, John, the Apostle John, gets exiled on the island of Patmos. He's there by himself. And then out of nowhere, he has this vision. And Jesus shows up. And Jesus basically says it again. He's like, hey, John, I'm going to say it again. Now, who are the four apostles who were here? You have Peter, James, John. So he tells John here in Matthew 24. He tells John again in Revelation chapter 6, John. What's so interesting about the book of Daniel and the book of John is that Daniel is in the Old Testament. Daniel is referred to as the beloved. You see that. It's just really cool. Daniel is the one that is referred to as the beloved. Daniel has apocalyptic insight. He was given this apocalyptic visions. John in the New Testament is also called the beloved, the disciple whom Jesus loved, the beloved, and he also has apocalyptic insight. You see you see one in the Old Testament, you see one in the New Testament. It's fascinating stuff here. But when you dive into Matthew chapter 24 verse 8, moving on to Matthew chapter 24 verse 8, it says, all these are the beginning of sorrows. Now the word sorrow here has the idea of birth pains. This is a birth pain, giving birth to something. Now, the question is, it's interesting that he uses the word sorrow here, because it's like, okay, what's going on? Why did he say this? These are the beginning of sorrows, or these are the beginning of the birth pains. So the first birth pain, if you imagine a woman that is pregnant around 5 to 6 months, that is pregnant. Now, I'm not a woman. I'm still trying to figure out what that is. But she may feel a contraction around this point, and she could have a baby early. That's just a possibility. There are babies that are born prematurely, right? But in a normal pregnancy, the contraction, they come and go, and the woman, this woman, seems to have already had the first contraction. You see these signs being implemented. Now, we know that we are not yet in the tribulation. You need to understand that there are people who think we are in the tribulation. And you need to understand, you need to have a tether to something. To why are we not in the tribulation? I can tell you why. I can give you a very specific reason on why we are not in the tribulation, even though there are signs. Now, what's interesting about this woman, this picture that Jesus is using, he's using an illusion. He's like, when you see these birth pangs, that he's like, when the intensity increases, when all of these things, when all of these things start ramping up and ramping up and ramping up and ramping up, a baby's about to be born. He's using that. He's drawing on that to get you to understand when you start seeing it happen, then the time is very near. Now, this is very applicable to our world today, because you just pay attention to Israel. I mean, Israel it's on defense and offense right now. We obviously know they're basically done with Hamas. They just are wrecking Hezbollah in Lebanon right now. They're currently attacking the Houthis over in Yemen. You see all of this stuff happening. Iran is basically getting all of its proxies just like cut off. And so then Iran is exposed in a sense. They lost its shield. And so now Iran is naturally going to look for other allies that are stronger than these weak ones that they're like, oh, Hezbollah, like we thought you were better than that. We need some stronger people. And so they're going to start looking for Russia. They're going to look for Turkey. There's going to be this coalition of forces that are going to come against Israel. It's fascinating to see this kind of stuff. But why are we not in the tribulation if we're seeing signs of the tribulation right now? We're not in the tribulation right now. And here's the big reason why. This one is really important to understand. Revelation, go to Revelation chapter 11. Go to Revelation chapter 11, and I will tell you why we are not in the tribulation. This is going to be so important for you to really remember. This was what I was telling you guys about when I was just like running all these things through my head. I literally had my head down. I was just like, oh my goodness, I can't think. In Revelation chapter 11, we are told very clearly on when we will know. And I believe in a pre-tribulation rapture. I know there's going to be some people who are like, I can't believe you think we're not going to go through the... No, it's just my opinion. It's okay if you see it differently. It's a secondary issue, guys. You need to focus on the primary issue and tell people about Jesus and how to be born again. That's what we need to be focusing on. These are all secondary issues. But Revelation chapter 11 is what you need to really hold on to as far as why we are not in the tribulation. Revelation 11, verse 1, it says, Then I was given a reed like a measuring rod, and the angel stood, saying, Rise and measure the temple of God, the altar, and those who worship there. But leave out the court which is outside the temple, and do not measure it, for it has been given to the Gentiles. And they will tread the holy city underfoot for 42 months. Now, what you need to understand here is that the Bible is very specific on the amount of time. 42 months, a time, a half a time, 1,260 days. That is all the same way of saying 3.5 years. These are all the same ways of saying 3.5 years. But here's what you need to understand. Revelation 11, verse 3. In Revelation 11, verse 3, it says, And I will give power to my 2 witnesses, and they will prophesy 1,260 days, which is 3.5 years, clothed in sackcloth. These are the 2 olive trees and the 2 lampstands standing before the God of the earth. Now, I personally believe that this is Moses and Elijah. It doesn't matter what I think on here. This is a secondary issue. It's just fun diving into it. It's okay if you disagree. But it says in verse 5, it says, And if anyone wants to harm them, fire proceeds from their mouth and devours their enemies. And if anyone wants to harm them, he must be killed in this manner. These have power to shut heaven so that no rain falls in the days of their prophecy. And they have power over waters to turn them into blood and to strike the earth with all plagues as often as they desire. When they finish their testimony, the beast that ascends out of the bottomless pit will make war against them, overcome them, and kill them. So here's the whole point. Now, we just read some verses there, but the point is that in Matthew 24, we're reading about world wars, we're reading about famines, we're reading about pestilences, earthquakes in various places. Are all those things happening right now? Yes. But is it the tribulation? No. Why? Because in Revelation, what we just read in Revelation chapter 11, we know it's not the tribulation because during the tribulation, there's going to be a temple. Because that's what Revelation 11 Revelation 11 tells us. There's going to be a physical temple. There's going to be a third temple. These 2 witnesses are going to be in front of it preaching for 3.5 years. We know that they're going to be in front of it, and they're going to be indestructible for 3.5 years. That is what the Bible tells you in Revelation chapter 11. So Revelation chapter 11 is your tether to basically measure where we're at. Are these signs happening? Yes. It's ramping up, it's ramping up, it's ramping up. Does that mean we're in the tribulation? No. Why? Because we don't have the 2 witnesses. We don't even have the third temple. But if you see the third temple going up and you see this 2 witnesses going and doing all these things, then you know you are in the tribulation. That's terrifying. I believe the church will be gone before then. So it's important to understand that the 2 witnesses need to be here. The third temple needs to be here. And then if those things are both here, then you're in the first 3.5 years. Now, we know that there's going to be a tribulation for 7 years. That is So important to understand. We're going to be talking about this 7-year tribulation. We're going to be talking about that here in a little bit. But there's parts. There's the first 3.5 that is referred to as the tribulation. The second 3.5 years, which 3.5 and 3.5 equals 7. So 7 divided by 2, you have 3.5, 3.5. First half of 3.5 is the tribulation. The second half is referred to as the Great Tribulation. Okay, so that is just that's hopefully all that kind of stuff makes sense. You see all of these things, this child, you see a picture like a woman, she's about to give birth, and like you're not sure if she's about to give birth. Like sometimes you look at a woman and you're like, you're not even close to giving birth, right? Like, and then after a while you're like, man, you're about to pop, right? Like, and so you can see that. And so we're paying attention. When you're paying attention, when you're being watchful, you start seeing things and you're like, well, hold on. What's going on right now? It seems like things are really ramping up. These signs are really ramping up. That is what's going on in our world right now in September 30th. Really cool stuff. Okay. Hopefully that kind of helps, but let's get back into Matthew chapter 24. Matthew chapter 24, verse 9. In Matthew chapter 24, verse 9, it says, "Then they will deliver you up to tribulation and kill you, and you will be hated by all nations for my name's sake." So here in verse 9, you have a difference that's going on in verse 9. You have two groups of people. You have you will be hated by all, and then by all nations. So there's a difference here. He's talking to you. He says, then you will be hated by all nations. By all nations. So you have all you will be hated by all nations. So who is he talking to here? He's talking to Israel. He says, you will be hated by all nations for my name's sake. Now, this is interesting because, speaking during the tribulation, Israel is going to be they're going to be unbelievably attacked. It is going to be unlike any other time. And it's gonna get really terrible, and we're gonna be talking about that. But you need to remember the focus here is that Jesus is he's on the Mount of Olives. He's looking at the temple, which is in Jerusalem. He's talking to his Jewish people, his Jewish disciples, and it's all connected there. That's the focus. You need to remember that. But moving on to verse 10, it says, "And then many will be offended, will betray one another, and will hate one another. Then many false prophets will rise up and deceive many." So verse 9 through 14, some believe, is referring to the first 3.5 years of the tribulation. Okay? Verse 9 through 14, some people believe is referring to the first 3.5 years of the tribulation. That is what some people believe. And then verse 15 through 22 seem to be guided or geared towards the Great Tribulation. We will unpack that, and we're going to talk about that. But let's talk about verse 11 real fast. Because in verse 11 it says, "Then many false prophets will rise up and deceive many." So you have this whole picture where these false prophets are going to rise up. But what you need to understand is that during the first half of the tribulation, these false prophets will prophesy falsely, and they're going to be leading many astray. But that's all they're going to be doing. They're going to be prophesying falsely. Now let's look at the difference between what's going to take place during the first 3.5 years, and let's look at the false prophets during the last 3.5 years. Go to verse 24. Go to Matthew 24, verse 4. Because he gives you a clear, it's daytime. Yeah, what's up, Brandon? How you doing, man? Yeah, I know. This is highly unusual. Normally, I don't go live until midnight. But yeah, in Matthew 24, verse 24, it says, "For false Christs and false prophets will rise." And then he lets you know a little bit more about these false prophets. He says, "False prophets will rise and show great signs and wonders." So you need to make a distinction between the first 3.5 years, because in the second 3.5 years. The first 3.5 years, there's going to be false prophets. And during the first 3.5 years, those false prophets are going to prophesy falsely, and they are going to lead many astray. In contrast to the Great Tribulation, in Matthew 24, which is talking about during the Great Tribulation, there's going to be false prophets that arise, and then it says, "and will show great signs and wonders." So these false prophets are able, it's almost like there's like a throttle. He's like, hey, during the first 3.5 years, yeah, you false prophets, you can just prophesy falsely. The last 3.5 years, you false prophets, you're going to be able to do all kinds of stuff. You can do whatever. Thank you, Faith. Thank you so much. Fascinating stuff that's going on But you need to understand one is being taken place in the first 3.5 years. The other is being taken place during the second 3.5 years. Okay. So let's go back to Matthew chapter 24. And in Matthew chapter 24, verse 11, it says, then many false prophets will rise up and deceive many. We talked about this before, about deception. Here's that word deceive again. Deceive. Like, I mean, it's crazy, the level of deception that we're under. But verse 12, it says, and because lawlessness will abound, the love of many will grow cold. Now, lawlessness. Let's focus on that word real fast. Let's go to 2 Thessalonians chapter 2. 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 6. Because in 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 6, we get 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 6. In 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 6, Paul says, and now you know what is restraining, that he may be revealed in his own time. For the mystery of lawlessness is already at work. Only he who now restrains will do so until he is taken out of the way. Now, there's a lot of people who see that passage differently, and we each have our own opinions. I personally believe that the Holy Spirit is the restrainer, but it's through us. You and I are restraining. We are restraining. And so the word taken out of the way means taken out of the middle. It basically has the idea of if you're going to run and try to tackle me, all I'm going to do is just step out of the way, and then you're going to go flying by, and I'm just stepping aside. The Holy Spirit's still going to be here during the tribulation. You need to understand that. There's going to be people who get saved during the tribulation. So clearly the Holy Spirit is still here. So I believe the church is the idea that's restraining what's going on right now. But when the church is removed, it's going to open up the floodgates for all kinds of lawlessness that is going to take place on the earth. And basically whatever every evil person wants to do, they're going to be able to do. And it's just going to be, the floodgates are going to open wide open. But it says Matthew 24, verse 12. In Matthew 24, verse 12, it says, and because lawlessness will abound, the love of many will grow cold. And then in verse 13, it says, but he who endures to the end shall be saved. Now, this is one of those passages where some people are like, well, this is talking about the church. This is, this is talking about, no. I personally believe in this. Again, you need to test all things and come to your own conclusion, hold fast to what is good. But this is not referring to you and I. This is not referring to the church. This is referring to the Jewish people who are here during the tribulation. But he who endures to the end shall be saved. This refers to the Jew that is a tribulation saint. He's going to be a tribulation saint. And all of this is going to hopefully become clear here when we continue these verses, but I'm just letting you know beforehand that this is referring to the Jewish people that are become tribulation saints, because there's different buckets. Like if you imagine this cup, and in this bucket, I put all of the Old Testament saints. Here's Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, all those guys. They're in the Old Testament saints. In this bucket, this is where all the church saints are in. I'm in there. Hopefully you're in there, and we're like, we're going in this bucket. But then over here, there's the tribulation saints. These guys who get saved during the tribulation. They're in here. The Old Testament saints, they're already with the Lord. You and I, we are on earth right now, but we will be with the Lord before the rapture, or before the tribulation. The tribulation saints, they're going to have to endure through the tribulation. Thank you, Josh. And so that's a visual so that you can understand that there's a different categories of these saints. So in Matthew 24, verse 13, where it says, but he who endures to the end shall be saved, this is speaking to the Jewish person who becomes a tribulation saint, or who becomes a saint during the tribulation. And if he survives the 7 years, he will be saved physically. There's a difference. Like, you can say, hey, are you saved? And like, depending on the context, you need to understand what it's actually referring to. Like, because I can say, hey, are you saved? And you could be like, well, what do you mean? Well, yeah. Were you just pulled out of a burning building? Because in that context, yeah, you would be saved. You were just saved. But if I say, hey, are you saved? You could be like, what do you mean? Well, are you born again? There's different ideas. So you need to apply the context here appropriately. So here in verse 13, where it says, but he who endures to the end shall be saved, he's speaking to that Jewish person who becomes a born-again believer during the tribulation. And when it says, if he who endures to the end shall be saved, it is speaking, if he survives the 7-year tribulation, he will be saved physically. Why will he be saved physically? Because the Lord will return. He is already saved spiritually. He will also be saved physically. So that is my take on that. But then we get down to verse 14. Matthew chapter 24, verse 14, it says, "And this gospel of the kingdom will be preached in all the world as a witness to all the nations, and then the end will come." Okay, so this is really interesting. Man, my kids are gonna be home in an hour and 45 minutes, and I'm just gonna be like, go upstairs and go to your room because I don't think we're gonna be able to get through this. No, I'm totally kidding. I'll figure that out. But okay. So in verse 14, it says, "And this gospel of the kingdom will be preached in all the world as a witness to all the nations, and then the end will come." What's interesting about this is that the gospel of the kingdom will be preached. There's a lot of verses. There's a lot of interesting things that happen here. Let's go to Colossians chapter 1. Go to Colossians chapter 1. Colossians chapter 1. Because in Colossians chapter 1, there's a couple verses here which are very interesting. Colossians chapter 1, if I can turn pages. Colossians chapter 1, in Colossians chapter 1, verse 5. In Colossians chapter 1, verse 5, Paul says, "Because of the hope which is laid up for you in heaven, of which you heard before in the word of the truth of the gospel, which has come to you, as it has also in all the world." Interesting. So Paul is saying that the gospel has reached them and also in all the world. Now, what is that talking about? Let's go also to Colossians chapter 1, verse 23. Go to Colossians chapter 1, verse 23, because in Colossians chapter 1, verse 23, Paul continues and says, "If indeed you continue in faith, grounded and steadfast, and are not moved away from the hope of the gospel which you have heard, or which you heard, which was preached to every creature under heaven, of which I, Paul, became a minister." Fascinating. The gospel which you have heard, which was preached to every creature under heaven. Well, that's very provocative. What in the world? Okay, so now to basically expound on that, go to Revelation chapter 14. Revelation chapter 14, verse 6. Because, some people, it's so interesting. We're doing the best that we can. We're trying to work with what we got. We're trying to, look through like a little keyhole. We're like, what can I see on the other side of the door? That's what we're trying to do here with what we are given. And, I want you guys to know I'm not perfect. Some of the things I'm saying right now might be wrong. That's okay. Like, I can't wait to get to heaven to find out how wrong I absolutely was. But I'm trying to paint a picture for you. And so, again, as always, test all things. All of this will be uploaded to YouTube. There's a YouTube link up in my TikTok profile. If you guys are wondering, we do an online Bible study. We go through the Bible verse by verse, kind of like what we're doing right now. We've done this with Revelation, Daniel, Ruth, Hebrews, James, John. They're all uploaded. But if you're looking for a Bible study like this, they're uploaded to YouTube. But what I want you to see here in Revelation chapter 14, verse 6. In Revelation chapter 14, verse 6, this is John having this vision. He's letting us know what he sees during the tribulation. I'm a night owl. In Revelation chapter 14, verse 6, John says this. He says, "Then I saw another angel flying in the midst of heaven, having the everlasting gospel to preach to those who dwell on the earth, to every nation, tribe, tongue, and people, saying with a loud voice, 'Fear God and give glory to him, for the hour of his judgment has come, and worship him who made heaven and earth, the sea and the springs of water.'" And so what's so interesting about that is that during the tribulation, the people on the earth are literally going to hear the gospel. So people are like, well, everybody needs to hear the gospel before the end can come, right? Like that's like what a lot of people believe. And I'm like, okay, I see. But what's important to understand is that Paul says that it's been preached to every creature under heaven. That's very fascinating. And then what also is important to understand is that in Revelation chapter 14, what we just read, they are going to hear it again during the tribulation. They're going to see an angel. Now you need to understand the people on the earth during the tribulation are literally going to see an angel. They're going to hear the angel. They're going to see the angel. And many of them are not going to accept that gospel. Why? Because like right now, if you saw an angel right now, you would be on your knees. You'd be trembling. You'd be like, oh my goodness. But it's going to be such a different world during the tribulation. They're going to see the angel and they're just going to be like, well, that's nothing different. That's not very unique anymore because I'm so used to how crazy the world has changed. What we know right now is going to be some completely different during the tribulation. Important to understand. But what we also need to understand on that note is Romans chapter 1. Go to Romans chapter 1. When it comes to this, like, well, what about if people didn't have the ability to hear the gospel? Like, God is going to be a perfect judge. He's going to handle everything beautifully because he's perfect, and it's going to be fair and right and just. But in Romans chapter 1, verse 20, Paul says this. In Romans chapter 1, verse 20, he says, "For since the creation of the world, his invisible attributes are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made, even his eternal power and Godhead, so that they are without excuse." You know, these people, these atheists, these people who say there is no God, and like people who combat all of these the stuff that's in the Bible, like they inside, according to the Bible, it shows us that they know, that they understand, like they are his invisible attributes, like everything is clearly seen. They're just in rebellion. And so they are going to stand before the Lord sometime, and they are going to be without excuse. That is terrifying. Let's go back to Matthew chapter 24. So in Matthew chapter 24, thank you, Meredith. In Matthew chapter 24, verse 14, it says, "And this gospel of the kingdom will be preached in all the world as a witness to all the nations, and then the end will come." That is crazy stuff right there. Okay, so now we're going to dive into verse 15. Matthew chapter 24, verse 15, and this is where it's going to get a little spicy, because in Matthew chapter 24, verse 15, I got to pee so bad. Matthew, I had so much coffee. Matthew 24, verse 15. In Matthew chapter 24, verse 15, it says, "Therefore, when you see the abomination of desolation, spoken of by Daniel the prophet, standing in the holy place, whoever reads, let him understand." Now, we're going to talk about this prophecy, because there's some really, you should go, we can wait. You guys want to hear me tinkle? I totally sit down when I pee. No, I don't. That's a joke. That one of my friends said one time. You don't know him. Totally. Daniel chapter 9. In Daniel chapter 9, verse 24. Let's go to Daniel chapter 9, verse 24. Because in Daniel chapter 9, verse 24, you have this amazing prophecy. And if you guys don't know what is going on in Daniel chapter 9, we'll do a flyby of it because it's so vital for you to understand. So go to Daniel chapter 9, verse 24. In Daniel chapter 9, verse 24, this is the ultimate prophecy in order to really understand or even to begin to understand the end times prophecies. Daniel chapter 9, verse 24. So in Daniel chapter 9, Gabriel shows up to Daniel. Daniel realizes that their 70 year of captivity is coming to a close. And since he realizes that their 70 year of captivity is coming to a close, he starts going before the Lord, and he starts praying and asking and, bowing down, and he's trembling, and you can hear it in his words. He's trembling. He's like in verse 19, Daniel 9, verse 19, he says, "Oh Lord, hear. Oh Lord, forgive. Oh Lord, listen and act." And you hear there's exclamation marks there, and it's crazy. And so it's so important to understand that while Daniel was praying, Gabriel shows up. And he's like, "Listen, Daniel," he's like, "I was sent forth to tell you something, and you will understand." So Daniel is going to understand this vision, which is so important to understand because in Matthew chapter 2, where you are introduced to the Magi, the wise men show up. Well, how did they know? How did they understand? It's because Daniel understood. Daniel understood. That's crazy and very important to understand. So in Daniel chapter 9, verse 24, it says, 70 weeks are determined for your people and for your holy city, to finish the transgression, to make an end of sins, to make how do you pause? How do you mute? How do you mute your microphone? All right, I'm gonna go tinkle. Just give me a second. I'm gonna put you guys on mute. Oh man, I wasn't muting. Oh no, I feel so much better. Oh, ha. Can you guys hear me? Hey, thank you, Ashley. Oh, I'm sweating. Did you wash your hands? You know what? I knew somebody was going to do that, and I was like, I'm going to have to wash my hands because I know somebody's going to have to do it. No, or somebody's going to ask. Totally kidding. Yes, you can. Very cool. Okay, awesome. Did you put the seat down? No. I leave the seat up and then I sit down because I like to push back against the system. No, okay, let's go ahead and dive into Daniel chapter 9. So we need to understand Daniel chapter 9's prophecy. What? Daniel chapter 9. What is happening? Y'all need to... Okay, Daniel chapter 9. I'm like literally sweating right now. Okay, so Daniel chapter 9 is vital to understand, okay? It is so important to understand. So we're not going to do a deep dive into it, but we're going to get into it because you need to understand it. So in Daniel chapter 9 verse 24, you are given this circle. Like if you imagine like an actual circle, this whole circle is going to be 70 weeks of years. In order to fulfill everything, this is 490 years. So in Daniel 9:24, it says 70 weeks are determined for your people. Now you need to understand who is Daniel's people. Daniel's people are the Jews. So Gabriel is saying that this is applicable to the Jews. The Jewish people are going to have to go through the tribulation. It's crazy. The ones who haven't accepted Jesus as their savior, at least. But it says 70 weeks are determined for your people. So this is the scope. You can view this as the scope. There's 490 years that he says is applicable in this prophecy. So in this prophecy, there's encapsulated 490 years, okay? Then when you get to Daniel 9, verse 25, the question is, when does this prophecy begin? When does the prophecy begin and when does it end? That is what we need to understand. So that's what Daniel 9:25 tells us. Daniel 9 tells you when the starting point is, and he tells you when the ending point is. And Daniel 9:25, it says, know therefore and understand that that's the starting point, from the going forth of the command to restore and build Jerusalem. Now this is talking about the city of Jerusalem. This is not talking about rebuilding the temple. That is a different command. This, in verse 25, is specifically talking about the command to rebuild the city. And you can read about that in Nehemiah chapter 2, verse 5 through 8, if you want to go check that out. But from the going forth of the command to restore and build Jerusalem, and the prophecy stops in the very next word, where it says, until Messiah the Prince. And then it says, there shall be 7 weeks and 62 weeks. So he basically says, when the command goes forth to rebuild the city, that's when the clock starts. And then the clock stops when Jesus shows up. And that is what Jesus fulfilled when Jesus rode into town on a donkey. He's like, this was your day. This was your day. This was the time that it was supposed to have been. But now it is hidden from your eyes because you missed the time of your visitation. So what you see here is that Jesus held them accountable in Luke 19. When he showed up, he wept over Jerusalem. He's like, oh, Jerusalem, Jerusalem, if you had even known even this your day. And so that's what he was talking about. He's talking about this day. He showed up when he was supposed to. And so the reason why it says in verse Daniel 9:25, where it says there are 7 weeks and 62 weeks, the reason why it says 7 weeks and 62 weeks is because it took 7 weeks of years, which 7 weeks of years is 49. It took 49 years to build the city. And then after that was the remainder of when Jesus actually rode in, and he fulfilled that beautifully, absolutely on time. And this is just a flyby of Daniel chapter 9, but let's go to Daniel chapter 9, verse 26. Because in Daniel chapter 9, verse 26, you get into this little bit of an interval stage period. Because in verse 26, it says, and after the 62 weeks, Messiah shall be cut off, but not for himself. So this tells us that the Messiah, when he shows up, he's going to be killed. That's talked about in the Old Testament. So you remember the whole time when Jesus was talking to his disciples and he's like, hey guys, I'm going to die. Hey guys, I'm going to die. Hey guys, they're going to kill me. Hey guys, they're going to kill me. The disciples were like, yeah, we understand. But they didn't understand. They didn't understand until after the resurrection. That's how blind they were. These people, like they had the book of Daniel. They understood the book of Daniel. They didn't understand it. Even though they were like, yeah, we totally get it. But in Daniel 9:26, it says, and after the 62 weeks, Messiah shall be cut off, but not for himself, meaning he's not dying for himself. So if he's not dying for himself, he's dying for somebody else. That's you and I. For God so loved the world, that he gave his only begotten son, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish, but have everlasting life. Wow, what a verse. But it says in Daniel chapter 9, verse 26, it says, and after the 62 weeks, Messiah shall be cut off, but not for himself. And the people of the prince who is to come shall destroy the city and the sanctuary. Well, that's fascinating. Who were the people who destroyed the city and the sanctuary? Who destroyed it? The Romans. The Romans did. The Romans destroyed the city and the sanctuary. Now, why is that important to understand? This is why we go back to, in Daniel chapter 2, you remember how we had the 4 empires? You have the Babylonian Empire, the Medo-Persian Empire, the Greek Empire, and the Roman Empire. Well, if you continue reading in Daniel chapter 7, you are told about a different empire that rises up. And Daniel was like, I want to know about that beast. Like, tell me more about that. That is a picture of the revived Roman Empire. There is this Roman Empire when Babylon fell. It wasn't destroyed. It just fell. Like there wasn't a battle. Cyrus just basically was a mastermind and basically took Babylon over without a fight. So Babylon just fell, wasn't destroyed. But then the Medo-Persian Empire came into being. So the Medo-Persian Empire was now the king of the world. And then the Medo-Persian Empire was destroyed by Alexander the Great. And Alexander the Great took over Babylon. And now he's the superpower of the world. But then Alexander the Great fell eventually. His 4 generals, whatever. And then the Roman Empire emerged. Now, what's so fascinating about the Roman Empire is that the Roman Empire wasn't defeated. It just kind of broke apart. It wasn't destroyed by it just kind of fell off little by little. So where it says in verse 26, where it says, and the people of the prince who is to come shall destroy the city and the sanctuary. Who destroyed the city and the sanctuary? That was the Romans. So that's why many people believe that the Antichrist will come out of a Roman kind of genealogy or a geographic landmark. That's how they view it. It could mean a plethora of things. It could just mean that he could be European. Just like how I was in the bathroom. I was a peon. But this Antichrist is possibly going to be from the Roman Empire, which implies that he could be European descent, which also means that he could be from anywhere. It doesn't, there's no specifications that actually is required here. It doesn't mean he has to be from this city or from this area or from, it's really leaves it open. People are really trying to figure out who this Antichrist is going to be. I'm not. I mean, you can guess all you want to, but I'm not looking for the undertaker. I'm looking for the uppertaker. But anyways, that leads us into Daniel 9:27. Daniel 9:27, it says, then he, referring to the antecedent is basically what the point of the conversation was leading up to this point, which was referencing the Antichrist, which was referencing the prince of the power of the prince who is to come. That's an Antichrist title. So then he, in verse 27, Daniel 9:27, then he, referring to the prince who is to come, referring to the Antichrist, then the Antichrist shall confirm a covenant with many for 1 week. This covenant that is going to be made for 1 week. This is not a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. This is a week of years. This is a 7-year period. This is why we get the idea of a 7-year tribulation. So we're told very specifically that there's going to be sometime in the future a covenant that is going to be confirmed. And it's going to be confirmed with many for 1 week. But then it says, but in the middle of that week, he shall bring an end to sacrifice and offering. So what this verse really, it gives you so much information. This verse is what is referred to as Daniel's 70th week. Why? Because all the other years, remember there's 490 years total, 483 of them have been fulfilled. We're looking for that last week to fulfill the entire picture. So we're looking for that 7-year period to be fulfilled because it hasn't been fulfilled yet. So this 7-year period there's going to be some kind of covenant that is confirmed or strengthened, and it's going to be broken exactly 3.5 years in. You need to understand that this is not a little bit before. This is not about 3.5 years. It says in the middle of the week, he shall bring an end to sacrifice and offering. What that also is implying is that there is going to be the Mosaic sacrifices in effect. It is going to be happening. Right now, there is no third temple. Right now, there are no sacrifices that are being done. Right now, the main dilemma in the Jewish mind is that without the shedding of blood, there is no remission for sins. So in order to cover their blood, the Jewish people had to alter their doctrine as time went on, because after the temple fell, they were like, what do we do? And so they're just like, they changed the name of the game, and they're like, hey, you know what? Just be a good person and you'll go to heaven. Or just be a good. And so they are so works-based. And so now what you're seeing here in Daniel chapter 9, verse 27, it's talking about a second or a third temple that's going to be. During this time, which is so fascinating, some people are like, oh, no, this was talking about the second temple. No, this wasn't during the second temple. This is talking about a third temple, because the second temple, so the first temple was built by Solomon. It was destroyed by Babylon and Nebuchadnezzar. The second temple was built by Zechariah or Zerubbabel, and it was destroyed by the Roman Empire. The third temple is going to be built in the future. You need to understand that right now the Jewish people have all of the blocks and all of the equipment to build it. They have it. It's not going to take long for them to put these pieces together to actually have the actual temple. They have all the pieces that are set in place right now. If they wanted to do it, they're just waiting for the green white light, which is why I think it's so interesting what's going on over in Israel, because they have rockets coming over, flying over their head all the time. And you need to understand that God is allowing those rockets to be shot down. You need to think about a time when God's like, now's the time. Let that rocket come down and do something that it's going to do, it's going to be terrible. Whatever it's going to do, it's going to spiral out of control and it's going to cause a chain reaction. You need to understand, look back, all the way back a year ago almost. October 7th, it's in here in a week. What's so interesting is that if you look back to October 7th, you need to understand that God allowed that to take place. He allowed that to take place. And if you look at all the events that has taken place since October 7th, everything has changed. We have been full speed ahead. We are just full sending it right now. It is wild. You see October 7th, Hamas goes against Israel, does everything. Israel goes back, pushes back. It's attacking everybody. Now it's just ramping up. Now they just basically are done with Hamas. Now they're focusing on Hezbollah. Now they're going in, taking all the leadership over there. They're taking off all the heads of the snake over there. Then they're going after the Houthis in Yemen. You're seeing all this stuff taking place, and then Iran is just sitting back okay, well, we're going to have to do something. We're going to have to form another alliance, which is getting them closer to Russia, which is getting them closer to Turkey. Turkey already drew a line in the sand when it came to Israel. You're seeing this coalition coming together. It is unbelievable right in front of our eyes. We're coming down to it, guys. I really, truly believe that. Anyways, Daniel 9:27. That's a little flyby. Let's go back to Matthew chapter 24. Matthew chapter 24. Now, okay, we're not done with verse 15, but in Matthew chapter 24 verse 15. In Matthew chapter 24 verse 15, it says, "Therefore, when you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet, standing in the holy place, whoever reads, let him understand." Okay. So he's talking about this desolation, abomination of desolation. Okay, we're not done with Daniel. Let's go back to Daniel. Go to Daniel chapter 11, verse 31. Daniel chapter 11, verse 31. And this is really, I think you guys are going to enjoy this. Daniel chapter 11, verse 31. Let's talk about this abomination of desolation. What is that? What is the abomination of desolation? Well, in Daniel chapter 11, verse 31, it says, "And forces shall be mustered by him, and they shall defile the sanctuary forces or fortress. And they shall take away the daily sacrifice and place there an abomination of desolation." So in Daniel 11:31, what this is talking about, this is talking about what Antiochus Epiphanes did. So what Antiochus Epiphanes did is that he went in, he was and this is all documented in the book of the Maccabees, but he went into the temple and he removed all of the Jewish, their instruments. He removed all of that. And then he brought in this statue of Zeus. He erected a statue of Zeus, not in the holy place, but in the holy of holy place. He erected a statue of Zeus. And so that is crazy. Let's go to 2 Thessalonians real fast. Go to 2 Thessalonians chapter 2. It's awful when you're rushed. Oh no. Yeah, it's fine. When they get here, I'll just be like, go upstairs and play. And then I'll just have to try to focus. But in 2 Thessalonians, let's go to 2 Thessalonians chapter 2. 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 3. In 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 3, it says, let no one deceive you. Paul says, let no one deceive you by any means. For that day will not come unless the falling away comes first, and the man of sin is revealed, the son of perdition, who opposes and exalts himself above all that is called God or that is worshipped, so that he sits as God in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God. So there's a whole conversation there. It's really fun to dive in there and try to figure it out. There's a lot of people who see what's going on there differently as far as the order of events. But what you do know is that this Antichrist, this guy, is going to go in. He's going to go into the temple, and he's going to go into that temple and basically force everybody to worship him. When does that take place? It takes place at the 3.5 year mark in the tribulation. And so when we go back to Daniel chapter 11, verse 31, where we read about and place there the abomination of desolation, in Matthew 24, verse 15, it says, therefore, when you see the abomination of desolation. So what Jesus is doing here is he's getting the Jewish mind ready. And so he's telling these people, he's like, hey guys, when you see what Daniel talked about, because the Jewish people, they know their history. Like they know where they came from, right? So he's telling the Jewish people who are going to be here on the ground during the tribulation, he's like, when you see the abomination of desolation spoken by Daniel the prophet standing in the holy place, hey, thank you, coffee. He's saying, he expects them to understand Daniel. He points them back to Daniel. So not only does he point you back to Daniel, but Jesus himself authenticates Daniel. He is purposely telling you and I to go check him out and be like, what is going on here? So this abomination of desolation is what Antiochus Epiphanes did when he went into the temple. He built a statue of Zeus in the holiest place, the Holy of Holies, and that was what caused the revolution between the Jews, which is all documented in the book of the Maccabees, but which is so fascinating. So that is very important, but here's what I want you to really connect a dot on. Let's go to Revelation chapter 13, because this was something that I was just like, oh, that's kind of cool. I knew all this, but I didn't connect this specifically. Go to Revelation chapter 13, verse 11. Revelation chapter 13, verse 11 is really, we're going to be connecting the dots to the abomination of desolation here. Revelation chapter 13, verse 11. So in Revelation 13, what you have is in Revelation 13, just a flyby of this chapter, is basically where this beast comes out of, he shows up, he basically overthrows the two witnesses. He's now boots on the ground at this time in Revelation 13. And not only is there the one beast, but there's also a second beast. There are two. It's not just a beast. There's two. There's the beast, which is the Antichrist, and then the other beast is the false prophet. Hey, thank you, Kiwi. And so what you see here in Revelation 13 is we're going to be reading about this false prophet. They are both from the same cloth. So in Revelation 13, verse 11, it says, then I saw another beast coming up out of the earth, and he had two horns like a lamb and spoke like a dragon. And he exercises all authority of the first beast in his presence and causes the earth and those who dwell in it to worship the first beast, whose deadly wound was healed. Fascinating. So he's able to do all kinds of signs and miracles, and he is causing everybody else on the earth to worship the other guy. They'll be like, hey, look at all the things I can do. Look at how cool I am. Yeah, go worship that guy. If you think I'm cool, go worship him. That's his purpose. But in Revelation chapter 13, verse 13, it says, he performs great signs so that he even makes fire come down from heaven on earth in the sight of men. Can you imagine being alive during this time? And then here we go in verse 14. It says, and he deceives those. Hey, thank you, Jeff. He deceives We've been reading about deception this entire time. Like, this entire Bible is one big picture. Don't be deceived, right? It's just connected. He says, and he deceives those who dwell on the earth by those signs, which he was granted to do in the sight of the beast, telling those who dwell on the earth to make an image to the beast who was wounded by the sword and lived. Okay, and now here I want to connect something for you. Maybe you already knew it, maybe you didn't, but this was pretty cool for me to learn, because I was like, man, this is like literally... So the false prophet will command, what we just read here in Revelation 13, the false prophet will command those on the earth, the lost people. He's going to command those lost people on the earth during the tribulation to make an image. And so here's the picture. So just like Jesus is pointing the Jewish people back to the abomination of desolation, which Daniel talked about, what did Antiochus Epiphanes do? Antiochus Epiphanes went into the temple and built an image. What is the beast going to do? The beast is going to go into the temple after he destroys the two witnesses, after the two witnesses are preaching in front of it for 3.5 years. The beast is going to destroy those two witnesses. Then he's going to go into the temple. And then after he goes into the temple, thank you, Bridget, he's going to put an image in there. And so you see this, it's a picture. And so Jewish people, their minds pay attention to patterns. Pattern. This is a huge red flag for the Jewish people. He's like, hey guys, in Matthew 24, verse 15, he says, when you see the abomination of desolation, he's not just saying he's not just saying those words for his health. It's that he understands that the Jewish people know that a man went into the place where he should not have been, and then he built something there. Just like during the tribulation, this dude, this Antichrist, one of the many titles that he has, that's just the one that we fall on, this Antichrist is going to go into the temple, just like Antiochus Epiphanes did, and he's also going to build, there's image, he's going to put an image there. Fascinating stuff. It's really, really quite remarkable. Now, okay, let's go back to Daniel. We're not in Matthew very much. Let's go to Daniel. Go back to Daniel. Go back to Daniel chapter 12, verse 11. In Daniel chapter 12, verse 11, it says this. In Daniel chapter 12, verse 11, it says this, and from the time that the daily sacrifice is taken away and the abomination of desolation is set up, there shall be 1,290 days. This is crazy to me. This is crazy to me. Why? Because if you read the Bible, what you'll find is that it's this end time thing that is rapidly approaching is so stinking specific. It is so specific. Why? Because it's always documented the same. It's always 1,260 days. It's always 42 months. It's always time, and half and time. It is always 3.5 years. 3.5 years. But here, it's not 1,260 days, it's 1,290 days. So what does this mean? Well, here in Daniel chapter 12, verse 11, it says, and from the time that the daily sacrifice is taken away, so this is referencing us back to Daniel 9:27. Because remember in Daniel 9:27 where it talks about how he's going to make a covenant with the people. It's going to be for 7 years. And then in the middle of the week, in the middle of the 7 years, he's going to break that covenant and he's going to cause all the sacrifices to stop. That's what Daniel 12 verse 11 is alluding to. So it says, and from the time that the daily sacrifice is taken away and the abomination of desolation is set up, there will be 1,290 days. Okay, so a first century Jew would acknowledge that when they see this image in the temple, they would then realize that they have 1,260 days until the second coming. This is what's so interesting about this. So this is what's really kind of changed my mind on something else that's in Matthew chapter 24, which we'll get to eventually. But what's so fascinating about the entire thing is that you can know when the second coming is going to occur. Why? Because it tells us very specifically when that image goes up, that starts the clock for 1,260 days. Because from 1,260 days from when that image goes up, that is when the end, That is the second coming. That is when the second coming is going to occur. So we can know the time when the second coming is going to arrive, which is so mind-blowing. It is so mind-blowing. But we don't know when the rapture is going to happen. So what's interesting about this is that this, in Daniel 12, verse 11, is that it says 1,290 days. So this is 30 days longer than anything else. So this is 30 days beyond the end of the tribulation. And so what's so interesting about this is just like, it just makes you like really rack your brain. Like, why is there 30 days that are beyond? Well, a thought that you can consider is that this is possibly when the sheep and goat judgments is going to occur. Like, Jesus is going to be setting up his kingdom. It's going to be like, he's going to be giving everybody their marching orders in a sense. Like, I don't know how long it's going to take. Like, it's something that we can only really try to get a concept of. But what's so interesting about this in Daniel chapter 12, verse 11, where it says, and from that time, the daily sacrifice is taken away and the abomination of desolation is set up. There's 1,290 days. When that abomination of desolation is set up, that is basically what occurs in Revelation chapter 12. And we'll go read that here in a little bit. But verse 11 will be a huge red flag to those lost Jewish people that are here during the tribulation. When they see this abomination of desolation rising up or being placed in the holy place, or the holy place, the holiest of holies, they'll realize that they have 1,260 days until the second coming. That is so insightful. That is so instructive. Imagine being a Jew here on the earth during the tribulation. They see the abomination being erected in the temple, and then all of a sudden they're like, Jesus said something about this. They're going to be directed back to Daniel. They'll figure it all out and then that's what's going on. But let's go check out Revelation chapter 12. Now we're still not in Matthew, I promise. Okay, so in Revelation chapter 12, verse 7. So in Revelation chapter 12, verse 7, this is important to understand. Revelation chapter 12, verse 7. In Revelation chapter 12, verse 7, it says, and war broke out in heaven. Michael and his angels fought with the dragon, and the dragon and his angels fought, but they did not prevail, nor was a place found for them in heaven any longer. So the great dragon was cast out, that serpent of old, called the devil and Satan, who deceives the whole world. He was cast to the earth, and his angels were cast out with him. Then I heard a loud voice saying in heaven, now salvation and strength in the kingdom of our God and the power of his Christ have come. For the accuser of our brethren, who accused them before our God day and night, has been cast down. And they overcame him by the blood of the Lamb and by the word of their testimony, and they did not love their lives to death. Therefore rejoice, O heavens, and you who dwell in them. Woe to the inhabitants of the earth and the sea, for the devil has come down to you, having great wrath, because he knows that he has a short time. So here's where the whole picture kind of comes together. Revelation chapter 12, people really got psyched out of their minds, being like the Revelation 12 sign. Like, that is so broken. It was not a Revelation 12 sign. Just be cautious. The Revelation chapter 12 is talking about Israel. It's all about Israel. It's not about like, oh, what's going on up in the stuff. Like, okay. Anyways, in Revelation chapter 12, where you see him being cast out, and it says that Lucifer, like when he is cast out, he is going to know that his time is short. What you know about that time is that is going to be occurring right when at the middle of the week. That's when the cat is out of the bag. So here's the whole picture, okay? So bringing it all back together, Jesus says, when you see the abomination of desolation standing in the holy place, let him who reads understand. He says, when you see that, you know it's on. And so from that moment, when that abomination of desolation goes into the temple, that exact moment is the middle of the tribulation, which begins the great tribulation. When that begins, that is when the Antichrist is going to unleash hell on these people. Why? Because he was just cast out. And so that's why the angel is like, woe to those who are on the earth. And he's going to come down in great wrath. Why? because he knows his time is short. How short of a time does he have? 1,260 days. It is mind-blowing. We're given a play-by-play. We literally, it's almost like we have a book that tells us what's going to happen. It's crazy. So right when the Antichrist goes into the temple, he is going to build this image or put this image in the Holy of Holies. And then that is the time when the Jewish eyes are going to be like, oh my goodness, he's a bad guy. And then they're just going to be like, run. And that is when the cat is out of the bag. Because before that time, they're like, oh, hey, this guy's awesome. Like, he's a friend. I'm your buddy. Come on, I'm going to be the biggest friend of Israel. I'm going to be the biggest ally of Israel. And so it's so fascinating to see how everything changes right at the 3.5 point. And so hopefully you guys are understanding this, but it's really, really neat when you start to see it. All right, so now let's go to Matthew chapter 24, verse 15. Matthew chapter 24, verse 15. So what I want you to understand here is Matthew 24, verse 15 through verse 28. This is going to be all about the Great Tribulation. These verse 15 through 28 is going to be talking about the Great Tribulation. Verse 15 is basically what kicks it off. He says, therefore, when you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet, thank you, mister, standing in the holy place, whoever reads, let him understand. Then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. He's talking about the Jewish people. This is about Judea. He doesn't say those who are in New York City. He doesn't say those who are in San Diego. He says those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. So fascinating. Verse 17, it says, let him who is on the housetop not go down to take anything out of his house, and let him who is in the field not go back to get his clothes. What he's saying here is that right when you see that, right when these Jewish people who are here during this time, right when they see that, seconds count. There is a sense of urgency. Why? It's because the Antichrist has just been revealed. So when the Jewish people see that, they are told to flee. Don't do anything except get out of there. And so it's so, oh my goodness, like I just want to talk about so many things. This is just so unbelievable. It is just unbelievable. This just blows my mind. Okay. We'll talk about these mountains, like where they're going to be fleeing to. They are told where to flee to. That's what's so cool. Like, I mean, like the connections, like are just all over the place. Like it's just so neat. They're told to flee to the mountains. Where are the mountains? We'll talk about that here in a little bit. Thank you, Lydia. So Matthew chapter 24, verse 17. In Matthew chapter 24, verse 17, it says, let him who is on the housetop not go down to take anything out of his house. And let him who is in the field not go back to get his clothes. But woe to those who are pregnant and to those who are nursing babies in those days. And pray that your flight may not be in winter or on the Sabbath. Now this is very Jewish. This entire thing, like this is clearly, he's talking about the Jewish. These are about the Jews. He says, woe to those, pray that you're not pregnant and that you're not nursing babies in those days. And pray that your flight may not be in winter or on the Sabbath. Now, if you're a Gentile, you don't, like, the Sabbath is just like, okay, like, it's not, you don't feel any, like, but the Jewish people, like, they're just, like, they're so conflicted because they're just like, the Sabbath, we're not supposed to travel over a certain amount of time or period. That's why when Jesus, in Jesus' last week, he lodges in a place called Bethany. Bethany was within the allowed walking distance of traveling on the Sabbath, which was not breaking the law. It was like 2 miles away. You were allowed to walk 2 miles on the Sabbath, but you couldn't walk too far because that would be breaking the Sabbath. And so that's what's so interesting. While Jesus was lodging before he was crucified, he was lodging in Bethany, but he was going back and forth to Jerusalem. And so interesting here, because the Sabbath, where he's like, pray that your flight is not on Sabbath, he's like saying, because you would have a big time confliction. You would be like, I'm not supposed to do this on the Sabbath. And so he's directing this entire thing to the Jewish people. And it's also, where it talks about winter, Paul brought up, and it's very true. During the winter time, there's a lot of flooding that are going on. People get swept away in the floods, like they take them, people lose their lives. And so that's why he's like, if it's during the wintertime, it's going to be real bad. It's going to be bad just because of the natural order of things, but it's going to be even worse if it's during the winter. So he says, pray that it's not in winter or on the Sabbath. Okay, so that is Matthew chapter 24, verse 15 through 20. But now we're going to get to verse 21. So in verse 21, this is where we see a connection to the Great Tribulation. And again, there's a difference between the tribulation and the Great Tribulation. So in Matthew 24, verse 21, Jesus says, "For then there will be great tribulation." So if you wanted to, you could draw an arrow from verse 15 and connect it to verse 21. Because verse 15 says, when you see the abomination of desolation, if you erase everything up until verse 21, it says, then there will be great tribulation. So in verse 15, it says, when you see the abomination of desolation, verse 21 says, there will be great tribulation. So this is a clear picture on what starts the Great Tribulation. There's 3.5 years of tribulation, and then there's 3.5 years of great tribulation. And the thing that starts the Great Tribulation is when they see the abomination of desolation being built into the temple. Yeah, thank you, Amber. Yeah, that's my YouTube. If you guys are interested, all of these will be uploaded if you guys wanted to go back and rewatch it. We just do a verse-by-verse Bible study, and that's what we're doing here. So we just so happen to be in Matthew 24, verse 21 right now. So in Matthew 24, verse 21, it says, "For then there will be great tribulation, such as has not been since the beginning of the world until this time, no, nor ever shall be." That's a statement right there. Holy smokes. That is unbelievable. There's not going to be a moment like this ever. There hasn't been one in the past, and there's not going to be one in the future, except for this period right here. So here we get to verse 22. In Matthew chapter 24, verse 22, it says, "And unless those days were shortened, no flesh would be saved. But for the elect's sake, those days will be shortened." Okay, so let's dissect this verse. We're going to camp here for quite a while. So in verse 22, it says, "And unless those days were shortened, no flesh would be saved, but for the elect's sake." Now, let's talk about this elect sake again. So we've already talked about in verse 13, in Matthew 24, verse 13, it says, "But he who endures to the end shall be saved." That's being directed towards the Jewish person who is around during the tribulation. That's my opinion. That is not talking about the church. The church wasn't even born yet during this time. There was no church. The church was born in Acts chapter 2. So this is not talking to the church. This is talking to the Jew, individual person, in Matthew chapter 24, verse 13. So in Matthew 24, verse 22, where it says, "But for the elect's sake, those days will be shortened." The elect's sake. Now, there's something that you need to understand. There are 3 types of elect in the Bible. There's 3 types of elect, groups of elect. There is the elect angels. There is the elect individuals, just in the broad concept. And then there is the elect nation. So there's the elect angels, the elect individuals, and there's the elect nation. Okay, so let's look that up. Let's go to 1 Timothy chapter 5. Go to 1 Timothy chapter 5, verse 21. 1 Timothy chapter 5, verse 21. In 1 Timothy chapter 5, verse 21, it says this, "I charge you before God and the Lord Jesus Christ and the elect angels, that you observe these things without prejudice," and so on. So you have the elect angels concept. The elect angels were the ones who did not fall. They're the good guys. The elect angels are the good ones, the ones that maintain their natural abode, that are not fallen. Those elect angels are referring to the good angels, like Michael, Gabriel, whatever. So you have that type of election right here. Another election is Peter talks about. Let's go to 1 Peter chapter 1. And this is more in the broad concept, because in 1 Peter chapter 1, verse 2, in 1 Peter chapter 1, verse 2,
Peter says this. Peter says, elect according to the foreknowledge of God the Father in sanctification of the Spirit. He's talking to individuals. And so you and I, if you're born again, you are elect. Not just because it's Calvinistic point of view. No, God just knew the end from the beginning. And so since God can't learn, before the world was flung into existence, he knew what was going to happen. That's what that means. And so people get so lost into this idea of election and predestination, and they're just like, oh, what is it? And it's no. God just knows the end from the beginning. And so it just makes a whole lot of sense when you remove yourself from this time that we are in. If you remove yourself from the time bubble and you look at the time bubble, you're like, oh, I totally see it now. But if you're in the time bubble, you're like, Calvinistic. Anyways, Matthew chapter 24, verse 22, it says, and unless those days were shortened, no flesh would be saved, but for the elect's sake. Okay, so we talked about the elect angels. And we also talked about the elect individuals. That's you and I. That's every person who's born again right now. But now let's look up. Hey, thank you, Stephen. Let's look up this idea of the elect nation. Let's go to Isaiah chapter 45, verse 4. Isaiah chapter 45, verse 4. In Isaiah chapter 45, verse 4, it says, for Jacob, my servant's sake, and Israel, my elect. I have even called you by your name. I have named you, though you have not known me. So he calls Israel his elect. That's interesting. So the nation of Israel is his elect. Now, Isaiah 45, he's addressing that to Cyrus, but he's basically showing Cyrus very many cool things in that chapter. But so going back to Matthew chapter 24, verse 22. In Matthew chapter 24, verse 22, it says, and unless those days were shortened, no flesh would be saved. But for the elect's sake, those days will be shortened. So this elect's sake is talking about the Jewish people, because you gotta take it in context. And so it's so interesting. It is so interesting why this is talking about the Jewish people. Because you need to understand the implications. It's a whole picture kind of thing. It's not just like, hey, I want to throw the church in there, or hey, that applies to us. It's talking about it's talking to the Jewish people. Why? Because the topic here, in this context, what Jesus is talking about, he's talking to the Jews. He's in Jerusalem. It's in Judea. It's talking about the temple. It's all of Jew. And so here, why would we alter that? Now, it's referring to the Jewish people who are around during the tribulation. And so it's important to understand that. But the elect's sake, the elect. Now, what does that mean? We understand that Israel is God's chosen. They are his chosen people. People don't like that. Doesn't matter. My opinion doesn't matter. That's what God says. They are his people, his chosen people. And that is important to understand. But for his elect's sake. Now, what is verse 22 saying? It's saying unless those days were shortened, no flesh would be saved. So what this is saying is that so this encapsulates the entire world, because if the days were not shortened, then no flesh would be saved. But what does it mean by shortened? Here's an opinion. Here's what I personally have landed on. But in verse 22, during this time in verse 22, which is during the Great Tribulation, the persecution will be so intense that it would need to be shortened, or if the tribulation did not have a specific endpoint, which was 42 months, then all humanity would die. That's basically the idea that's going on here. Meaning, if there was not an end date, if it continued on past 42 months, everybody would die. That is what I believe it means, where it says, unless those days were shortened, meaning he gave you a start time and an end time. If there was not an end time, all flesh would be dead. Nobody would make it. That is what I personally believe this whole shortened ideology is talking about. There's people who see it differently. That's okay. You just got to test all things. But it's basically saying if there was not a specific end point, then all humanity would die. But because of these elect Jewish people that are on the earth, for the Jewish people's sake, there is an end, or there's the shortened days. And the thing to really take away from this is that this is how bad the Great Tribulation is going to be. That is how bad it is going to be. but the elect's sake. What is the elect in this context? Let's go to Zechariah real fast. Go to Zechariah chapter 13. Go to Zechariah chapter 13. Because in Zechariah chapter 13, Zechariah tells us a very, very important prophecy. In Zechariah chapter 13, verse 8, Zechariah says this, "And it shall come to pass in all the land, says the Lord, that 2/3 in it shall be cut off and die, but 1/3 shall be left in it. I will bring the 1/3 through the fire, will refine them as silver is refined, and test them as gold is tested. They will call on my name, and I will answer them. I will say, this is my people, and each one will say, the Lord is my God." What you have here is you are told that during this time, during this tribulation period, 2/3 of the Jewish people are going to be eliminated. But 1/3 of them shall be left. That is the elect's sake. Because in verse 22, in Matthew 24, verse 22, you have two groups of people. You have the elect's sake, which is referring to the Jewish people, the 1/3 that is going to remain and make it all the way through, the 1/3. You have the elect's sake, the 1/3, and then you have no flesh, or where it says no flesh would be saved, referring to the rest of the world. So you have the 1/3, the Jewish people, and you have the world. And for the 1/3 of the Jewish people, for their sake, there is an end time to it, which basically is saving the rest of the world. It's because of their sake that this is going to end. That's crazy. That's just crazy. That is just crazy. And so that is what I believe Matthew 24, verse 22 is talking about. Really, really cool things going on here in this chapter. I mean, it's just bananas. Okay, so thank you, Bridget. Okay, so let's go down to verse 23. We are making our way downtown. Walking fast. Faces past and I'm homebound. Da-na-na-na-na-na. Matthew 24, verse 23. In Matthew 24, verse 23, it says, "Then if anyone says to you, 'Look, here is the Christ,' or 'There,' do not believe it. For false Christs and false prophets will rise and show great signs and wonders to deceive, if possible, even the elect." Wow. Okay, so what he's saying here it says in verse 23, it says, "Then if anyone says to you, 'Look, here is the Christ,' or 'There,' do not believe it. For false Christs and false prophets will rise and show great signs and wonders to deceive." There's that word again, deceive. If possible, even the elect. Okay, well, let's live here in verse 24 for a little bit. In Matthew 24, verse 24, it says, "For false Christs and false prophets will arise and show great signs and wonders." Now, if you weren't here for the beginning, this is during the Great Tribulation. These false prophets in the Great Tribulation are going to be able to do great signs and wonders. Think about that for a second. It's going to be a whole new world. A whole new. But if you go back to Matthew 24, verse 11, in Matthew 24, verse 11, which is could be talking about the first 3.5 years. In Matthew 24, verse 11, it says, "Then many false prophets will rise up and deceive many." They're going to be deceiving people by false prophecy, prophesying falsely. It's just like words, not a big deal. But in Matthew 24, verse 24, it tells us a little bit different of a story. During the Great Tribulation, the false prophets will rise and show great signs. So they're not just going to be talking. They're going to be doing a whole bunch of stuff that is unlike anything the world has ever seen. And they're going to deceive many. So this has a whole bunch of implications of Revelation chapter 13. Let's go back to Revelation chapter 13. And let's dive into this. Revelation chapter 13. In Revelation 13, verse 1... okay, I don't even know if I need to read this to you guys. I just feel like it'd be better if I just tell you about it because you'll get the gist of it. But in Revelation chapter 13, we kind of have already been here in Revelation 13, so that's why I'm saying that. In Revelation 13, you have two beasts. You have the first one that is going to be the Antichrist, and then the second one is going to emerge, and that's going to be the false prophet. So you have the first one, the Antichrist, And the next one is going to be the false prophet. The false prophet, his whole purpose is to do all kinds of signs and wonders. He's literally going to be able to pull fire down from heaven. And when he does that, he's going to be able to point people. He's going to be like, hey guys, look at what I can do. And then he's going to point to the false Christ and he's going to be like, follow that guy. And so that is what you need to understand. So when you read Matthew 24, verse 24, it has all kinds of future implications to warn the Jewish people who are left on the earth to be mindful about these false Christs and false prophets. He says, for false Christs and false prophets will rise and show great signs and wonders. That is what the false prophet is going to do. He's going to do a whole bunch of cool things. Everybody's going to be like, oh, wow, super neat. And then that when he deceives all the people, he's going to be like, hey, go worship that guy because he's cooler than I am. And so that is what is important to understand. But there's a YouTube link. I think somebody asked me that. Yeah, it's ITZ_sheesh. There's a YouTube link up in here. If you wanted to go check it out, there's like a little link. But it's ITZ_sheesh. I'm normally not on during the daylight hours, so this is super unnatural. I'm out of my natural habitat. Normally, I don't come outside until it's dark out, and so this is yeah. So, anyways, hold on. I gotta respond to a text real fast because I have to. Hold please. I gotta respond to a text real fast because I have to. Hold please. Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Mic check, mic check. Yeah, Katie. Absolutely. Yes, you can. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, yes. Okay. Okay, yes. Yes, thank you, Amber. If somebody was asking, this is what it is. ITZ_sheesh. Don't forget the underscore. I think that throws some people off. I don't know why I had to make it so difficult. Anyways, Matthew 24. Let's get back into it. Matthew 24, verse 24. So in Matthew 24, verse 24, this is all talking about during the Great Tribulation. It talks about these false Christs that are going to rise up. It talks about these false prophets that are going to rise up. We already looked up 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, where this one is going to rise up. He's going to literally go into the temple and say, I'm God. And then he's going to put an image in there, which is modeling what Antiochus Epiphanes did, because Antiochus Epiphanes walked in there and he put an image in there. So it's a pattern. This whole thing, he's like, it happened before, it's going to happen again, except the next time that it happens, you got to be mindful of it. So in verse 24, it says, for false Christs and false prophets will rise and show great signs and wonders to deceive, if possible, even the elect. Now, what's interesting about that is that it's if possible, which those are the key words right there. If possible, which means it's not possible. It's not possible. So these Jewish elect, the 1/3 that are going to be brought through, if they were not the elect, which is referenced back to Zechariah chapter 13, if those 1/3 of the Jewish people, the remnant, if those were not God's elect, which basically says you are making it through, if it wasn't for them being elect and God's eternal covenant and promise to them, and there's always going to be a remnant, if it wasn't for that, those elect would be deceived. But because they are elect, because it's the Zechariah 13, those 1/3, because they are elect, they will not be deceived. But if it was possible, they would be deceived. That's how bad it's going to be during this great tribulation. And that's the idea here. Matthew 24, verse 25. Jesus continues and says, see, I have told you beforehand. Therefore, if they say to you, look, he is in the desert, do not go out. Or look, he is in the inner rooms. Do not believe it. What Jesus is saying here is he's telling them to remain hidden. That is crazy. He's telling them he'd be like, guys, stay hidden. What do you mean, stay hidden? Because what he just said in verse 16, Matthew 24, verse 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, he says, when you see this thing, flee, run, get out, run, keep do the Tom Cruise run, like how he's always got his little hands, like where he's just like, he's basically telling these people, he's like, hey, when you hear that the Christ is out here or the Christ is in the desert, don't believe it. Don't believe it. They're lying to you. Keep hiding. He's telling them to remain hidden. Verse 27, Matthew 24, verse 27, it says, for as the lightning comes from the east and flashes to the west, so also will the coming of the Son of Man be. This is what is referring to the second coming. This is going to be the sign. He's basically saying that the second coming will be so obvious that everybody's going to see it. He's drawing an allusion to the lightning, meaning, you know how everybody it's like the one thing everybody talks about, like when they get to work the next day. Like, let's say there was a big storm last night. They go to work the next day. They're like, did you guys see that storm last night? It's gonna be like one of those situations. It's gonna be so obvious that this is like it's gonna be unmistakable. This second coming is going to be unmistakable. That is basically what he's saying here when it comes to this lightning flashing to the east and west. Everybody's going to see it. It's going to be right in front of your faces. Now we get to this weird verse, which we kind of already, Paul allowed me to take over for him the last time. Here in Matthew 24, verse 28, this is remarkable. It says, for wherever the carcass is, there the eagles will be gathered together. And so, I think this is really neat because of how cryptic it is. What verse 28 is saying, like, this is a huge question mark. Like, what in the world, like, what is going on here? This verse explains where the second coming will take place in a very cryptic manner. Matthew 24, verse 28 explains where this event is actually going to occur. And that is important to understand. So in verse 28, it says, for wherever the carcass is, there the eagles will be gathered together. So let's go to Luke chapter 17, and let's read Luke's account. Luke chapter 17, I turned right to it. Luke chapter 17, verse 37. Because in Luke chapter 17, verse 37, he says something very similar. In Luke chapter 17, verse 37, it says this, and they answered and said to him, where, Lord? So he said to them, wherever the body is, there the eagles will be gathered together. So it's so interesting. And I literally, last night when I was up looking into this stuff, and I was just like having so much fun. I was like, man, and I know I already explained this to you guys before. I'm going to explain it again, but there was something else that like a light bulb that went off in my own mind where it connected again to this passage. And I was just like, I started laughing, and I was just like, praising God because of how specific and how beautiful. And I want you guys to appreciate how wonderful these books, like we're reading a Bible. There's 66 books with 40 different authors written over a period of thousands of years. And they're all basically explaining one another and reinforcing one another and supporting one another. And it is marvelous. It really is. So in Luke chapter 17, verse 37, it says, and they answered and said to him, where, Lord? So he said to them, wherever the body is. And so that's what you need to, I'm actually going to underline. Because here in verse 37, in verse 37, he uses the word body. And so in Matthew 24, verse 28, he says, wherever the carcass is. So you have the word carcass in Matthew's account. And in Mark's account, you have the word body. So in one way or the other, you have the word It's a body. It's a body no matter how you look at it. You can say it's a carcass or you can say it's a body. One way or the other, it's a body. So here's what it's actually talking about here. So we looked this up before, but when animals are used, it's often symbolic of the Gentile nations. And we looked up an example of that in Isaiah 34. You can go check that out. Isaiah chapter 34, verse 7 is an example of when animals are used to represent the Gentile nations. So the eagles in Matthew 24 and in Luke 17, the eagles seem to represent the Gentile nations. Because wherever the eagles or vultures, it can be translated vultures, wherever the eagles are, the vultures are, wherever that is where the Gentile nations are going to be. So when you think of vultures, think of like how you see them like up in the air, they're just like circling, they're like looking down, they're like ka, and they're like, they're looking down on the body. Now, so those are the Gentile nations like circling, like looking down, and we're like, man, I see it down there. And so then what that is saying is that the body then, what is the body? What is the picture of the body? The body is a picture of Israel. And that is so interesting because in Ezekiel chapter 37, what you find is that they're the dry bones. That's a picture of the body. So you have the eagles or the vultures, which symbolizes the Gentile nations, and they're surrounding the body, which is a picture of Israel. And so what this is basically saying is, so wherever the body is, or Israel, that is where the armies or the Gentiles will be. And where the Gentile armies will gather, that is going to be the place where the second coming is going to occur. I mean, it's just unbelievable. Let's go to Micah chapter 2. Micah chapter 2. Micah chapter 2, verse 12. Micah chapter 2, verse 12. Thank you, Bridget. In Micah chapter 2, verse 12. In Micah chapter 2, verse 12, it says this. Micah chapter 2, verse 12, it says this. I will surely assemble all of you, O Jacob. I will surely gather the remnant of Israel. I will put them together like the sheep of the fold, like a flock in the midst of their pasture. They shall make a loud noise because of so many people. I'm just so excited to tell you about this next part. Okay, so here in Micah chapter 2, so here in Micah chapter 2, verse 12, you have there's going to be so many people, they're going to be crying out, it's going to be so loud, and this is going to be the sheep. Like imagine a whole bunch of sheep. You put them in like a little pen, a sheepfold. They're going to be like, bah, 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 like doing all the things that sheep do, and like, just like, like, I'm a sheep. And so here in Micah chapter 2, verse 12, it says, I will put them together like sheep of the fold. Now, what is so interesting about that word where it says, I will put them together like sheep of the fold? That word is Basra. Now, if you guys were here for our study of Isaiah, you already know where I'm going with this. Let's go to Isaiah chapter 63, because this is just, I was thinking, neat. Isaiah chapter 63. Isaiah chapter 63. So this Basra. So in Micah chapter 2, verse 12, he says, I will put them together like sheep of the fold, or in Basra. So in Isaiah chapter 63, verse 1, Isaiah chapter 63, verse 1, it says this, who is this who comes from Edom with dyed garments from Basra? Now the word Basra is the idea, it means sheepfold. So what is so unbelievable about this entire thing right here? Like, it's just so cool. You have that, okay. Let's go to Daniel. I can't hold so many places. Daniel chapter 11, verse 41. In Daniel chapter 11, verse 41, it says this. In Daniel 11, verse 41, it says, he shall also enter the glorious land, and many countries shall be overthrown. So this is talking about the Antichrist is going to be chasing down the Jewish people. Why? Because if he can eliminate the Jewish people, then Israel ceases to exist, and then God didn't keep his promise, and then God ceases to exist. So Lucifer is going to be in all-out war against the Jewish people, and he's going to be hunting the remnant down during this great tribulation time. And so in verse, all-out war against the Jewish people, and he's going to be hunting the remnant down during this great tribulation time. And so in Daniel 11, verse 41, it says, he, referring to the Antichrist shall also enter the glorious land, Jerusalem, and many countries shall be overthrown, but these shall escape from his hand. And it tells us exactly where they're going to escape to. One of those places is Edom. Edom is in Basra. Now, when you think of Edom, and you go back to Isaiah chapter 63, in Isaiah 63, verse 1, it says, who is this who comes from Edom? Why was he coming from Edom? Because the Jewish people, when they flee, remember when Jesus says, when you see the abomination of desolation standing in the holy place, let him who reads understand, flee to the mountains. Where do you think they're going to flee to? They're going to flee to Edom. And when they flee to Edom, where do you think Lucifer is going to finally go to? He's going to go chase them. And so here in Isaiah chapter 63, verse 1, where it says, who is this who comes from Edom with dyed garments from Basra, which is talking about the sheepfold, this one who is glorious in his apparel, traveling in the greatness of his strength. And then Jesus says, it is I who speak in righteousness, mighty to save. And then Isaiah's like, why is your apparel red and your garments like the one who tread in the winepress? And then Jesus says, I have trodden the winepress alone. And from the peoples no one was with me, for I have trodden them in my anger and trampled them in my fury. What he's saying here is bringing it all the way back to Matthew 24, verse 28. In Matthew chapter 24, verse 28, where it says, for wherever the carcass is, there the eagles will be gathered together. So wherever the remnant goes, no matter where they're going, the Gentile nations are going to be pursuing them, trying to eliminate them. And so they end up going to Edom, which is in Jordan. Like it's to the east of Israel. They're going to run to the east and they're going to hide and they're going to go to Basra. Basra is a picture of like a sheepfold. There's one door into a sheepfold. If you like picture a rectangle, but you don't connect it, that's the door. They're going to run into Basra and they're going to be trapped and they're going to be trapped. And then this is where it comes back into play, because when you go back to Matthew chapter 23, in Matthew chapter 23, verse 39, Jesus tells them the conditions of when he would return. In Matthew chapter 23, verse 39, it says, for I say to you, you shall see me no more till you say, blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. They are going to run to the mountains after they see the abomination of desolation. They're going to be trapped in Basra. They're going to be cornered. They don't know what to do. Here comes the Antichrist and all the armies and all the carcass is there. The eagles will be gathered. All the Gentile nations are going to be going against them. And then they will cry out, blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. Jesus is going to come down and he's going to wreck everybody. Blood is going to be up to the bridles of the horses. It's going to be a hot mess, and then they are going to be saved. Call upon me in the day of trouble. I will deliver you, and you shall glorify me. It is remarkable. I mean, it's just one of these things where you're just like, woo! Like, let's freaking go. Like, this is super cool. Like, I'm just pumped up just talking about this kind of stuff. It is super neat. Bible study. Z's. Oh, very, very, very cool. Thanks for being here. Very, very neat stuff. So that's what's going on. Hopefully you understand it. It's rather a lot, but that's some good stuff. Like I said, all of these are going to be uploaded to YouTube. There's a YouTube link up here in my TikTok profile. If you guys are interested, you can go check it out. We've done Revelation, Daniel, Ruth, Hebrews, James, John, Acts, Romans, all of the Pauline epistles, Isaiah, Zechariah, and now we're diving into the book of Matthew, and we just so happen to be here, Matthew 24 today. So if you're looking for a Bible study that goes through each verse by verse, this is a good one, or, you can be the judge of that. But that is an option for you. Yeah, so good, right? I'm just like, I know, I'm pumped. I'm just like, no. It's so much fun. Okay, let's get back into it. So, okay, that is Matthew chapter 15 through 28. So just a recap. All right, so that is Matthew chapter 15 through 28, which is basically encapsulates the Great Tribulation period. He's basically talking about like what it's going to be like for the majority of the Great Tribulation. And what takes place at the end of the Great Tribulation. What happens at the end of the Great Tribulation? Well, if there wasn't an end of the tribulation, then no flesh would be saved. But because those days were shortened, i.e. there was an end date to it, they will be saved. And that's the idea. And so what happens at the end of the Great Tribulation? Well, Jesus comes back. And so that is what we're going to dive into here in Matthew 24, verse 29. Because in Matthew 24, verse 29, it says immediately after the tribulation of those days. Just so you guys know, my kids are going to be here in a little bit. And you might see them, and I'll just try to be like, shoo. But you might have to hang out with me for a little bit, but we will finish this. So I will just giving you a heads up. Okay, so in Matthew chapter 24, verse 29. Hey, thank you, Gina. So in Matthew chapter 24, verse 29, we're going to be talking about this second coming, and this is verse 29 through 31 is going to We love children. In Matthew chapter, okay. In Matthew chapter 24, verse 29, in verse 29 through 31, this is going to be talking about the second coming. And so what verse 29 through 31 is going to be doing, in verse 29 through 31, Jesus is going to be answering their second question. If you remember, going back to Matthew 24, verse 3, in Matthew 24, verse 3, they ask Jesus 3 questions. In verse 3, they say, tell us, when will these things be? Referring to when is the temple going to fall? The second one is, and what will be the sign of your coming? And then the third one is, and of the end of the age. Now, it's interesting because it talks about these birth pangs. Thank you, Lydia. These birth pangs. What is it talking about? It's like, what is going to be, like this woman is going to be giving birth to what? It's going to be giving birth to the new age, the millennial kingdom. Like what is the end of the age? This end of this age is the beginning of the new one. And so the new age is that kingdom, that millennial kingdom that is going to be implemented on the earth. It's remarkable. But going back to Matthew 24, verse 29, in Matthew 24, verse 29, seems to be speaking about the second coming. And so this is talking about the second coming, which is going to be answering their second question, which they asked back in verse 3. So we are moving along here. But in Matthew 24, verse 29, it says, immediately after the tribulation of those days, the sun will be darkened, and the moon will not give its light. The stars will fall from heaven, and the powers of the heavens will be shaken. So in verse 29, I mean, this is just wild, but in verse 29, what we're seeing here in verse 29 is the culmination. We're seeing it, like it's all boiling to a certain point. What is that certain point? It's what the whole book of Revelation is about. What is the book of Revelation about? Is it about the tribulation? Is it about like all the terrible things that are going to happen on the world? No! The book of Revelation is about the unveiling of Jesus Christ. Are you kidding me? That's an amazing thing. Matthew 24, verse 29 is basically giving you that picture of what it's going to look like, and it is going to be so cool. So in verse 29, it says, immediately after the tribulation of those days, the sun will be darkened, the moon will not give its light, the stars will fall from heaven, and the powers of the heavens will be shaken. Here in verse 29, there is going to be no light that is going to reach the earth. This is going to be a massive blackout event. This is going to signal the end of the tribulation. That is important to understand. Imagine a world. I was driving down the highway the other day, obeying the speed limit. No, I wasn't. And I was driving in an area that normally had like lights. Like you see these big towers with lights on them and they're just like light. Well, I was driving really early in the morning, and it normally is very lit up in that area. And I'm just like, okay, well, I didn't even really pay attention to how much those lights do until the lights were off. The lights were not on. And I'm just like, there's no cars. I was like, this is kind of eerie. And so what that was, like I still had my headlights, obviously, but I was like, it's a lot darker here than what it normally is. What this is saying here in Matthew 24, verse 29, is that no light is going to be on earth. This is going to be this huge, massive blackout. It's going to be darkness, and that is crazy. And what that is going to be signaling is it is signaling the end of the tribulation, the end of the tribulation. And so you have this whole, like when the movie's about to start, like it all gets all dark, and then it's like a hush goes over the crowd, and you're like just sitting there, you're just like, Mike and Ike, just like going crazy, like it's just like, can I just. You're just eating all these things, right? And that's what you do. And then the movie turns on, and then you're just like, yay, movies. And that's what you're doing. But this is going to be this event is going to signal the end of the tribulation. And so when you go to verse 30, it says, then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven. And then all the tribes of earth will mourn, and they will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. This is fascinating. Okay, so let's stay here for a little bit. So what you see here in verse 30, it says, then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven. What is that? Some people are like, oh, maybe it's a cross that just like is, a big, fluorescent cross or something like that. Some people think that it could be a star. I think it's a little bit different. Let's go to Matthew 16. Go to Matthew chapter 16, verse 27. Matthew chapter 16, verse 27. In Matthew chapter 16, verse 27, it says this, "For the Son of Man will come in the glory of his Father with his angels, and then he will reward each according to his works." So the Son of Man will come in the glory of his Father. This sign is possibly, I'm just proposing to you an idea. You can pick and choose how you would like to, but this is possibly speaking of the Shekinah glory. The Shekinah glory, the glory of the Lord. He's going to show up, this sign, this glory, overwhelming sense of glory that is just going to appear, and it is ridiculous. So what verse 30 is basically painting you a picture is what he's saying here is in verse 29, it's going to be a massive blackout right before this event. It's going to be darkness. And so then in verse 30, what you see is that it goes from darkness to light. It is going to be an overwhelming sense of darkness and then light. And that is so neat. Why? Because I am the light of the world. And that is so cool. It's almost like he removes it all just so he can just underline and highlight how he is the light. And that is exemplified in the book of at the end of the Revelation chapter 21 and 22. You see that. It's really cool. Jesus, when in the Gospel of John, he's like when they're pouring out the water into the roads, he's like crying out to people and he's like, "I am the light of the world." What he was saying was he was drawing an allusion to the temple, because the temple at that time was lit up by all these candelabras, I think is the word. And so it was lit up the temple, and the light from the temple could be seen from so many miles away. And Jesus is pointing at that light and he's like, "I am the light of the world." And so he's drawing the connection back. So he turns the lights off right before he turns them back on. And he says, this is me. And so what's so interesting about Matthew 24, verse 30, it says, "Then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and then all the tribes of the earth will mourn." What's fascinating about that word tribes is that it's the word tribes. Why? Because it's not nations. It uses nations all the other time. In the Bible, what you find, hey, thank you, Ed King. What you find in the Bible is, if you're reading, you see that there are two groups from God's point of view. There are the nations, and then there's Israel. They are distinct from one another. There's the nations, which is the world, and then there's Israel. That is how that's how God sees it. Here, he doesn't say nations. He says tribes. Now, why is this important? It says it's important because it says, "And then all the tribes of the earth will mourn." What? Why are they? Why would they be mourning? Let's go to Zechariah chapter 12. I know some of you guys are already paying attention. You're like, "Oh, I know exactly why they're mourning." Zechariah chapter 12. And this is what's so cool. Zechariah chapter 12, verse 10. In Zechariah chapter 12, verse 10, it's unbelievable. In Zechariah chapter 12, verse 10, it says, "And I will pour on the house of David and on the inhabitants of Jerusalem." That's talking about the Jewish people. He says, "And I will pour on the Jewish people the spirit of grace and supplication. Then they will look on me whom they have pierced. Yes, they will mourn for him as one mourns for his only son, and grieve for him as one grieves for a firstborn. In that day there shall be a great mourning in Jerusalem, like the mourning at Hadad Rimmon in the plain of Megiddo. And the land shall mourn, every family by itself, the family of the house of David by itself." It's a very Jewish specific situation here. Jesus expounds on that here in Matthew 24, verse 30. He's like, hey, when the second coming occurs, he says, the tribes of the earth, not the nations, the tribes, Israel, the remnant is going to see him. They're going to mourn. They're going to be like, "I'm so sorry. What have we done?" It's unbelievable. That is what is going on in Matthew chapter 24, verse 30. But what's interesting before we get into verse 31, is that all of the questions have been answered up until this point. All the questions have been answered. So let's go back to verse 3, Matthew 24, verse 3. In Matthew chapter 24, verse 3, it says, "Now as he sat on the Mount of Olives, the disciples came to him privately, saying, 'Tell us, when will these things be?'" Referring to the temple. When is the temple going to be destroyed? That's what they were saying. "What will be the sign of your coming? And what is the end of the age?" All of these questions have now been answered. They've all been answered. The first one, or the temple falling, was answered in Luke 21. That's Luke was the only one who addressed that question. Luke was the one who penned that one down. Luke gave us that answer of when the temple would fall. the next question is, what is the sign of your second coming? Matthew gives you that answer in basically verse 26 through 31. What is the sign of the end of the age? That is what we just finished answering, because he's telling you that what the end of the age is going to be. He's like, when I show up, that's the end of the age. Unbelievable. So when you get to verse 31, before you read verse 31, you need to understand that all the questions are answered. He answered them all. And so now when you dive into verse 31, what he's going to do is he's going to give you more detail than what you asked for. I think that's really provocative. Why? Because this is how awesome he is. Like, he's like telling you, he's like, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. You're going to know who I am. You're going to know that I am God by me telling you what happens before it happened. God, in the book of Isaiah, he delights in his ability to know the end from the beginning. He finds so much delight, and he basically provokes the other false gods. He's like, bring them out. Where they at? Have them do what I do. Ask them a question. See if they can answer it. I'm the only one who knows the end from the beginning. That's what he's doing, and he's expounding on that by giving us more detail than what they actually asked about. And so in verse 31, he's giving you a little bit extra. You know, like when you watch a Marvel movie, you're like, oh, yay! And like the Marvel movie's finally done, and then you just hang out because you want to watch the credits. You're like, I'm going to watch the credits because I know something else is coming. That's what's going on here in verse 31 to the end. He's going to give you more than what you asked for. He's like, like people didn't just be like, nope, that's enough. You answered our question. They're just like taking notes. They're just like, tell us what else is going to happen. Matthew 24, verse 31, it says, and he will send his angels with a great sound of a trumpet, and they will gather together his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. So what is the signal? What is the signal of this event where he's going to gather together the elect from the four winds? Okay. So there's this is actually really, really interesting. Okay. So what is going to so the elect, you have the remnant that are left on the earth. They are basically, they ran to Basra. They're being chased down by the Antichrist. The Antichrist, basically the whole Basra thing. Jesus comes back. He basically handles business there. But then here in verse 31, there's going to be an event. What signals it? Well, what signals it is going to be the sound of a great trumpet, a great sound of a trumpet. You need to understand, this is not connected to the trumpet judgments. There's different trumpets. People are like, oh, it's a trumpet. Like, no, there's different trumpets. And so you need to understand the seven trumpets in Revelation are judgments. They're bad things. This is a good trumpet. So you need to make the connection. Let's go to Isaiah 27 real fast. Because in Isaiah 27, it gives you some light on here. Yeah, David, right? So in Isaiah chapter 27, verse 13, in Isaiah chapter 27, verse 13, it says this, so it shall be in that day, the great trumpet will be blown. They will come who are about to perish in the land of Assyria, and they who are outcasts in the land of Egypt, and shall worship the Lord in the holy mount at Jerusalem. So that is a trumpet signaling this recovering of the elect from the four winds. But it says from the four winds and from one end of heaven to the other. So let's look into that for a little bit. Okay, let's look into that. We already talked about his elect being the nation Israel. We already talked about the elect. There's the elect angels. There's the elect individuals, and then there's the elect nation. This I get this like TikTok thing. I got to put a puzzle piece inside a little puzzle. Anyways, let's go to Mark. Let's read Mark's account. Let's go to Mark 13 because Mark gives us a little bit more detail. Go to Mark chapter 13, verse 27, and let's think about this for a little bit because this is just ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Mark chapter 13, Mark says something very similar, but it's different. And this is what's kind of cool to see the differences between Matthew, Mark, and Luke, because Matthew 24, Mark 13, Luke 21, people are like, oh, they're the same. No, they're not. They're different. They give you different pieces of the puzzle. So in Mark 13, verse 27, it says this, Mark 13, verse 27, it says, and then he will send his angels and gather together his elect from the four winds. But here's where it's different. From the farthest part of the earth. to the farthest part of heaven. So when you go back to Matthew 24, verse 31, in Matthew 24, verse 31, it says he will gather his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. So he's painting a picture there, but Mark gives you a different perspective. He says it's not from one end of heaven to the other end of heaven. Mark says it's from one part of the earth to the farthest part of heaven. So there's heaven, or there's earth and heaven. So what he's saying is that this encapsulates all the Jewish believers, all of them. The ones who were dead, like Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and the ones who are living. He's going to bring them all. He's like, they're all going to get a piece of this kingdom. They're going to be brought back into the picture. Why? Let's go to Deuteronomy chapter 30. Deuteronomy chapter 30. And it's just so cool, like seeing this kind of stuff. So Deuteronomy chapter 30, verse 4. In Deuteronomy chapter 30, verse 4, it says this: if any of you are driven out to the farthest parts under heaven, from there the Lord your God will gather you, and from there he will bring you. Do you remember what we just talked about not too long ago in Matthew, I think 22? Oh gosh. In Matthew 22, help. In Matthew 22, verse 32, Matthew 22, verse 32, Jesus says, like when the Sadducees were talking about how the resurrection, they were challenging him. They were asking about the resurrection, and Jesus answers it masterfully. He's like, I'm not the God of the dead. I'm not the God of the dead. I'm the God of the living. And so he says in Matthew 22, verse 32, he says, I am the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. Because he was pointing them to understand that Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, even though they are dead, that they are not dead. Why are they not dead? Because God gave them promises that were not fulfilled while they were alive. And so since those promises that God gave them while they were not alive didn't come to be, does that mean that God broke his promise? No. He is going to fulfill that promise, and that is what these passages are basically getting us to think. Let's go to Matthew chapter 8, verse 11. Matthew chapter 8, verse 11. Hey, thanks, Shystone. Drink water. Yeah, Wendy. Ha! Thank you, Andy. Matthew chapter 8, verse 11 is really cool. In Matthew chapter 8, verse 11, you have this verse. In Matthew chapter 8, verse 11, it says, and I say to you that many will come from east and west and sit down with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob in the kingdom of heaven. Wait a second. They're dead though. They dead. Like what? How are they going to do that? How in the world are they going to sit down with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob when they're dead? The point is, they're not dead. So when you go back to Matthew 24, verse 31, where it says, and he will send his angels with a great sound of a trumpet, and they will gather together his elect from the four winds from one end of heaven to the other, it's basically encapsulating all the born-again Jewish people. He's like, I'm bringing them all back, and they're coming into the kingdom. That's what he's saying here. Very cool. This is very, very cool. This is a gathering of the Jews after his return. It is so neat. Okay, let's go ahead and get into, I was drinking water when you said, yeah, nice. Thank you, Andy. Okay, so let's move into Matthew 24, verse 32. And this is where things are going to, again, as per usual, guys, I want you to understand, like, this is just my opinion. I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you how I think, and your mission is to test all things and to hold fast to what is good. That is, we are to receive the word with all readiness and then search the scriptures daily to find out whether these things are so. Thank you, Brenda Lee. That is what you're supposed to do, because there's a whole bunch of people here on TikTok who are like, I read a verse one time and I know what I'm talking about. You need to test them all. And so you need to really be very cautious. But the main thing is how to know for sure you can get to heaven. And I want you guys to understand that this is all secondary stuff that we're talking about, even though it's very fanciful and it's like everybody loves talking about end times and stuff like that. And I do too. I think it's really cool and fascinating. You need to not lose sight of the picture, which is all about Jesus. The way to get to heaven is by accepting Jesus as your personal Savior, which means you are acknowledging him as the Son of God, that he led a sinless life, that he died on the cross for your sins, and that he was buried, and that he rose again on the third day. And the Bible says, for whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. It is for by grace you have been saved through faith, and that not of yourselves. It is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. It's not about what you do. It's about what he did on the cross. And so you're putting your faith and hope in what he did, and that is how you get born again. That is what it is. That's the whole point of everything, and that's where you need to focus on. This is all secondary stuff. So if you disagree with me on this, that's completely fine. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. One love. Thank you so much. Thank you, Wendy. But that is the one thing. I just don't want you guys to lose focus on that. Like, people really divide. Like, if I talk about a pre-tribulation rapture in here, everybody's going to be like, oh, heathen. Thank you, Deidre. Thank you so much. And so that's what I want you guys to know more than anything else. So don't lose sight of that. You are here for a reason. That reason is so that you can glorify God. And so that's what you should be focusing on. Are you doing it is the question. If you're born again, cool, awesome, let's go. But what are you doing with it? Okay, so let's go ahead and dive on in. I actually just saw a bus drive past in the backyard neighborhood. So that might be the one. I'll have to, you might see me get up here in a little bit, and I might put you guys on mute here in a little bit, because this is about the time they get off the bus. So I'll try to, they'll probably come in through that door. So just so you guys will know, which is fine, because this is a good little pause point if we have to. But let's go ahead and keep going until I hear them. Matthew 24, verse 32. Actually, let me go. Oh gosh. Okay, so they are here. So I'm going to put you guys on pause, and then just give me a couple minutes. I'm going to talk to them for a little bit, and then we will finish the rest of the chapter. Okay, so hold, please. Okay. All right. Hello. Can you hear me? The fluff. You know what? Can you guys hear? Okay, cool. All right, awesome. So that was my kids. They actually normally wear uniforms. I forgot that today was like a special day because of the week that they're doing. It's like a pajama day. So that's normally they have their little dresses on and their collared shirts or whatever. But anyways, okay, so let's, they did get a snack. Yep, I got them a snack. They got their water, and now they're downstairs, and they're going to hang out there for a little bit, which is fine. It's not going to take too long because we made it past the long part, which is fine. So this rest of this part, did you say something about a pre-tribulation rapture? Yeah, I believe in a pre-tribulation rapture. Okay, you can hear me. Very cool, Travis. Thank you. I know they're very cool. Thank you, guys. They're pretty neat. Very good kids. Very proud of them. All right, so let's go ahead and dive on into this whole picture of Matthew 24, verse 32, which is where we're going to talk about this parable of the fig tree. The fig tree. Now, this is really interesting. This is one of the verses that in my opinion, that people take out of context and they get lost in a lot. Yeah, Katie, for sure. So in Matthew 24, verse 32, it says, "Now learn this parable from the fig tree. When its branches have already become tender and put forth leaves, you know that summer is near." Now, here is where it gets weird because of what people automatically, like if I were to ask you right now, what does the fig tree represent? If I were to ask you that, what would you say that the fig tree is representing? Most people would say that the fig tree here is a picture of Israel. And I would totally be like, you know what, that makes complete sense. Like, because the fig tree, we already talked about a couple chapters ago about the fig tree. It's a picture of Israel, but it's not here. And the reason why it's not here is very easily to explain. Is it midnight? No, it's not midnight. But it's not Israel here. So you need to understand that this is not Israel. Why? Why do we know that it is not Israel? Well, this is where the other accounts really come into play and are very instructive. Go to Luke 21. Go to Luke chapter 21, and I will tell you why I personally believe that it is not Israel. Go to Luke 21, verse 29, because Luke expounds on the same thing. In Luke 21, verse 29, it says, "Then he spoke to them a parable. Look at the fig tree and all the trees." So you don't see that, though, in Matthew 24, verse 32. Because in Matthew chapter 24, verse 32, Matthew just records the parable of the fig tree. You don't get any other picture of "and all the trees." Luke tells you, look at the fig tree and all the trees. So it's important to understand that here in Matthew 24, verse 32, this is not talking about Israel. This is just drawing the connection that is meaning that you can know the season. That's basically what it's saying, but it's not connecting it to Israel. And so hopefully that makes sense. So in Matthew 24, verse 32, it says, "Now learn this parable from the fig tree." And then Luke's account and says, "and all the trees." But continuing on in Matthew 24, verse 32, it says, "When its branches has already become tender and put forth leaves, you know that summer is near." So, so Israel, so the issue that we're reading about here is that spring is coming, which means that with the fig trees, the leaves blossoming and whatnot, you understand that summer is at the door. You can determine that because you know the signs of the times, right? Like if you go out and plant something, you go out, check your garden, you're like, oh, the fruit is about to come in, right? Like you know that because of just common sense. We are able to deduct that type of thinking. So Israel is going to be more, it's interesting because, what is Israel primarily painted as for the most part in the Bible? What is Israel painted as the fig tree more, or is Israel painted as the vine more? I would argue that Israel is more being directed towards the vine. We can look up a couple examples. Go to Jeremiah chapter 2. both of them come into play, but you need to read it in context. And that's why Luke's account really gives us a really key insight, because Luke tells us it's not just the fig tree, it's all the trees. Basically saying when you're looking at the fig tree and all the other trees and you see that summer's right around the corner, you're going to know the time. But here in Jeremiah chapter 2, verse 21, it says this regarding Israel. It says, "Yet I had planted you a noble vine, a seed of highest quality. How then have you turned before me into the degenerate plant of an alien vine?" So, this is also displayed in the book of Isaiah. Go to Isaiah chapter 5. We've been here a handful of times. But in Isaiah chapter 5, verse 1 through 7, it is a huge picture of Israel. And Israel is being depicted as the vine. It's the vine in the vineyard. So in Isaiah chapter 5, verse 1, another huge example of Israel being more about the vine. Now you can do your own backward research on this. It says, "Now let me sing to my well-beloved a song of my beloved regarding his vineyard. My well-beloved has a vineyard on a very fruitful hill." Now you can read the rest of this passage, but it's drawing a connection. It's an allusion to Israel being the vine. Now it's interesting because it goes all over the place. And in the Gospel of John, Jesus says, "I am the vine." So it's important to take each one and apply it appropriately. But the key here in Matthew 24, when it says, "Now learn this parable from the fig tree," in Matthew 24, verse 32, the key here is go and read Luke 21, verse 29. Because in Luke 21, verse 29, Luke says, the fig tree and all the other trees. So he's roping them all together. And he's like, when you see this happening, when you start to see the changing of the leaves, the leaf falling off, winter's coming, you know when they start to blossom, that summer and spring and all this kind of stuff. He's basically saying that you can know the season. So that's the idea here. This, in my opinion, this is not connecting in any kind of way to Israel. This is just speaking in a general sense. When you see, now it says in verse 32, it says, "Now learn this parable from the fig tree and all the trees. When its branches have already become tender and put forth leaves, you know that summer is near," meaning that you can know the season. Verse 33, it says, "So you also, when you see all these things, know that it is near at the doors." So what's interesting is what is he talking about? Know that it is near. Know that what is near. When he's talking, again, within context, he's talking about all the Jewish people that are in the tribulation, saying, "Hey guys, when you see all these things happening, know that it is near." And so it's an illusion, knowing so that they can know that the second coming is near. And then in verse 34, it says, "Assuredly I say to you, this generation will by no means pass away till all these things take place." Now, I like what Paul said, because this is where it says, "Assuredly I say to you, this generation." This is where a lot of people get lost. They dive in. They're just like, "Oh, how long is a generation? What do you think a generation is? Is it 40 years, 60 years, 80 years, 100 years?" Well, sometimes depending on the context, it's different. But here, this generation seems to be referring to to that future generation that is going to be alive, that sees all of these things. Meaning, when that generation that sees all of the things that we just read about here in Matthew 24, when that generation sees these things, that generation will not pass away till all of the things take place, meaning they're going to be alive for it, which is really interesting. So this is the Jews, alive during the Great Tribulation. And so then in verse 35, it says, "Heaven and earth will pass away, but my words will by no means pass away." So essentially he's saying everything will come to pass. Now what's interesting, going back to this fig tree in verse 32, Matthew 24, verse 32, sometimes the fig tree is used metaphorically. This time it's used literally, because it's used literally because of Luke's account, where he says the fig tree and all the trees. Now, if Luke didn't give us that extra detail, then I would be like, okay, I can see how it's referring to Israel, because it seems to be, but Luke shines more light on it. And he's like, it's not just the fig tree, it's all the trees. When you see all the trees doing their thing, he's like, you know. And so it's those details, which is really challenging, which is why I was like, Matthew is so difficult, because it makes you go into all the other books. When you do the book of Matthew, you're not doing the challenging, which is why I was like, really, Matthew is so difficult because it makes you go into all the other books. When you do the book of Matthew, you're not doing the book of Matthew. You're doing Matthew, Mark, and Luke, and some of John, which is really crazy. So it's a very difficult book to do. So we just need to know, be mindful of that. It's very challenging. Let's go ahead and go into, Matthew, moving on. Matthew chapter 24, verse 36. Okay, so, this is what, so I told you guys when I was talking to Paul, if you guys were here for that time when I was, a couple days ago when I was talking to Paul was doing his thing here. I was like, do you see the rapture in the book of Matthew 24? I was like, I don't really see the rapture in Matthew 24. And that's what I said to him. And I was like, you know what? I actually haven't dove deep into it. That's just what I was told. And I was like, you know what? I'll let you know when I actually dive into it and really try to get in there. And then I will let you know what I conclude. And so here, this is one of those times where I'm just like, man, this is crazy because I see it differently than what I used to. And so that's what I want you guys to understand. It is different. And I will propose to you a way of viewing this. Not that it really matters. This is all secondary issue, but you can be the judge of it. So let's check it out. So in Matthew chapter 24, verse 36, it says, "But of that day and hour no one knows, not even the angels of heaven, but my Father only." So here's what I used to think. So I used to think, and I'm still, honestly, I'm still open for conversation on this because it's not even that, it's a secondary issue. We'll figure it out when we get home. But I used to think that this used to be talking of the second coming, where it says, "But of that day, no day and hour, no one knows, not even the angels of heaven." I used to think that was talking about the second coming, and it still could be directed towards the second coming, depending on how you choose to view it. But here, what's interesting about the second coming is that you can know when it's actually going to occur. The thing that you cannot know is the rapture. Because when you continue reading in these following verses, what we're going to find is that Jesus is going to draw down on what happened with Noah, meaning that they had no idea when the rain was going to come. But the second coming you can know. Here's what I mean by that. The second coming you can know because when the rapture occurs, right when the Jewish people see the abomination of desolation going into the temple, they know that it's going to be 1,260 days into the future when the second coming is going to occur. That is knowable. That is knowable during the tribulation. People are going to know when the tribulation is going to end. And that is very provocative. And so when it says in verse 36, "But of that day and hour no one knows," this is very true of the rapture, and it's also true right now of the second coming. But during the tribulation, they are going to know. So what I've kind of been beginning to lean is that I believe that this day and hour that no one knows, I think it's more guided towards the rapture. I used to think it was more of the second coming, but after thinking about it, you can know when the second coming is going to occur based upon, let's go check it out real fast. In Daniel chapter 12, verse 11. In Daniel chapter 12, verse 11, this is the verse that we read before. In Daniel chapter 12, verse 11, it says, "And from that time, the daily sacrifice is taken away, and the abomination of desolation is set up. There shall be 1,290 days." So these people are able to deduce, thank you, Pima, they're able to deduce that there's going to be 1,290 days, which, is 30 days past the end of the tribulation, which means that they will understand, based upon their knowledge that is, all kinds of light bulbs will be popping off in their minds up until that point. They're going to be like, hey, this is 1,260 days. We just saw the abomination of desolation going into the temple. Thank you, Leela. So that means that just happened today. That means that Christ is coming back in 3.5 years. And they're going to be able to deduce that based upon when they see the abomination of desolation. So that's really provocative, and I think that's a very important thing to really hone in on. So thank you, Leela. So it says in verse 36, "But of that day and hour no one knows, not even the angels of heaven, but my Father only." This also you can draw down to, thank you, Amber. Yeah, you can also draw down on the Galilean wedding, as far as no man knows the day or the hour, right? And so as far as the rapture is concerned, right now, the Galilean wedding is an amazing model to really pull from, because the Galilean wedding the groom would go propose to his bride, and then the groom would go away and start building up on his father's house and attaching to his father's house. And the groom is just like doing his thing while the bride and the groom are separated. The bride needs to stay ready. The groom needs to be working diligently. And then the groom can't go get the bride until the father says, go get her. And so here, this is that idea, but my Father only. So no man knows the day or the hour, but my Father only. So it seems that this is more leaning towards referring to the rapture, which I was just like sitting there like, just like, man, this is crazy. So it's really interesting to think that we can, or the people on the earth during the tribulation will be able to tell when the second coming is actually going to occur based upon what the Bible tells them. And so that's what these people, they're going to be learning. Like they're going to be really diving in here, I think. Before the wrath is a great one right there, talking about the Galilean wedding. Okay, so let's dive into Matthew 24, verse 36. But it says, but of that day and hour, no one knows. So this day or hour is an idiom that is basically saying that it is an impossibility to know. There's a lot of people who are like, oh, it's going to be on this date. What do you think about this day or whatever, this time, based upon this date that's found in Genesis chapter whatever. And they're like pulling from all kinds of dates. And they're like 70, 17, 7, 7, 12, 12, 12, 7, 7, 7. And it's just like, no, it's literally an impossibility to know. Just like the father in the Galilean wedding. He's the only one that knows. Okay, so in Matthew 24, verse 36, it says, but of that day and hour, no one knows, not even the angels of heaven, but my Father only. And then it goes on to verse 37, it says, but as the days of Noah were, so also will the coming of the Son of Man be. Now, I used to think that this was referring to the second coming, but when we are going, so in 1 Thessalonians chapter 4, it talks about, we can go read it. Let's go to 1 Thessalonians chapter 4, verse 17. In 1 Thessalonians chapter 4, verse 17, you get this amazing picture. In 1 Thessalonians chapter 4, verse 17, this is where we get the harpazo, or it's a key verse. In 1 Thessalonians chapter 4, verse 17, it says, then we who are alive and remain shall be caught up together with them in the clouds to meet the Lord in the air. So this coming, in a sense, is him in the clouds, and then there's going to be one where his feet are on the ground. There's a difference there. The rapture is where we meet him in the clouds. The second coming is where his feet are actually on the ground. And so there's a difference here. But in verse 37, Matthew 24, going back to Matthew 24, verse 37, in Matthew chapter 24, verse 37, it says, but as the days of Noah were, so also will the coming of the Son of Man be. That is very fascinating. So this can be definitely directed towards the rapture. Like I was just like, man, this is interesting. Okay, so let's keep reading to verse 38. And in verse 38, it says, for as in the days before the flood, they were eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage until the day that Noah entered the ark and did not know until the flood came and took them all away. So also will the coming of the Son of Man be. Again, this seems like I used to think that this was a picture of the judgment because it talks about how they were being taken away, like the flood came and took them away. That's a picture of judgment. But, you have two sides of the coin there. You have Noah being saved, which is a picture of grace. And then you have the lost being taken away, which is being taken away in judgment. So I used to think that this was more guided towards the sheep and the goats judgments, which, hey, thank you, Bridget, which could still be. I'm just being honest with you. I think it's very interesting conversation. There's good arguments on either side of it. But I also want to draw your attention here to how Jesus himself is drawing from Noah. He's drawing from Noah. Now, why is that important? It's because what the school systems are doing now, they are basically trying to remove Noah from the equation. Noah, the flood didn't happen. There was no flood. Evolution, right? And so they try to remove Noah from it. There was no worldwide flood, right? That's what they try to do. But what you see here, thank you, Ashley, what you see here is that Jesus is saying he's authenticating Noah, and he's authenticating that flood. And so I think that's very cool because it says, for as in the days of Noah, in verse 38, before the flood, they were eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage until the day that Noah entered the ark. So there's this picture of when Noah and his family go in, that's when everything stopped. It's really fascinating to see this kind of stuff. There was what verse 38 is painting you a picture is it's painting a picture of normalcy. And so this is another reason why I don't think it's actually referring to the second coming, because with the second coming, people are not going to be eating and drinking and giving in marriage until, they're not going to be doing that. Why? Because we read about how the lights are going to go out. There's going to be this shake, the heavens are going to shake, like all of these things are going to appear. So this seems to be more directed towards the rapture. And so when you see that they were eating and drinking and marrying and giving in marriage, all of these things, that's a picture of what you're seeing in our world today. And so when you look out into our world today and you see how everything is just normal and we're just like, man, it's kind of nice outside. I think I'm going to go, like, hey, you watching the ball game? Like all these things. That's a normal way of living right now. And so that's what we're living in as in the days of Noah, which is a picture, seems to reinforce this idea of that this is looking into the rapture, which is very interesting. So it says in verse 39, it says, and did not know until the flood came and took them all away. So also will the coming of the Son of Man be. Then we get to verse 40. And in Matthew 24, verse 40, it says, then 2 men will be in the field, one will be taken and the other left. 2 women will be grinding at the mill, one will be taken and the other left. Now this is another reason why I used to think that this was like possibly referring to the sheep and goat judgments, because I was like, oh, this is one will be taken in judgment, one will be left, and that kind of thing. And I was like, oh, that makes sense. But diving into it now, where you look at it from the rapture point of lens, if that is what this is alluding to, what you see is 2 men, one will be working, the other will be left. 2 women will be grinding at the mill, one will be taken, the other left. What you see here is a picture of believers and unbelievers. It's not Jew and Gentile. It's not anything like that. It is believers and unbelievers. And that is important to understand. That's what it's referring to, because these believers and unbelievers are working side by side. This is explaining life before the rapture. Now, why can't this really be talking about after the rapture? It can't be really talking about after the rapture. Let's go to Revelation chapter 13 real fast. Revelation chapter 13. In Revelation chapter 13, verse 7. Revelation chapter 13, verse 7. In Revelation chapter 13, verse 7, it says, it was granted to him to make war with the saints and to overcome them. And authority was given him over every tribe, tongue, and nation. And then it goes on. It talks about these people, Revelation chapter 13, you can read the rest of it. It talks about these people who were worshiping the beast. And they're basically satanic, they're Satan worshipers. They're worshiping Satan. And so that's important to really understand, because during the tribulation, during this time, people aren't going to be working side by side with Christians. It's not going to be like a, hey, Joe, what's up, Bill? How you doing, man? Like in like a believer and non-believer working together. No, if they are lost, they're going to be going after that believer. And so it doesn't make sense for Matthew 24, verse 40 and 41 to be talking about during the tribulation or the sheep and goat judgments, because they're not going to be playing well together during that time. But they will be playing well together in the world that we're living in today, which is before the rapture. So hopefully that makes sense to you guys. And that's just a way to view it, because this is clearly not how it's going to be working during the tribulation. Okay, so let's go ahead and dive into Matthew 24, moving on to verse 42. Matthew chapter 24, verse 42. In Matthew 24, verse 42, it says this, watch, therefore, for you do not know what hour your Lord is coming. Now, what's interesting about this, he says watch. Now, what we need to understand is that there's no special sign for the rapture. It's imminent. It is literally imminent. And so let's go to Luke chapter 21. Go to Luke chapter 21, verse 36. Luke chapter 21, verse 36. Because in Luke chapter 21, verse 36, it says, from Luke's account, which is, this is basically saying the same thing, just different words. But in Luke chapter 21, verse 36, he gives us a different way to view it. In Luke chapter 21, verse 36, it says this: "Watch therefore and pray always that you may be counted worthy to escape all these things that will come to pass and to stand before the Son of Man." Now, here's the idea of, in my opinion, this indicates a pre-tribulation rapture view. Hey, thank you, Tracy. This verse, Luke 21, verse 36, indicates a pre-tribulation viewpoint. Why? Because in Luke chapter 21, verse 36, Jesus says, "Watch therefore and pray always that you may be counted worthy to escape all these things that will come to pass." If being able to escape these things is a possibility, then how do you escape them? There's only one way to escape it: if you're born again in a pre-tribulation rapture. So this verse, Luke 21, verse 36, indicates a pre-tribulation viewpoint. That is my stance. I believe in a pre-tribulation view, and I think it's also important to understand that there is a doctrine of imminency that is just layered on top of everything. Watch, watch, watch. Be diligent, be watchful, be watchful, be watchful. All of these things you do not know. And so when you don't know, it has the idea of it could happen at any time. And so I think that's very instructive in those verses. And I think that we need to pull down on those things. Hey, thank you. Yep, that's my YouTube right there. Thank you, Amber. ITZ_sheesh. There's a link up here if you are interested. In my TikTok profile, there's like a little link, and then it'll take you to the YouTube if you want to go subscribe over there. I would appreciate it. That would encourage me. But yeah, we've done Revelation, Daniel, and Ruth, and Hebrews, James, and John, and all the Pauline epistles. And there's a lot of books up there that you can dive into, and they're kind of similar to what we're doing here now. What you're watching in Matthew 24, if you guys have been here for the entire time, this has been like a lot of research. So long time put into these, but let's keep going. Matthew 24. I believe that. I believe children will be taken in the rapture. Plant lady. I think so. I think so. There's something called the age of accountability that many people draw on. What age is that? It's unknown, at least to me, but it could be situational dependent. Some people, I didn't really mature until I was like 35. I'm still a child. No, but he's going to be a perfect judge, and I think he'll handle that wonderfully. But let's go Matthew 24, verse 43. I have 40 here. And Matthew chapter 24, verse 43. Let's dive into this verse for a little bit. Matthew chapter 24, verse 43. In Matthew 24, verse 43, it says this: "But know this, that if the master of the house had known what hour the thief would come, he would have watched and not allowed his house to be broken into." Okay, so I will tell you guys something, and you guys can choose to see it or not to see it. But in verse 43, you have two different people. You have the master of the house over here, and you have the thief. So there's a master and the thief. Now, in a natural way of thinking, your mind would naturally be like, oh, the master of the house is good. The master of the house is the good one. The thief is the bad one. That's just how our brains work, right? But, if you type in the word thief in your Blue Letter Bible or whatever app you use, almost always a thief is used in a negative connotation. It's almost always bad. But there are a couple times where the word thief is alluded to and being directed towards Jesus himself. And so that is important to understand here. So let's look up a couple verses. Let's go to 1 Thessalonians chapter 5, verse 2. And let's check some of these out just so you can see what I'm talking about. Go to 1 Thessalonians chapter 5. Thank you, Rich. In 1 Thessalonians chapter 5, verse 2, in 1 Thessalonians chapter 5, verse 2, Paul says, "For you yourselves know perfectly that the day of the Lord so comes as a thief in the night." So when you think about this day of the Lord, and it's alluding to Jesus, it's alluding to him. So that's 1 Thessalonians chapter 5, verse 2. But let's go to 2 Peter chapter 3, verse 10. We're going to look up a couple of these, and you can be the judge and then see what you think. Go to 2 Peter chapter 3. 2 Peter chapter 3, verse 10. 2 Peter chapter 3, verse 10. In 2 Peter chapter 3, verse 10, it says this, "But the day of the Lord will come as a thief in the night." He's coming as a thief. Now, let's go to Revelation chapter 3, verse 3. Revelation chapter 3, verse 3. In Revelation chapter 3, verse 3, it says this. This is Jesus talking, mind you. In Revelation chapter 3, verse 3, Jesus says this, "Remember, therefore, how you have received and heard, hold fast and repent. Therefore, if you will not watch, I will come upon you as a thief, and you will not know what hour I will come upon you." So that's Revelation 3:3, but now let's go to Revelation chapter 3, verse 16. In Revelation chapter, it's not Revelation 3:16. Revelation chapter 3, go to Revelation 16, verse 5. Revelation chapter 16, verse 5. Okay, that's also not it. I must have wrote down the wrong one. There's another thief, and I wrote it down, so that's unfortunate. Thief, is that the thief? Okay, well, there's another one in Revelation. I feel like it's in Revelation chapter 3. Anyways, doesn't matter. You see the connection here. There's enough there. There's another place in Revelation where Jesus is referring to himself as the thief. And so that's the whole point of us looking those up, is just to get you to see the connection between the thief and Jesus. So here, now let's go back to Matthew 24, verse 43. In Matthew chapter 24, verse 43, now let's read it again, but let's look at it. Let's kind of switch the roles a little bit and see what you think. In verse 43, it says, "But know this," in Matthew 24, verse 43, it says, "But know this, that if the master of the house had known what hour the thief would come, he would have watched and not allowed his house to be broken into." So a way to view this is to see that the master of the house, what is the house? The house in this picture is the world. Is it 6:15? Revelation chapter 16, verse 15. Revelation chapter 16, verse 15. Okay, yes. Thank you, Amber. In Revelation 16:15, it says, "Behold, I am coming as a thief. Blessed is he who washes and keeps his garments, lest they walk naked in shame." So you see the allusion to the thief. But now when you go back to Matthew 24, verse 43, and you look at this verse in a different context. Now, what is the house? The house in this situation seems to represent the world. The world is the house. So who is the master of this house right now? Well, the prince of the power of the air is who? The prince of the power of the air is Lucifer. So he is the master of this house right now. Who is the thief in this scenario? Is it Jesus? And so I'm not saying, that's a trick. That's awesome. So I'm not saying that is what it is. I'm saying that this could be a possibility, meaning that we need to be watchful. The whole point of this entire thing is to be watchful, to be diligent, to have readiness. And so that is all I'm trying to draw a connection here. Verse 43 might not be as simple as it seems. There might be something that is alluding in between there. You can be the judge of that if you see the thief representing as Jesus, if you see the master representing Lucifer, since this is his world. He's the prince of the power of the air. He's the God of this world, all of those things. So you can be the judge. Let's go to Matthew 24, verse 44. In Matthew chapter 24, verse 44, it says, "Therefore you also be ready, for the Son of Man is coming at an hour you do not expect. Who then is a faithful and wise servant, whom his master made ruler over his household to give them food in due season? Blessed is that servant, whom his master, when he comes, will find so doing." This is telling us to be diligent, to keep on keeping on, to persevere, to just do what you are supposed to do. And that's the call. Honestly, that's what Luke tells us in his account. He says to do business until he comes back. And very, very important to do that. Keep going. Be diligent. And so let's go to Matthew 24, verse 47. In Matthew 24, verse 47, it says, "Assuredly I say to you that he will make him ruler over all his goods. But if that evil servant says in his heart, 'My master is delaying his coming,' and begins to beat his fellow servants and to eat and drink with the drunkards, the master of that servant will come in on a day when he is not looking for him, and at an hour that he is not aware of, and will cut him in two and appoint him his portion with the hypocrites. There shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth. You know, it's interesting drawing the connection to the servants, because we are all subordinate to God Almighty, right? We are all lost. The lost are subordinate to him. You and I, who are born again, we are subordinate to him. We are servants of him. The people who are not doing what they should be doing are going to be just wrecked. And they're going to be cast into the lake of fire, which is what verse 51 is talking about. There will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. This weeping and gnashing of teeth is an allusion to what is going to occur during the lake of fire. And that doesn't occur, nobody's in the lake of fire right now until the end of the millennial kingdom. And so that is what is going on here in Matthew chapter 24. I think we did it. We did it. Took 4.5 hours. But that is Matthew chapter 24. Lots to think about, and that's like, I'm just giving you a way. I'm not telling you what to think. Thank you, Holly. Thank you, God-fearing woman. Thank you so much. Lots to consider here. Really, really difficult things. Thank you, guys. Yogi. Thank you, guys. Really tough, challenging, lots of time, energy, but really, really edifying. I mean, I really was pumped up going through this. Thank you, guys, thank you, Debbie and God-fearing women. Thank you, guys. Very, very cool stuff here. Very difficult stuff. You got to really dive in, and you got to really unpack it for yourselves, and that's what I would like to encourage you to do. Hey, thank you, December Monroe. And so I just want you guys to really use this as a launch pad to dive deeper. I want you guys to just look into this and be like, does this fit? 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 I want you to remember that we are not in the tribulation. Why? Because we don't have a third temple. And that's what Revelation 11 tells us. We can't have that until we have the temple and the two witnesses are teaching in front of it. Thank you so much for that gift. And so you got a lot of things here. You got a lot of stuff going on, and it's very challenging, but it's all over the place. It's constantly moving. And sometimes it's good to just sit back, relax, and just think about what you're thinking about or what you're studying, and just try to remember that there is hope for this. And that's what I want to encourage you guys to look forward to, our blessed hope. Thank you, Coffee Queen. Our blessed hope, which is talked about in Titus chapter 2. We are looking for our blessed hope, and it is wonderful. This chapter was so much fun. I had so much fun doing it. I just had a blast diving in here, and it really hurt my brain. My brain is growing. My head's not big enough for the brain. I'm just kidding. It's just really just makes your mind just run with all kinds of oh, wait a second. Oh, wait a second. Oh, wait a second. Literally you're just bing, 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 bing. You're firing on all cylinders. Hey, thank you, Jules. Thank you, Bridget. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Lydia. Thank you, guys. You guys are awesome. Zipporah, thank you. Hello, little bird. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Lydia. Thank you, Yogi. I appreciate those. Thank you guys so much for being here. Matthew 24, I'm actually going to probably upload this here in a little bit. So if you guys are looking for it, it'll be up on YouTube. There's a YouTube link that'll be up here in my TikTok profile. I upload all these studies to YouTube. If you would like to go back and watch them again, you are more than welcome to. What you have seen today is basically what we do in all the other verses and chapters and stuff like that. We try to dive deep. It's funny because if you go back to our study in Revelation, I feel like I had very little understanding. And so a year ago is when we started. And so from that point to where we are now, I feel like we've all just grown so much. And I think it's really cool. It's very edifying. And that's what it's all about, to equip the saints, to edify the body and to equip the saints. And so that's the hope of all this. I want you guys to understand that, to not lose sight of the point of you being here, which is how to what your mission is. Your mission has never changed, regardless of your circumstances, regardless of what you're going through. You could be going through the craziest storm of your life, or you could be going through the sunniest day with rainbows and butterflies. It doesn't matter. Your circumstances do not change, or your mission doesn't change during those circumstances, even though your circumstances change. Paul is a perfect example of that. No matter what he went through, he was still persevering. He was beaten, he was whipped, he was stoned, he was thrown in prison, all of these things, and he was still continuing on. Why? Because it's not about Paul. He's like, it's not about me. It is about glorifying God, and I need to tell people as much as I possibly can, because every single person that I look at is a soul. That soul is going to one place or the other place. And I might have an option or an opportunity to tell them about Jesus, which is an amazing thing. And that is the gospel. Well, don't you want to tell somebody the good news? If you go find $1 million in your backyard, well, you might not tell people because then you come and get robbed. But you know what I'm saying. If you have something amazing, you're going to want to tell people about it. And so that is what I want to encourage you guys to do. That's the focus. Keep the focus the focus. Keep the main thing the main thing. What we're reading about here is secondary. It's important to understand, but it's not a reason to divide over. There's a lot of people, like when I tell people I believe in a pre-tribulation rapture, people are just like, how could you? And I'm just like, dude, like I see it. Like, I'm sorry. I just see it. Anyways. That's enough. Like I said, I'd like to end on just how to know for sure you can get to heaven. You need to understand you're a sinner. You're under the death penalty, and that is terrifying. For the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord. That's what you need to put your faith and hope in Jesus. Believe that Jesus is God's son, that he led a sinless life, that he died on the cross for our sins, my sins. He was a substitutionary sacrifice. He was buried. He rose again on the third day. And the Bible says, for whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. It is for by grace you have been saved through faith. And that not of yourselves. It is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. It is all about him and what he did. And I want you guys to keep that the main thing. So when might you be back on? I don't know. That's 1 Corinthians 15, 1-4 exactly. I don't know. I don't know when I'll be back on. It'll be a couple days probably. That was a lot of work. And so I don't know. I got to look into Matthew chapter 25. There's a lot of things going on there too. And, we'll see. But we're closing in. We're walking one step closer to this crucifixion, which is crazy. Oh, thank you, Bridget. Thank you so much. We are, we're still in the last week of Jesus here. And so he is walking one step closer to the cross each chapter here. And it's what a culmination. All right, guys. I will try to keep you posted on the next time I go live. Like I said, all of these will be uploaded to YouTube, there's a link up in here. If you guys have any questions about anything, feel free to reach out to me here on TikTok. You don't need to follow me. I care less about followers. But if you have a question, feel free to reach out at any time. I would love to talk to you. Thank you guys so much for being here. I will upload this, and hopefully you guys will enjoy it if you would like to on there. So thank you guys for being here. I'm going to get out of here, and I will probably see you sometime other this week. I will put a little TikTok story, letting you know, try to give you a couple hours heads up. As for you guys who are awake right now, I normally don't do Bible studies at this time. I normally only do them at midnight because that's when it's quiet and I can do it. That's when I have time. I don't do it during the days because of kids and wife and life. So nighttime is the time to do that for me. So that's how it works out right now. So take an opportunity of the quiet time during the nighttime. So that's when I normally go live. Normally go live 3 times a week around midnight. Eastern Standard Time. And I know that doesn't work out for a lot of people, but that's why I kind of wanted to do it today during the daytime to kind of reach some other people that I normally don't get to see. But yeah, hopefully that was good for you guys, even though it was a little janky. But thank you guys so much for being here, and I will hopefully see you sometime this week, and I will let you know on the story. Thank you guys. Be safe.